Voisin Sanson felt there was no warmth in the voice's laughter, and he suddenly shuddered, snapping back to reality. His first reaction was to quickly teleport out of this area, because Lumion had become a potion pathway demigod, and still had 3 companions assisting him. Meanwhile, Sanson's ally, the other demigod Higdon, had been completely killed by Lumion in a very short time. No matter how devoutly he believed in the great circle of inevitability, no matter how urgently he longed to rescue Lord Termaboros, the angel of inevitability, today Voisin Sanson was not so blind as to misread the current situation. He knew he only had 2 choices: stay and fight to the death, or flee quickly and wait for another opportunity. At this moment, it was not difficult to decide which to choose. As the black mark on his body activated, Voisin Sanson's figure disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared dozens of meters away, facing a dark, transparent, almost glass-like barrier ahead. The barrier flickered in and out of visibility, sealing off an area the size of a plaza. Lumion, his body now slightly slimmer, held the huge iron-black straight sword and did not stop Voisin Sanson's attempt. He only said in a slightly mocking tone, "This is the special mirror world, and a demigod-level demoness can utilize the power of this world to some extent. If you want to break the mirror barrier and teleport out, there's only one way: defeat me, kill me." Voisin Sanson struggled for a moment but failed to succeed. He had no choice but to turn around and face Lumion. Then he saw the other reveal a beautiful but dangerous smile. Lumion did not act immediately, because he was listening to the beating of his own heart. The seal of Mr. Fool on him had lost its effect, but Amon had left some power in the original position, preventing the soul fragments of Aurora and others from leaking out and perishing completely. Of course, this was only a temporary restriction. In 2 or 3 days at most, the seal would completely dissipate. And because of the vast difference in strength between the 2 seals, Lumion felt that the distance between himself and his sister had shortened considerably, as if he could hear her voice and receive her thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. That heartbeat was familiar and warm. "Do you see? Voisin Sanson is right in front of us, that heretic who always made you have nightmares, who scared you into fleeing Trier. Do you see? He's afraid." Lumion whispered these 2 sentences with a gentle expression, then raised his head and cast his gaze toward Voisin Sanson. During this process, he teleported several times in succession, changing his position to prevent Voisin Sanson's attacks from affecting him. Lumion slightly arched his back and gripped the sword of courage with both hands. The next second, his figure suddenly faded, blinking to the front of Voisin Sanson, seemingly intending to ignore the other's counterattack and forcibly cleave the target in 2. Voisin Sanson did not hesitate because of how beautiful this image was or how alluring this figure was. Relying on the endurance ability of an ascetic, he concentrated dark green light in his eyes. As the beam surged forth, Lumion had already become transparent, turning into a mirror. Smack! Just as the mirror shattered, Lumion's figure appeared behind Voisin Sanson, maintaining the downward slashing motion with the iron-black straight sword. Voisin Sanson quickly let the semi-transparent figure resembling himself emerge, staring at Lumion. But Lumion's figure suddenly became illusory, as if reflected in a mirror. At the same time, Lumion materialized above Voisin Sanson's head, holding the iron-black straight sword burning with white-blue flames. He completed the last motion of this attack with a jumping slash. Clang! The sword of courage struck the junction between Voisin Sanson's neck and shoulder, directly cleaving open the skin and flesh gleaming with metallic luster, staining it with bright red blood. Immediately after, a violent explosion occurred, and Voisin Sanson's body was about to be torn apart. At this moment, Lumion was slightly dazed, while Voisin Sanson instantly returned to his original state, teleporting to the other side of the sealed area. Lumion did not pursue closely, but turned his body to face the white-haired fatalist and said with a smile, "First time." Voisin Sanson immediately felt his scalp tingle, understanding that the other meant he had already killed him once, with many more times to come. He immediately activated a contract ability called Phantom. He suddenly split into dozens of copies of himself, and each Voisin Sanson seemed capable of teleporting, appearing in different positions and corners of the sealed area. They simultaneously raised their right hands, their eyes reflecting the corresponding mercury-colored illusory river of Lumion. This could be either magnified fate or fate exchange. And Lumion seemed unable to distinguish which Voisin Sanson was real, unable to effectively prevent it. Lumion's light blue eyes smiled without mirth. He glanced at the Sword of Courage and found that Voisin Sanson's blood, which should have stained it, had disappeared, as if returning to the body of that circle inhabitant. Lumion was not surprised. He suddenly threw the Sword of Courage, hurling it towards the center of the sealed area. The huge iron-black straight sword fell to the ground like a cannonball. Rumble! A massive explosion suddenly occurred, shaking even the special mirror world, and white-blue flames quickly covered every inch of ground and every bit of air in the sealed area. This was why Lumion had limited the battlefield to the size of a plaza. The phantoms created by Voisin Sanson were quickly destroyed. After struggling to resist for 2 seconds, his true body shattered, triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Lumion himself was also engulfed by the explosion, the flames scorching his skin, the shockwave tearing at his body. Then he turned into a mirror. The mirror immediately shattered. As the explosion quickly subsided, Lumion looked at Voisin Sanson, who was far away from him, and smiled more obviously. Second time. His clear light blue eyes, like Highland lakes, still held no mirth. As he spoke, invisible spider silk extended from Lumion's body, binding the hilt of the Sword of Courage and dragging it back. Realizing that the area of effect attack of the iron-black straight sword could completely cover this area, and that none of his contract abilities were sufficient to withstand such an explosion, Voisin Sanson was overcome with a feeling called despair. Although before chasing here, he had already cancelled the previous circle inhabitant effect and waited for the restriction to end, resetting the same circle inhabitant with 9 more chances to trigger. Now with 7 left, if Lumion were to throw that iron-black straight sword again and again, repeating the area of effect explosion from earlier, he didn't think 7 circle inhabitant effects would have much significance. Unless that iron-black straight sword needed some time between such attacks. Voisin Sanson dared not gamble. He chose to end the circle inhabitant effect on himself. His right hand pressed towards Lumion's approaching figure from a distance, and silver-white lines with black edges appeared in his eyes. These lines twisted like snakes, framing Lumion's figure in the middle, then quickly connected head to tail. Voisin Sanson wanted to make Lumion a circle inhabitant. Different types of circle inhabitant effects didn't need to wait for restrictions to end. And in the same time period, Voisin Sanson, at only sequence 4, could maintain only 1 circle. His preset condition now was that if Lumion made any move to attack him, it would trigger the circle inhabitant effect, resetting the state of this demoness of despair. Such harsh conditions couldn't be placed on an area of effect circle inhabitant, and would be suppressed by the target's level, not achieving the best effect, unlike the area of effect circle inhabitant which could affect even angel-level beyonders. The inevitability power Voisin Sanson attached to this circle inhabitant could only maintain 3 cycles. Once it exceeded 3 times and started the 4th, the destined fate would arrive. Of course, what exactly this destined fate would be needed to be chosen by Voisin Sanson himself. Because he had to complete this circle quickly, otherwise Lumion could launch an attack first. Voisin Sanson had no time to discern carefully. He just glanced and chose a tributary from Lumion's illusory mercury-colored long river, placing it into the circle. It was the tributary of the mirror people being hostile to this demoness of despair, which could help Voisin Sanson destroy the surrounding mirror barriers, giving him a chance to teleport and escape. The worse the destined fate, the worse the final result, the more inevitability power Voisin Sanson had to invest, and the longer it would take to complete the circle inhabitant, which was not suitable for the current situation. As soon as this circle was completed, Lumion immediately had a spiritual intuition and put down the Sword of Courage in his hand, no longer advancing. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson instinctively concentrated dark green light in his eyes. Those 2 beams shot out like light, instantly falling on Lumion, who once again turned into a mirror, his body materializing not far from his original position. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson suddenly froze. Why didn't Harrison and I think of using this method to trap Lumion when facing his attacks? That way we could have resolved the battle faster, without needing to be killed several times. And now, he still had who knows how many mirror substitutions. Voisin Sanson quickly decided to provoke Lumion to attack. His eyes once again lit up with a dark green hue. Just then, even with the endurance of an ascetic, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but cough once, causing the dark green beam in his eyes to deviate from its target and fall on the distant mirror barrier. The barrier was slightly damaged but instantly repaired itself. Voisin Sanson began to feel his body weakening, each breath feeling like his airways were being scorched by flames. His spirituality was also rapidly depleting. Disease? I've been infected by the demonist disease. Voisin Sanson suddenly raised his head, just in time to see Lumion reveal a mocking but beautiful smile. Why did you think the explosion and incineration from earlier could directly kill my mystical pathogens? They can persist for quite a while longer. Voisin Sanson's heart tightened, and he frantically attacked Lumion, but only managed to shatter 3 or 4 mirrors. And with each ineffective attack, Voisin Sanson grew more desperate. He seemed to already see the worst outcome approaching, yet was powerless to reverse it, only able to watch helplessly as the bell of death tolled. He even tried to metalize his body, but the disease could still infect him, eating into him. Cough, cough, cough. After many more attempts, Voisin Sanson finally lost the strength to stand. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he fell. He no longer had the power to maintain the circle inhabitant effect on Lumion. Lumion walked step by step to the front of this circle inhabitant, looking down at him from above, and said with a mocking smile, "Only 3 times?" Voisin Sanson raised his head with difficulty, looking at that beautiful and cold face, feeling as if he was rapidly falling into a bottomless abyss. That feeling was the epitome of despair. Lumion bound Voisin Sanson with a spider web, suspending him in the air, then formed a sharp, thick ice pillar beneath him. "Goodbye. Give my regards to your master," Lumion said softly, retracting all the spider silk. Voisin Sanson fell heavily, impaled by the ice pillar. His eyes bulged, and blood flowed beneath him. Seeing Voisin Sanson's eyes bulge, his breath gradually fading, his face twisted in pain and palpable despair, Lumion reached behind into the traveler's bag and took out the silver lie earring, putting it on his left ear. The dying Voisin Sanson suddenly saw a familiar figure. That figure had light blue eyes, beautiful features, and long, thick golden hair. It was Aurora. But this time, there was no longer fear or terror on Aurora's face, only a faint smile. Gasp! Voisin Sanson uttered his final sound. He died like that, with his eyes bulging. Lumion returned to his original appearance, casually saying as he removed the lie earring, "You died so quickly? I wanted to thank you for helping me digest the despair potion." When he had just advanced, the despair potion was already mostly digested, and now it had progressed even further. Lumion wasn't surprised by this. According to the mystical knowledge he had learned from Madame Magician, the essence of the acting method was actually to gradually align one's mental and spiritual state with the core symbolism of the potion through acting, thereby bypassing restrictions and completing digestion step by step. His state before and after taking the despair potion could be said to be very close to the name despair. Lumion wasn't despairing about having to become a demoness. For faster advancement, better handling of possible apocalyptic scenarios, and earlier resurrection of his sister, he had considered similar things more than once. After all, he would have the chance to switch to the hunter pathway and become a man again later. He despaired that he was forced to do this and had no way to refuse. He despaired that his previous efforts, struggles, and anger were all under someone else's arrangements, and that he would have to follow someone else's arrangements to walk the path of the demoness afterwards. Of course, when despair reached its peak, the desire and belief in his heart to become strong and change all this also intensified to the extreme. "Is this what you wanted too?" Lumion whispered self-mockingly as he unsealed the area and let the remaining mystical pathogens dissipate completely. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had already hurried over after Voisin Sanson was impaled on the ice pillar. Lumion suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to a certain spot in this dark ruin. It was where the Order of All Extinction demigod Higdon had finally died. There, points of green light with yellow tinges appeared out of thin air, rising upwards, only to be blocked by the barrier of the special mirror world. This place preliminarily cuts off connections, preventing some bestowed power from returning. Lumion, with his experience, immediately made the corresponding judgment. By this time, Franca and the others had run up to him. Looking at that familiar yet beautiful and cold face, Franca opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Jenna examined Lumion's current appearance with only one thought in mind. It's good that he's still alive. It's best that everyone is still alive. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Lumion pointed to those green lights with yellow tinges that were being blocked, his voice slightly magnetic and distinctly feminine as he said, "You can take a weapon over there and place it there." This was actively creating a Beyonder weapon. After Franca exchanged glances with Jenna and Anthony, she very proactively said without any modesty, "I'll go. I'm just in need of a weapon that can harm demigods." She was the second highest sequence Beyonder in the team, not counting Ludwig. If she had had a similar weapon earlier, she might not have been so desperate when facing Higdon. "All right." Jenna expressed her attitude. Anthony also nodded. This didn't mean that if he put the Winter is Coming revolver under those light spots, this Beyonder weapon would reset its usage count. Given its own material composition, doing so would likely cause the corruption to exceed the limit, making it disintegrate directly. Franca took out her cannon gun and ran towards the area permeated with green light spots with yellow tinges. Lumion withdrew his gaze, looked at Jenna, and said with a slight smile, "Do you have any ring-shaped items?" Jenna, looking at that smile that seemed to radiate its own light, was a bit surprised, but felt that now was not the time to ask. She found a cheap silver bracelet and handed it to Lumion. After taking it, Lumion placed the bracelet on top of Voisin Sanson's corpse, waiting for the inevitability power to be intercepted. He then looked towards the distant transparent boundary that was like a mirror, seeing his own figure and face. He made an effort to bring a smile to the corners of his mouth, because Aurora was just such a person who excelled at finding joy in suffering. In front of the bloody altar, Ma'am Hermit was trying to find a way to combine the iron cigar case bearing Mr. Fool's aura with the spear of Longinus to directly attack that oil painting depicting endless starry skies. Madam Magician, based on her rich knowledge of seals and powerful sealing abilities, carefully said, "The power of inevitability is to make the interference of non-vortex ritual participants fail, while that terrifying voice affects all Beyonders similar to listeners and mystery priors. We may be able to solve them separately. The power of inevitability is most likely dissipating from that circular ring on the oil painting. If we can plug it, shield it, we should be able to break free from the fate of interference being destined to fail, directly destroy the painting, and interrupt that terrifying voice." Plug it. Ma'am Hermit immediately had an idea upon hearing Miss Justice's relay. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the barrier seal was strengthened and the power of inevitability was significantly weakened, she cast a warlock spell, throwing that iron cigar case towards the oil painting on the altar, making it land accurately on the area painted with the silver-white ring with black edges. The iron cigar case directly pressed down on that ring, shielding it without leaving any trace exposed. The little boy, Will, immediately said, "The power of inevitability has decreased a lot more." Hearing this, Madam Magician quickly raised both arms, making the void around that oil painting bend, becoming dark and deep. That space subsequently collapsed, shattering inch by inch, along with obvious cracks appearing on the oil painting and altar. Miss Justice's face then protruded with patches of grayish-white scales, her body seeming to swell. Similarly, Madam Judgment once again made a judgment. Seeing her companions all launching attacks, Ma'am Hermit once again condensed that ancient spear stained with strange blood, throwing it towards the oil painting. The oil painting, already in tatters under continuous attacks, was completely pierced by the spear of Longinus, nailed to the altar. Immediately after, Flames that seemed to encompass all colors erupted from the spear tip, completely igniting the oil painting that still had terrifying sounds leaking out, gradually burning it to ashes. Above Trier, one worm of time after another crawled back into Mr. Starr's body. This major arcana card holder wearing red gloves said to Mr. Hanged Man in his original magnetic voice, "Amon has returned and briefly regained the true god powers of the error and door pathways. I must return to the Cathedral of Serenity immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Starr instantly disappeared. Mr. Hanged Man cast his gaze downward, seeing the moon transformed into crimson moonlight fall into the extremely compressed villa mist, while St. Vive of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church shone into it in the form of sunlight. Deep in the primitive island, outside the Black Emperor Mausoleum, Amon, at the edge of the astral world, looked down at Pearl, at the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon still struggling to approach the corresponding light spots in the white mist, without any action. "What are you still waiting for?" Roselle, his face gradually deepening in pain, asked. "The same as what you're thinking now, the most arrogant thought you've ever had." Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and smiled in response. "If it was just to eliminate the believers of uncertain mist, there would be no need for such trouble, nor would it be worth us revealing our trump cards." Roselle glanced at the transaction still ongoing below and said, "That could bring great hidden dangers. When you make a decision, you have to accept the corresponding consequences. How can you accomplish something big without taking any risks or bearing any losses?" Amon said with a smile, then added, "This wasn't said by me, nor by you." Before Roselle, who was being eroded more and more deeply and painfully by the white mist, could respond, Amon looked into the distance and said, "Those few from the Tarot Club are not bad. They don't need me to personally descend to destroy that oil painting." Saying this, Amon, wearing a monocle, showed an eager expression. "Now it's time." He cast his gaze towards the Black Emperor Mausoleum, towards Bernadette, who was being restricted by Roselle and unable to come out. That queen mystic suddenly recalled something, feeling as if a certain memory had parted the mist and revealed itself. She immediately stretched out her right hand, quickly sketching out one word after another bearing starlight in front of her. These words, seemingly the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door that seemed to lead to the depths of the spirit world. That secret door opened silently, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man with a human upper body and an airflow lower body, wrapped in white cloth. "The magic wishing lamp and that item," Bernadette commanded in an authoritative voice. That man with an airflow lower body respectfully responded, then took out 2 items from the white cloth wrapped around his body. One looked like a miniature kettle, golden in color, covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with something like a wick protruding from the spout. This was 0-05, the magic wishing lamp that the believers of Uncertain Mist wanted to obtain. The other was a gray stone tablet, also engraved with those words that seemed to be the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, with numerous traces on its surface, mottled and ancient. After receiving those 2 items, Bernadette had fully remembered what she and the former angel of imagination, now the true creator Adam, were cooperating on. Now it was the final step of this transaction. The gray stone tablet she held in her hand was the second blasphemy slate transformed from the remains of the ancient sun god, the predecessor of the true creator, recording the names, potion formulas, and related rituals for each sequence of the 22 paths of the divine. Bernadette originally didn't want to push the transaction to this step, hoping to resolve the corruption issue on her father's body before this, thereby ending the vortex ritual, but ultimately, she had to face the current situation. Many of her efforts had failed, and several of her backup plans either didn't have time to take effect, or lost their effect because she was restricted by her father in the mausoleum and unable to leave. She could only hope that the proclaimed inevitable outcome would come to pass. Bernadette raised both hands, pushing the magic wishing lamp and the second blasphemy slate towards Medair. The moment he saw these 2 items, Emperor Roselle fully understood all of true creator Adam's arrangements and ultimate purpose. He reached out his hand, distorting the distance between the magic wishing lamp and himself, making it fall directly into his palm. The blasphemy slate first disappeared, then appeared in the hands of Amon, who was wearing a black-pointed soft hat. Holding the magic wishing lamp, Roselle smiled calmly at Amon and said, "Now that I am the true Black Emperor, and deeply corrupted by the uncertain mist, I indeed might be able to do something with this magic wishing lamp and the genie inside it as a medium. It's not might, it's certainly." Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, smiling as he corrected. Roselle didn't say more. Holding the magic wishing lamp, he half-closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to this golden object. This brought along some of the white mist that had begun to erode his consciousness. Vaguely, Roselle seemed to see another barrier standing between heaven and earth. That barrier was wrapped in thin grayish-white fog, its specific appearance indiscernible. Soon, Roselle sensed a gap in the grayish-white fog, on that invisible barrier, but couldn't lock onto it. At this moment, Amon pressed his right hand against the crystal monocle wedged in his eye socket. That monocle suddenly lit up with a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the entire world. Roselle's consciousness, preliminarily combined with the uncertain mist's corruption, instantly floated into the corresponding gap. A haze immediately appeared before his eyes. Deep within that swirling smoke seemed to be hidden 33 layers of sky, each layer with numerous buildings faintly visible. Roselle's consciousness quickly ascended, arriving at the highest layer of sky, coming to a majestic and grand palace. He saw an incredibly enormous imperial figure, saw that the figure's face was masked by strings of jade, and beneath the jade strings seemed to be nothing, a void. Roselle inexplicably felt that this enormous imperial figure was very similar to himself, born from the same source, yet encompassing him. A close connection was quickly established between the two. This connection swiftly eroded Roselle's consciousness, yet was blocked by the corruption of the uncertain mist. They both merged and opposed each other. Roselle momentarily regained some clarity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and using that close connection, he lowered his stance and said in his true mother tongue, "Imperial brother, please lend me your strength." That emperor with a face shielded by jade strings attached to a tall oriental crown suddenly stood up. Behind him, several similar imperial figures appeared, these figures each with different external appearances, but similarly with faces covered in jade strings, lacking faces a complete void. At the same time, all 33 layers of the sky deep within the haze lit up, revealing magnificent buildings and sacred figures. Roselle's vision was instantly filled with azure light. His consciousness suddenly returned to the Black Emperor divine body, seeing bursts of azure light erupting from within, dispersing and dissolving the white mist that had deeply eroded him. Yet as time passed, the azure light and white mist began to show signs of merging in some places. During this process, the uncertain mist did not withdraw its white mist. On the one hand, this was due to the barrier's obstruction and the influence of the true creator and Amon. On the other hand, the uncertain mist was following its own chaotic madness, following its instinctive desires and cravings, wanting to truly merge with the azure light. Roselle increasingly felt as if he was another facet of the uncertain mist, the connection established between them through the white mist quickly becoming unusually solid. At this point, even if the uncertain mist wanted to recall that white mist, it couldn't be done instantly, requiring some time unless Roselle agreed. The ball of white mist from the vortex ritual involuntarily rose, flying towards Roselle's body. This terrified Pearl, who was currently only able to survive with the help of this mist, while the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon in the mist both stopped advancing, standing still. Roselle once again cast his gaze towards Amon, who was holding the blasphemy slate, and said with some emotion, as expected of a visionary, "To dare to imagine this, to dare to arrange this." Amon's previous answer had confirmed Roselle's initial and boldest guess was correct. The true purpose of the true creator using the vortex ritual was to deal with the uncertain mist, that great existence peering at the current world. Normally, even if that true creator and the 6 true gods in the astral world put aside their grudges and fully cooperated, they couldn't accomplish such a thing, at most forcing the uncertain mist to retreat. But now, he had used the vortex ritual, used the uncertain mist's craving for the Black Emperor true god, allowing the uncertain mist to establish a firm and close connection with himself, making himself increasingly similar to the uncertain mist, thus creating a certain opportunity. Of course, the so-called opportunity certainly wasn't to use this connection to transfer power over and directly attack the uncertain mist. That wouldn't lead to a very good effect. But in the mystical world, there were some underlying rules that could be exploited, many ways to defeat powerful existences by harming the weak, which was the basis of many curses. As this thought flashed, Roselle began to rub his fingers over the golden surface of the magic wishing lamp, covered in mysterious and complex symbols, muttering, "Genie!" The wick at the spout suddenly ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water, spurting upwards to form a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. As soon as that pale golden figure appeared, he turned his head, about to dive back into the magic wishing lamp, but the white mist and azure light eroding Roselle's Black Emperor divine body suddenly split off a large portion, like a bear smelling honey or a vampire placed next to a pool of fresh, healthy blood, violently surging around this pale golden figure, binding it layer upon layer, as if submerging it. Genie twisted and struggled desperately, trying to escape this predicament and shrink back into the magic wishing lamp, but couldn't succeed no matter what. His pale golden figure gradually showed signs of merging with the white mist and azure light. Genie's mouth kept opening and closing, as if frantically cursing Amon and Roselle, but restrained by the white mist and azure light. He couldn't even make a sound. Roselle raised the magic wishing lamp and Genie to his chest level, distorting the relationship between the main body and external items, briefly making himself an appendage of Genie. In an instant, Genie, originally one with the uncertain mist and completely of the same source, seemed to become another facet of the uncertain mist again, yet was subjected to sealing, unable to exert his power, appearing quite weak. Roselle looked at Amon again. Now, before your authority over loopholes as a true god of the error pathway, under this firm and close connection, from a mystical perspective, the weak Genie can completely equal the powerful uncertain mist. Severely injuring Genie would be equivalent to severely injuring the uncertain mist, and making Genie fall asleep would be equivalent to making the uncertain mist fall asleep. What happens next is up to the two of you. Amon smiled and raised the blasphemy slate in his hand. In the forsaken land of the gods, atop the majestic and stretching mountain range, before a huge blood-stained cross, the true creator Adam, who had shaken off the influence of the outer god's ravings, was already waiting here. He wore a simple white robe, had a thick golden beard, eyes as clear as a child's, and beneath his feet was a dense shadow, different from him, with 5 heads. Seemed to be his, yet not his. Adam opened his mouth and said solemnly and sacredly, "I am one, and also infinity, the beginning and the end." As soon as he finished speaking, true creator Adam's clear eyes instantly became illusory, and around his body appeared a strange sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities. Immediately after, Adam grasped the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. Above his head, a blazing yet illusory sun leaped out. To his left, lightning, gale winds, and sea waves interwove to form an overlooking phantom. To his right, a white tower with numerous brass eyes rose from the ground. These illusory, seemingly imagined authorities and symbols, along with Adam's own shadow, driven by the chaotic sea, merged into Adam's body one after another. With a thunderous sound, that strange sea encompassing all colors and all possibilities surged up, submerging the entire mountain range, while Adam expanded into a huge figure of light that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth. This true creator briefly returned to his peak state, and that human savior who had battled ancient gods appeared in the world once again. He walked slowly on the chaotic and pitch-black water surface, pointing his finger towards the sea that was both real and illusory. With this pointing, the surface of the second blasphemy slate in Amon's hand quickly surged with chaotic seawater encompassing all colors and all possibilities. Amon no longer held it directly, letting this mottled and ancient stone tablet float in front of his body. He then looked towards the pale golden genie that was frantically twisting while seemingly cursing him, revealing a smile that made the other even more furious. Then, he let that blasphemy slate rise up. As the blasphemy slate in front of Amon rose up, the white mist corroding Roselle and Genie suddenly reacted, trying to break free and retreat back to the endless cosmos. But Roselle forcibly held it down, only allowing it to withdraw bit by bit. Similarly, the pale golden genie struggled desperately, trying to dive back into the magic wishing lamp through the spout, but Roselle gave him no such opportunity, firmly binding him in front using the white mist and azure light. Roselle turned his head to look down at the Black Emperor mausoleum, distorting the distinction between inside and outside, and gave his eldest daughter Bernadette a smile that was both pained and satisfied. He called out loudly, "Enjoy this world for me for a while, Dad!" Queen Mystic Bernadette cried out, her cheeks glistening with tears. Roselle said no more, turning his gaze back and standing upright. He continued to resist the retraction of the white mist, tightly gripping Genie, then raised his chin and said to Amon in an authoritative and firm voice, "Do it." Amon's monocle on his right eye instantly lit up with a strange radiance. He pressed down with both hands, causing the floating blasphemy slate before him to heavily smash towards the pale golden Genie and Roselle, who was embracing Genie. The chaotic seawater encompassing all colors and possibilities transformed into a torrent, surging over mightily. Drawn by this, the ball of white mist representing the vortex ritual, along with Pearl, the shadow of the beauty goddess, and the miniature crimson moon inside it, also rushed rapidly towards Genie and Roselle. At this moment, within the vortex's white mist, a previously unexpanded point of light rapidly enlarged, revealing a dim and dark scene that seemed to correspond to both fourth epic trier and some unknown place. From this scene, a delicate, slender, and beautiful white hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the distorted arm of the shadow of the beauty goddess, and swiftly dragged this grade 0 sealed artifact into its own light point. Both disappeared into the deep, blackish gloom. Affected by the completion of this transaction, the miniature crimson moon formed by the Great Mother's corruption instantly arrived before the light point where a blurred figure was suspended, about to permeate into it. Amon was fully utilizing loopholes while also having to control that blasphemy slate and maintain its stability, so he could only barely spare a bit of attention to interfere. He couldn't prevent the disappearance of the shadow of the beauty goddess, only causing the miniature crimson moon to autonomously crumble and dissipate by nearly half. The remaining miniature crimson moon drilled into the corresponding light point, entering the blurred human figure suspended in midair. That figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses suddenly had its belly swell up enormously, with obvious cracks appearing. From these crevices, arms covered in black tar-like liquid and protruding with scarlet eyeballs, skull heads, and mouths with teeth and tongues suddenly stretched out, tearing at the blurred figure's abdomen. The next second, the white mist representing the vortex ritual covered the pale golden Genie, with all the light points within simultaneously extinguishing. Genie cursed frantically and silently, but could only watch helplessly as the chaotic torrent encompassing all colors and possibilities surged towards him along with the mottled, ancient, and gray stone tablet. He was instantly submerged. His body, composed of pale golden viscous lamplight, quickly disintegrated, reverting to tiny golden fragments. These fine, pure gold light points were rapidly washed away and eliminated by the chaotic torrent, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, only an extremely dim blue-tinged white light remained of Genie. This light, not completely decomposed by the chaotic torrent, pathetically shrank back into the golden magic wishing lamp. At this point, Roselle no longer needed to restrain Genie, nor did he need to arduously maintain the close connection between himself and the uncertain mist. He looked at the chaotic torrent surging before him, raised his chin again, and opened his arms, as if an emperor embracing his own world. In an instant, the chaotic torrent encompassing all colors and possibilities submerged Roselle's figure as well. This resurrected Black Emperor's body quickly disintegrated, rapidly becoming ethereal. "Dad!" Bernadette in the mausoleum below called out once more, But this time her voice was very low, like sleep talking. Almost simultaneously, outside the barrier, the white mist covering a certain planet suddenly contracted to its core, as if directly struck by the second blasphemy slate along with the chaotic torrent, revealing the weathered earth and dried-up seabed once again. Immediately after, uncertain, dense white mist spread out again, with indescribable sounds echoing throughout the cosmos. This caused even the extremely bright astral world to be covered by thin mist, making the entire world dim and dark. The next second, the white mist, whose size and state were indescribable, detached from the previous planet. That planet shattered silently, with various rocks and gases ejecting outwards in waves. Then, a chaotic sense encompassing all colors appeared on the surface of the dense, uncertain, and unviewable white mist. It suddenly shrank, rapidly disappearing into the depths of the endless, dead, and dark cosmos. On the streets of Trier, citizens saw the mist in the sky gradually dissipate, and the sun returned to normal, neither bright enough to blind human eyes nor dim as if at dusk. The series of strange events that had just occurred were not forgotten by them, and the voice proclaiming Emperor has returned, still lingered in their hearts. What exactly is happening to this world? Many citizens had similar questions. With these doubts and lingering fear, they turned their gaze to newsstands and nearby cathedrals. On this day, mystical magazines like Psychic, Arcane, and Lotus sold out in Trier. Whether it was the Eternal Blazing Sun's cathedrals, God of Steam and Machinery's cathedrals, or the Fool's Cathedral, all were packed with people. Similarly, in cities large and small across the northern and southern continents, like Backlund and Port Pilas, corresponding magazines were in short supply, and every cathedral was filled with believers. Above the primitive island, Amon descended to a height level with the top of the Black Emperor Mausoleum. He looked at Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had just walked out of the mausoleum, and said in a deliberately indifferent tone, "For 60 years, the uncertain mist will not be able to come again. There will be one less danger to face at the time of the apocalypse. And as long as no new Black Emperor is born, as long as the order of human society has not completely collapsed, or this mausoleum has not been completely destroyed, Roselle will be able to resurrect from nothingness after 100 years. At that time, with 3 types of corruption on him, he will achieve a basic balance and be able to maintain basic humanity and clarity." At this point, Amon laughed and changed his tone. "This is the future he claims, and also his promise to you." Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, Amon grabbed at the air and tossed a crown inlaid with many dark gems that had just appeared, along with the magic wishing lamp, to Queen Mystic. "As a guarantee of the promise, the Black Emperor's uniqueness shall be given to you. As long as you don't die, no new Black Emperor will appear." Bernadette caught the dimly glowing crown and said in a low voice, "I hope the future he claims will inevitably unfold." Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and chuckled softly. "This is not something I can answer on his behalf. Anyway, I've received my payment, and the ritual was completed just now." As soon as he finished speaking, Amon, who no longer had the status of a true god, languidly took back the blasphemy slate and 3 other rays of light, disappearing into midair, in front of the destroyed bloody altar. After the world's darkness and mist at high altitudes retreated, Madame Magician cast her gaze towards the western sky. As an angel closely connected to the spirit world, she had already learned from the spirit world about what had just happened and the fate of her minor arcana cards. "What's wrong?" Miss Justice asked. Madame Magician's expression was very complex, and her tone carried a slight sigh. "That evil god who preached in the name of truth has suffered a heavy blow and must sleep for decades. This is good news. There's one less major danger for humanity to face during the apocalypse, and there won't be any brokers running around making connections before the apocalypse. But Emperor Roselle has perished because of this. He may only have a chance to resurrect and return after 100 years. And also, Madame Magician didn't continue. Ma'am Hermit, who had lifted her hearing seal, and other major arcana card holders like Miss Justice and Madame Judgment also had rather complex expressions. In a room 5 or 6 meters high in the new city of Silver, Lumion had already brought Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the subsequently recovered Ludwig, Lugano, and others to this place that could guarantee their safety. Looking at Lumion with his black hair scattered and delicate features, Franca wanted to tease him a bit, but felt that his mood wasn't quite right. She had always known that Lumion had considered switching to the demonist pathway. For faster advancement, as long as he maintained his sense of self, he could completely switch back to the hunter pathway later and become a man again. So Franca originally thought Lumion had made the decision to switch to demonist this time to deal with the dangerous situation, but after careful observation, she felt it wasn't like that. If it had been his own choice, Lumion wouldn't have hidden suppression and pain under his calmness. Thinking of this, Franca glanced at the sky outside that had returned to azure, and deliberately said, "The vortex event seems to have ended. Very good, very good. The apocalypse didn't come. This world wasn't destroyed, and we're all still alive. As long as we're still alive, there's still hope." Jenna also pondered for a moment before asking Lumion, "Do you want a change of clothes?" Lumion looked at the two demonesses and Anthony, then at Ludwig, who was eating frantically without caring that his godfather had become a woman, and Lugano, who occasionally stole glances at him. He said in a slightly low voice, "I'll explain the specifics later. I'm going somewhere now." "By yourself?" Jenna asked. Lumion nodded gently. Franca didn't try to persuade him. She took out a black cloak she had bought when disguising as a witch from the traveler's bag and threw it to Lumion. Lumion put on the cloak and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He teleported to a deep valley where an ancient church stood, its surface water-black and carved with human skulls. This was the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for that true creator. Lumion entered this deep black church, walking step by step to the huge black cross inside. Along the way, there were no human presences, nor any unknown things blocking him. After stopping, Lumion, wearing the black cloak, looked at the male deity statue hanging upside down on the cross. His gaze moved from the rusty iron nails piercing the deity's body and the fresh red blood rendered around them, all the way down to the face where all features were blurred except for the eyes, which were very clear, tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. After staring for a few seconds, Lumion said in a low voice with a hint of magnetism, "One day, I will truly walk before you and tell you my answer." After saying this, Lumion in his black cloak turned around and walked towards the outside of the cathedral. At the same time, incandescent fireballs shot out from around him, flying towards different parts of this cathedral, flying towards the male deity statue hanging upside down on the black cross. Rumble. Pillars collapsed inside the cathedral, windows shattered, and corners were set ablaze. Rumble. The huge black cross was blasted to pieces, and the inverted statue crashed down, smashing into many fragments on the ground. The statue's head separated from its neck, rolling a few times and becoming covered in dust. Its face happened to face towards the silhouette of Lumion walking through the collapsing cathedral and raging flames, his black hair and cloak fluttering. The eyes remained tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. God loves the world. Dreams are reality, despair is hope. The sunset light shone through the window, casting a dim golden-red glow in the room. Except for Lugano, who had taken Ludwig to explore local cuisine in the new city of Silver, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony remained in the living room, listening to Lumion recount what had happened to him after they parted ways. Lumion recounted the key points of Termaboro's becoming Amon, the psychological treatment report Amon had read out, and the subsequent story script, all in a detached manner as if he were an outside observer without concealing anything. That low and indifferent voice entered Franca and Jenna's ears, gradually making them feel a suffocating pain and despair, as if they had experienced it themselves. This was not physical pain, nor the kind of despair when facing death. It came from one's own insignificance, one's own powerlessness, from the realization that one's beliefs, emotions, and decisions were actually products arranged by someone else. Franca couldn't help but think of the lab mice she used to work with frequently. She finally understood why Lumion, despite not being averse to switching to the demonist pathway, was still in pain over advancing to demigod status, his emotions constantly suppressed. Looking at that familiar yet strange face, that expressionless beautiful visage, Franca felt an inexplicable heartache and pity. After Lumion finished recounting his final choice, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Franca took the initiative to change the subject, sighing. I never imagined that black tear was also arranged by that individual. Wasn't that something from the demonist sect? If not black tear, there would be white tear or gray tear. If they can't arrange the vessel for the primordial demonist divine descent, can't they arrange for other demonesses? Lumion responded calmly. Seeing him in this state, Jenna felt a wave of sadness and heartache. With her experience, she would rather Lumion be in a state of rage, or directly show the pain hidden deep in his heart, instead of being like a dried-up well now, with all emotions pressed down to the bottom. Franca had a similar feeling. She almost instinctively made a self-deprecating remark. I never thought Jenna and I would have a place in the script, even if our role was just to stabilize your mental state, providing a stable anchor point when you advance to become the demoness of despair. The word anchor was something she had encountered a few times with Madame Judgment, suspecting it was related to how high-sequence beyonders stabilized their own state. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to go mad, and anchors seemed to be external help to strengthen self-awareness and resist the tendency to lose control. It's not just that, Lumion, still wearing the black cloak, said in a matter-of-fact tone. It's also a means to prevent me from becoming addicted to the feeling of Aurora's soul fragments gradually reviving, unwilling to switch back to the hunter pathway, and gradually abandoning my self-identification as a male. Jenna and Franca fell silent, both feeling an indescribable pain in their hearts. The latter stood up from the large, high-backed chair that she could curl up in, looked at Lumion, and said straightforwardly, I don't like the way you put it, as if Jenna and I have really become tools. Black tear only made the problem erupt earlier. It doesn't mean the problem didn't exist. It doesn't mean that the emotions and thoughts in our hearts were created out of thin air, that they appeared because of that individual's arrangements. I only speak for myself. My attitude is that I won't persuade you to definitely switch back to the hunter pathway. Nor will I care whether you're a demoness or a hunter. I'm also very glad that Aurora still has hope of resurrection, and I'm looking forward to seeing her come back to life. But what I value more is you, Lumion Lee, the one who has gone through so many things with us and shared so many beautiful memories. At this point, Franca was at a loss for words, not knowing how to express the thoughts she hadn't yet spoken. Jenna also stood up, pursing her lips before saying, I would be happy to see Aurora resurrect through you, but I don't want to see you give up on yourself because of it. In this world, there are people who care about Lumion Lee, who like him, who value him. Yes, Franca echoed Jenna's words. Lumion's blue eyes, now a lighter shade, looked at the two demonesses, with a faint light flickering in their depths. He didn't respond to Franca and Jenna's words, but he didn't object to or mock their statements either. Just as Franca and Jenna were about to say something more, they suddenly saw Anthony give them a look, indicating that this was just right, and that Lumion should be left alone to calm down and think for a while. Too much comfort, encouragement, and confession would only bring about the opposite effect. Franca closed her mouth. She then realized a fact. Anthony was here. Doesn't that mean he heard everything I said earlier? Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Jenna sat back in her original position, trusting the psychiatrist's judgment in this matter. As for her own emotional outburst just now, she didn't feel shy about it. She knew Anthony had seen through it long ago. Anthony sighed inwardly. As a normal, almost middle-aged man, he was very grateful to be a psychiatrist, a hypnotist. Otherwise, facing two demonesses each with their own unique charm every day, and later adding a captain whose beauty was breathtaking, he would definitely be naturally enchanted and unknowingly lose his heart. He felt that with this kind of training, even if he hadn't become a demigod yet, he could resist the charm of an enemy demoness of despair for a longer time. The embarrassed Franca instinctively searched for a topic. She let out an ah and said, that individual's arrangements are truly terrifying. It's not something we can escape or choose not to accept. Jenna nodded in deep agreement. Both demonesses had been in significant situations before. They had personally experienced the celestial changes that Red Angel Medici had created in Fourth Epic Trier. But the true creator's arrangements, which came without warning and left no trace, completely surpassed their imagination. Just thinking about it a little would cause nightmares or sleepless nights. Lumion responded in a low voice. That being is a true god. I even suspect he's more than just a true god. At least Madame Magician's attitude towards him is more respectful and fearful than towards true gods like the eternal blazing sun. The Tarot Club, the Church of the Fool, and other related forces combined might not be able to prevent his arrangements. At most, they could detect anomalies a bit earlier and give warnings. Yeah, although there are many angels around Mr. Fool's divine throne, there's still not enough to face a true god. Damn. Why would a true god focus on someone who wasn't even a demigod before? Franca sighed and cursed. She originally wanted to add, with such a large gap in status, resistance is mostly futile. We can only make do for now, not letting this matter weigh on our minds, and try to use his arrangements to strengthen ourselves as much as possible. But after considering Lumion's current state, she swallowed these thoughts that arose from her own personality. Perhaps we'll only stop worrying about being arranged by that individual when Mr. Fool wakes up, Jenna said carefully. Yeah. When will Mr. Fool wake up? Franca echoed with a sigh. Suddenly, with her rich gaming experience, she had an idea. She sat up straight and looked at Lumion, saying, The lucky coins in my, Jenna's, and Ludwig's possession all seem to come from Mr. Fool's past bestowal, carrying his aura. Could it be that gathering all the lucky coins might awaken Mr. Fool? If it were that simple, the major arcana card holders would have already collected the lucky coins and awakened Mr. Fool. Lumion pondered for a few seconds before saying, Perhaps gathering the lucky coins is just a prerequisite, and there are still some things to be done afterward. At this point, Anthony interjected, I'm about to get a lucky coin too. The Knight of Swords promised to use it as payment. For coins now. Franca couldn't help but glance at Lumion. In the past, she would definitely have teased him, but now, facing Lumion in this state, how could she bear to? Lumion didn't show any disappointment. He looked out the window and said, Madame Magician should be coming to me soon. I'll ask her about the true significance of the lucky coins. Franca touched her traveler's bag. By the way, I want to ask Madame Magician to create an independent space in my traveler's bag to store that revolver. I can feel that it, like black tears, is continuously creating diseases and constantly spreading outward. Her cannon gun had already combined with part of the boon power from Higdon that was intercepted in the special mirror world, and had not yet been renamed. After saying this, Franca asked Lumion to place the entire room into the bottle of fiction, while she took out the corrupted cannon gun and used magic mirror divination method to grasp its corresponding effects and negative impacts. 1550. Before long, Franca obtained a relatively detailed answer. The corrupted cannon gun will continuously spread disease and decay within a 3-kilometer radius, with random types of diseases. The corrupted cannon gun can add either the certain death or sure hit effect to fired bullets, for a total of 13 times, which can be stacked with the original heavy strike effect. If either the certain death or sure hit effect is triggered, the user will inevitably fall seriously ill for a period of time afterward. If a suitable healer isn't found, they might even die from it. If found, the severe illness state would last from a few hours to a day. After all the certain death and sure hit uses are exhausted, the negative effect of continuously spreading disease and decay will still exist, lasting for about a year. As soon as she got the answer, Franca immediately stuffed the corrupted cannon gun back into the traveler's bag. Then, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere, she smiled and said, If I were to use impregnating bullets with the sure hit effect, how would the enemy deal with that? Regarding Franca's question, Jenna and Anthony were amused but didn't know how to respond. Lumion, however, seriously discussed the possible consequences. Is pregnancy a big problem for Beyonders? It's not something they want. They can lose it immediately through intense combat. Seeing that Lumion was willing to discuss the issue, Franca chuckled and said, It's not that simple. After getting the impregnating bullet, I seriously researched related issues and consulted Madame Judgment. It's been confirmed that these impregnating bullets originate from the Great Mother's boon. Even demigods can't escape it. Once pregnant, it's very difficult to terminate without special abilities. And we all know that one way for Beyonders to eliminate excess Beyonder characteristics is to have others or themselves become pregnant, using the child's birth to take away corresponding Beyonder characteristics, though the result is uncontrollable. In other words, the target hit by this impregnating bullet, regardless of whether they're male or female, human or dog, will immediately become pregnant. The fetus will grow rapidly, tearing away part of the Beyonder characteristics or boon powers, thus causing instability in the target state and a decline in strength. This, combined with the sure hit effect, is a bit terrifying. Jenna spoke her mind. One can only stay vigilant and preemptively replace oneself with a substitute. Franca originally wanted to take the opportunity to tell Lumion, "If you don't want to be a demoness, we can ask Mr. Sun for help through the Tarot Club, or I can give you a shot with an impregnating bullet to see if there's a way for you to give birth to a demoness of despair, hee. But considering her companion's emotional state, she gave up on this joke. Moreover, she felt that Lumion would likely insist on being a demoness for a while to see if there were truly signs of Aurora's soul fragments reviving. I've decided, the cannon gun will now be renamed the Inevitable Gun, Franca said after careful consideration, abandoning the name Execution Gun, which she liked more and found more fun. She then asked Lumion, "What abilities does your bracelet have? By the way, I'll tell you about some magic mirror divination targets that have been verified as safe, including the one you mentioned that would cause social death but gives the most accurate divination results?" Jenna asked curiously. Franca nodded solemnly. "Yes, but you'd better not pray to that one, otherwise, I am the experience and lesson itself." As she spoke, Franca couldn't help but glance at Anthony, finding that this hypnotist showed no change in expression, as if he had already forgotten about the incident from back then. With Franca's guidance, Lumion successfully completed his first magic mirror divination, obtaining key information about the cheap silver bracelet. Can use the circle inhabitant effect 9 times. Each circle inhabitant lasting no fewer than 3 times and no more than 9 times. Circle inhabitant can be used within a 1-kilometer range, or targeted at a single individual, or applied to oneself. The range-type circle inhabitant trigger conditions cannot be harsh and can affect angels in the corresponding area. The individual-type circle inhabitant can set some relatively harsh trigger conditions, but if the target status is higher than one's own, the effect will be significantly reduced, even to the point of ineffectiveness. There are no restrictions on using circle inhabitant on oneself, and it can be restarted even if killed by an angel. Only one circle can be maintained at the same time, and the same type of circle needs to cool down for 3 minutes before it can be created again. The circle inhabitant effect can last for a long time, unless the number of times is reached or the user actively removes it. For example, if a circle attached to oneself is set to restart near death, and there's no chance to trigger it afterward, it can last up to a year at most. Whether or not the circle inhabitant uses are exhausted, this bracelet contaminated by inevitability powers will enhance the abilities of fate appropriation, fate exchange, magnified fate, and compelling fate to the circle inhabitant level. After about a year, the corresponding boon power will completely dissipate, turning this silver bracelet back into an ordinary accessory with curse remnants. Even just carrying this silver bracelet will unknowingly attract inevitability boon recipients and be viewed with hostility by them. Each use of circle inhabitant will result in a period of bad luck, the specifics varying depending on the user's status. Lumion held the cheap silver bracelet, repeatedly admiring it, as if waiting for the arrival of inevitability boon recipients. His pleasant voice, with a hint of magnetism, echoed, "If it's me, the bad luck would probably last about 3 hours. For you all, it might be close to 2 days. For Anthony, it should be 3 days. Indeed, it suits you best," Franca said. "Along with the Sword of Courage, you're equivalent to a demigod of the Hunter, Demoness, and Inevitability pathways, and your abilities have even become mixed without much conflict. At sequence 4, this could definitely be considered outstanding. What should we name it?" Lumion looked down at the cheap silver-black bracelet. Circle of fate? Franca eagerly offered her opinion. Circle of binding? Jenna suggested, her eyes flickering slightly. Then let's call it the circle of binding. It's more fitting for my current psychological and emotional state, Lumion said with a self-mocking tone. Before Franca could express her disappointment, he put away the circle of binding and said carefully, "The topic of impregnating bullets reminded me of something." "What is it?" Franca asked curiously. Lumion's light blue and clear eyes lit up. "When I first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Omabella, the Termaboros inside me seemed a bit surprised. I originally thought it was because this evil god angel had heard of this name in the endless cosmos and didn't expect Omabella to enter our world and become an invisible child of God. But now, the situation is that the Termaboros inside me was equivalent to Amon's true form. In other words, this had nothing to do with any knowledge or legends from the endless cosmos. Currently, there are only two possibilities. One is that Amon is deceiving me, preparing for when I investigate this matter in the future. The second is that he truly didn't expect it, and what he didn't expect was that the name of Omabella, the giant queen and goddess of harvest from the second epoch, would appear on the Great Mother's invisible child of God. Does Amon not expecting it mean that that individual also didn't expect it? Jenna understood what Lumion was really trying to express. Lumion's beautifully curved chin nodded slowly. My encounter with Father Montserrat was definitely his arrangement, to grasp the situation of the Great Mother's invisible child of God. But the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God might not have been part of the arrangement. It was an accident, something he might not have expected either. You want to start from this incident to find a path with fewer arrangements? Anthony roughly understood Lumion's idea. Lumion curled his lips into a smile, laughing once, causing Franca and others to feel a bit dazzled. His former identity was the ancient sun god who ended the era of ancient gods' rule. There are very few ancient secrets not grasped by him, and this might be one of them. Hearing this, Franca suddenly remembered that the true creator worshipped by the Aurora Order was formerly the ancient sun god, the savior of humanity. And according to intelligence gathered by the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the ancient sun god was very likely also a transmigrator. Damn it, how could a transmigrator do such a thing as arranging an innocent person's life? After cursing inwardly, Franca said to Lumion, "Do you now meet all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains and use them briefly?" After Lumion consumed Omabella's umbilical cord remnants and achieved a slight fusion with it, he only needed to meet two more conditions: having experienced betrayal by a direct relative and being female, to be able to touch and briefly use the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from Omabella's remains. Lumion, abandoned by his playboy father, had long met the first condition, and now he was truly female. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. Moreover, Omabella's remains are in the new city of Silver, in this very city. I wonder what useful secrets I can discover from New Silver City's records and direct contact with the remains. Before Jenna and the others could respond, points of starlight appeared, and Madam Magician's figure was instantly outlined in the room. This major arcana card holder seemed to have already foreseen the difficulty Franca was currently facing and directly extended her hand, saying, "Give me your traveler's bag." It was early spring, and in the fields outside the new city of Silver, patches of wheat seedlings were still lush green in the twilight. Madam Magician walked with Lumion on the path between the fields, breathing in the scent of soil and plants, feeling the cool breeze. Having already obtained most of the information from the spirit world, she still patiently waited for Lumion to finish recounting his experiences before sighing. We've always said to be careful of that individual's arrangements, to pay attention to coincidences around us, but what we didn't expect was that the arrangement happened from the very beginning and gave many seemingly reasonable explanations, to the extent that we could only see traces of arrangements in specific events, completely overlooking the overall problem. Lumion was still wearing the black cloak given by Franca, with his hair hidden in the attached hood. He didn't blame the major arcana card holders for their thoughts. After all, that being was a true god. looking at the patches of green wheat seedlings tinged with golden red. He said in a low voice, "Is it only when Mr. Fool awakens that we won't have to worry about every detail of our lives being arranged? Yes, or quickly become an angel. Although that won't exempt you from arrangements, you'll be able to detect many arrangements that rely too much on coincidence in a timely manner." Madame Magician tried hard not to let her eyes reveal emotions of pity. Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding. "Are those lucky coins devices to awaken Mr. Fool?" "Yes." Madame Magician didn't deny it. "You should have one too." Lumion turned his head, using his eyes to express his question. Madame Magician smiled and said, "That's the reward for the water from the Samaritan women's spring and the soil from in front of the ancient tomb of the Dream Festival. However, this needs to wait a few more days. There are time intervals for using these items." Lumion roughly understood the meaning of Madame Magician's words. The water he had previously taken from the Samaritan woman's spring and the soil from the area of the Dream Festival ancient tomb did have a reward, which was another lucky coin. However, the one giving the reward needed to wait until all of that water and soil had been used up and the effects confirmed before actually paying. Using these items needed to be done in batches with time intervals between uses, rather than consuming them all at once, which might actually lead to unfavorable results. "We still need to wait a few more days?" Lumion cast his gaze towards the golden red tinted horizon and nodded gently. "I understand." He wasn't impatient. Having been arranged for so long already, a few more days didn't matter. Lumion probed further. "How many lucky coins need to be gathered in total to awaken Mr. Fool?" "The lucky coins are tools, mediums, not the awakening itself. There are only 5 such coins in total." Madame Magician answered clearly, no longer speaking in riddles. "Once you get the last lucky coin, the 5 of you will be able to use your respective coins to enter Mr. Fool's dream and attempt to awaken him. Understand? The lucky coins are mediums to help you participate in Mr. Fool's dream. Of course, given your sequences, even with the lucky coins, you can't decide when you can enter that dream or what you can do once inside. We'll need to assist you to ensure you can all go at the same time and maintain sufficient clarity and rationality." Lumion listened quietly, his eyes slightly turning as he pursed his lips lightly. "Mr. Fool's dream? We're responsible for awakening Mr. Fool." "Yes," Madame Magician answered with just one word. She surveyed Lumion's profile, which took on a dreamlike beauty in the twilight glow, and inwardly sighed. Lumion furrowed his brow slightly. "What do we need to do to awaken Mr. Fool? Haven't the previous holders of the lucky coins entered Mr. Fool's dream before? Haven't they made any attempts? Why does it have to be us?" "I don't know exactly what needs to be done to awaken Mr. Fool," Madame Magician said very frankly. "That's for you to figure out. We'll give you some suggestions based on your feedback." She paused, then said in a teasing tone, "The previous holders of the lucky coins did indeed enter Mr. Fool's dream and made quite a few attempts, but they were successively discovered by that celestial worthy spirit, either kicked out of the dream or had their actions restricted, unable to do much. One of them, after being kicked out of the dream the first time, would be kicked out again within a minute of re-entering the dream, regardless of whether they disguised themselves or behaved. You need to be careful too. The early stages are fine, but if you're later discovered and locked onto by that celestial worthy spirit, you'll also be kicked out of the dream, or become mute, blind, or foolish." After pondering for a moment, Lumion asked, "Are we the destined ones to awaken Mr. Fool?" "Perhaps, perhaps not. We can't be sure yet," Madame Magician explained simply. "We can only say that the previous holders of the lucky coins would suddenly feel at some moment or in some scenario that they should trade away the lucky coin to someone else. This might be a hint from fate." Lumion didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he mentioned that he now met all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains, and finally asked, "Can I apply to the new city of Silver now?" "I'll help you inform Mr. Sunday. You just need to be prepared," Madame Magician said with a laugh. "Of course, you won't be able to actually take away Omabella's remains. That belongs to the new city of Silver. Grade 0 sealed artifacts are extremely precious anywhere. No one will gift it to you without appropriate compensation. What you'll be allowed to do is to review the relevant records of the City of Silver, come into contact with and study the item that the remains have become within the new City of Silver. If you encounter difficulties, with the approval of the new City of Silver's 6-member council, you may be able to borrow that Grade 0 sealed artifact for a short time, to be returned within a certain period. That's already very good, Lumion said sincerely. According to 007, an official Beyonder, even to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact, he had to submit a report in advance, obtain approval, and meet the corresponding conditions. As for Grade 0 sealed artifacts, that was something he couldn't even dream of. And now, the new City of Silver might actually allow him to borrow Omabella's remains for a period of time. Lumion habitually smoothed his hair and told Madame Magician about Termaboros's, that is, Amon's true form's reaction when he first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Omabella, along with his own speculations. This might indeed hide a very big and important secret, with some connection to that bird egg deep in the underworld and the missing Madame Knight Pualis, Madame Magician said, slightly raising both hands as if feeling the freshness and vigor of the early spring wheat seedlings. Lumion stopped in front of a pond used for water storage and after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Madam, what is the true purpose and final result of Project Vortex?" Madame Magician recounted in detail all the transactions and developments she understood. But because Lumion no longer had a false angel status and had lost Mr. Fool's seal, unable to bear certain knowledge, she uniformly used descriptions like the evil gods outside the barrier, the one worshipped by the brokers, and the Great Mother to refer to those great existences. Upon hearing that Emperor Roselle had been resurrected as the Black Emperor, and then chose to die again to severely damage the great existence preaching in the name of truth, Lumion's expression changed several times, but in the end, he didn't say a word. "I understand how you feel," Madame Magician comforted her feminized minor arcana card in a self-mocking tone. "I don't like that individual and I really dislike his methods, but I have to admit, he is indeed preparing for our world to face the apocalypse, not just doing things that only benefit him under the guise of a banner. So my feelings are very torn." Lumion's expression remained cold, maintaining his silence. Madame Magician didn't continue discussing this matter. She raised her right hand, letting points of starlight appear and fall towards Lumion's left chest, forming an illusory symbol composed of layers upon layers of doors. This major arcana card holder said simply, "Since there's no need to seal an angel, my power alone is enough to simply protect Aurora and the others' soul fragments. We don't need to trouble Mr. Fool, and besides, if Mr. Fool were to seal it, it might actually affect the gradual revival of Aurora's soul fragments through your female state. Well, if you're unwilling to take the lucky coin into Mr. Fool's dream, we won't force you. I'll still help reinforce the seal periodically." Lumion smiled bitterly. "That individual has already made the choice for me." He remained silent for a while, his slightly paler lips moving a few times. Can being in the demoness state really allow Aurora's soul fragments to gradually revive? Is this truly the only way to resurrect Aurora? It may not be the only way. At least, I can't give you an accurate judgment. Only Mr. Fool could provide the corresponding answer. Madame Magician neither denied nor confirmed that individual's statement. Her current knowledge and abilities were not sufficient to support her refutation. The only thing she could be certain of was, this is indeed a way to resurrect Aurora, just that the final resurrection won't be completely whole. Why must it be Aurora's soul fragments gradually reviving, and not the soul fragments of other villagers? There are many soul fragments sealed within me. Why is Aurora the most special one? This was now Lumion's greatest concern. Madame Magician said, Aurora's soul fragments simultaneously meet 3 conditions. First, she was a Beyonder, having undergone the transformation of Beyonder characteristics on her spirit. Second, she was corrupted by inevitability powers. Third, at the end of the ritual, her soul fragments received protection from that individual or several ones, so they're in relatively better condition, the kind that can gradually revive. Therefore, her soul fragments are indeed the most special among all the soul fragments within you. The remaining soul fragments might only be able to exist in the form of half-human, half-object puppet soldiers when you become an angel of the hunter pathway in the future. Lumion thought for a while and said, if I were now a beyonder of those 3 pathways of the Great Mother, I wouldn't doubt that Aurora's soul fragments could gradually revive within me, but a demoness doesn't have the symbol of new life. But the demoness has the authority of resurrection. Have you forgotten that one of the descriptions of the demoness of unaging is that she's bizarrely hard to kill, skilled in resurrection and rebirth? Madame Magician reminded him. Lumion quietly exhaled and said, if I continue to advance to become a demoness of unaging, would the revival effect of Aurora's soul fragments be better? Madame Magician smiled and said, there's no need to deliberately pursue that. When you later jump to sequence 2 of the demoness pathway, you'll similarly gain all the abilities and characteristics of the demoness of unaging, unless you find a way to separate out the corresponding unaging beyonder characteristic yourself. Seeing Lumion nod slightly, Madame Magician smiled and asked, as a demigod who has switched pathways, you should have some special, mixed abilities now, right? Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement and said, the most special ability is the application of fire. On the one hand, I can use a hunter's blazing white flames and the demoness' inherent black flames separately. On the other hand, I can fuse them together for an explosive effect. This can both physically destroy human bodies and objects and ignite spirituality, burning spiritual bodies, comprehensively damaging and destroying a target. Yes, after the fusion of the demoness of despair beyonder characteristic and the hunter pathway beyonder characteristic, new mystical knowledge appeared, calling this black flame that suppresses irritability and madness the fire of destruction. After describing the fire of destruction, Lumion frowned and said, I've heard that members of the demoness sect have a tradition of turning their lovers into females. Are there no beyonders of the hunter pathway among their lovers? This question was essentially still asking, why me? Couldn't they just find any sequence 5 of the hunter pathway, seduce them to jump to demoness of despair, and satisfy the requirement of Yin contains Yang, Yang contains Yin? Why did I have to be arranged? Perhaps only you could very easily enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring and obtain the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, thus having mystical similarity with 0-01. Madame Magician fully understood what Lumion was concerned about. Lumion continued asking, as if talking to himself, the Red Angel has ways to control 0-01 without relying on mystical similarity. Since that individual has no selfish motives and isn't afraid of the Red Angel's revenge, why not directly reinvest in him, instead of grooming a weakling like me? Isn't this a waste of time? Madame Magician glanced at the field ridge under her feet. I can answer this for you. First, the Red Angel can't get as close to the top powers of the 2 calamity pathways as you can, unless his next step isn't to reclaim 0-01 and become the Red Priest, but to find a way to replace the primordial demoness. Second, the birth of a Red Priest is inevitably accompanied by competition, chaos, and disaster. Only through multi-party competition can a Red Priest emerge in the shortest time in the best way. If only the Red Angel were to walk this path, it wouldn't go smoothly. Am I competing with him? Lumion curled his lips in a self-mocking smile. Then I should thank that individual for giving me this qualification. As for ability, that was still far off. Madame Magician continued, many members of the demoness sect indeed have lovers from the hunter pathway, but they rarely let these male lovers switch pathways and become female at sequence 5. On the one hand, there are very few members of the demoness sect who can get their hands on 2 demoness of despair beyonder characteristics. On the other hand, they seem to be avoiding similar things. As far as I know, among the demigod-level demonesses, only one was formerly a hunter. Who? Lumion immediately became alert like a hunter. Madame Magician smiled and said, the demoness of Cyan, Yelena. She is a sequence 3 demoness of unaging. Her mother is the leader of the demoness sect, the demoness of Grey Judith. Her father was a hunter, who later went missing, suspected to have been killed by the demoness of Grey. Lumion pondered for a moment and said, could the demoness of Grey have also been a hunter before? Her twin sister Crismona was born female, born a demoness. As a contrast, is it possible that she was born male, born a hunter, until she transformed into a demoness at sequence 4? The demoness of black only mentioned that the demoness of black was sequence 9 at birth, but never said that her sequence 9 equaled assassin. It's possible, but currently unverifiable. The demoness of gray is older than all of our Tarot Club's major arcana card holders combined. We don't know much about her, Madame Magician said, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as if she had thought of something. Is that so? I thought you were an angel from the early 5th epoch. Given that your teacher was Mr. Dor, the strongest king of angels of the 4th epoch. Lumion didn't voice these words about a woman's age. He began to walk slowly again, pondering as he spoke. Is the demoness sect, or rather the primordial demoness hatred for pure female demonesses, really due to inner distortion? Is there no other mystical reason? Pure female demonesses apparently wouldn't have the chance to touch the power at the top of the 2 calamity pathways, so they should pose the least threat to the primordial demoness. Inner distortion is one reason, but my intuition tells me it's not the whole reason, Madame Magician said, turning her head to look at the new city of silver where lights were gradually coming on. The 7 of Cups is about to advance to demoness of affliction. You can try to get some intelligence on this from Crismona's remnant projection. Lumion didn't continue this topic, instead returning to discuss the changes in his abilities after becoming a demoness of despair. This was also something he had to do after his condition initially stabilized. At the demoness of despair stage, disease has evolved into plague that can cover a range of 3 kilometers. I currently have mastered 3 types of plagues. One is derived from the original disease, targeting the flesh of relatively common creatures, mainly infecting organs such as the heart, brain, and lungs. From the incubation period to the outbreak of symptoms to becoming severe, it only takes about 10 seconds, and then within another minute it can cause the target to deteriorate to near death. The specific time varies depending on the enemy's status and constitution. The second type of plague is weakening, originating from the mystical pathogen inherent in Black Tear. It can gradually strip away the target's strength until even their heart is too weak to beat. At the same time, it causes a gradual loss of spirituality. In other words, it can not only target relatively common creatures but also affect special creatures and even the dead. Any target with spirituality or relying on spirituality will gradually weaken because of it. The third type of plague is rigidity. Over time, it causes even zombies to become rigid and stiff, becoming inflexible. This is a more mystically oriented plague. The fusion of hunter traits with the plagues has given these mystical pathogens a certain resistance to fire. They won't quickly wither away under fire-burning conditions and can persist for a longer time. Among them, the weakening plague can inherently survive in high temperatures for a period, and its current fire resistance is the strongest among the 3 plagues. For dealing with these plagues, the burning of demoness black flames and freezing over a certain range are better methods. I can also create my own unique plague varieties by combining my own traits, corresponding mystical knowledge, specific ideas and experiments, and possibly required special materials. This takes a long time and can't yield results quickly. But regardless, a demoness plague can only target things with spirituality and cannot cause rocks or metals to weather, rust, or decay like the demigods of the order of all extinction. In using precision, a hunter's precision can help me maintain 2 types of plagues simultaneously, but it requires 3 to 4 times the spirituality consumption of maintaining a single plague. Madame Magician nodded lightly, not interrupting Lumion's self-analysis. The demoness of despair's mastery of the mirror world and mirror magic has reached a considerably deep stage. I can locate mirrors within a 5-kilometer range and mirrors I've visited before. I can traverse freely in the mirror world and transmit information through the mirror world to those located mirrors, displaying it. This is much more convenient than messengers, but there's a possibility of the information being intercepted by mirror world creatures. Some curses need to be attached to the information to avoid most troubles. I can also use located mirrors to project myself there, looking just like the real thing. Currently, this projection has distance limitations and cannot exceed a city. A hunter's precision has also fused with this mirror projection ability, allowing me to complete 3 to 5 projections simultaneously, with each projection having some power and able to accomplish some things, though they cannot leave the range reflected by the corresponding mirror. When fighting against the Order of All Extinction demigod, Higdon, Lumion had used the power of the special mirror world to create many mirror projections. If Higdon had ignored them at that time, these illusions and projections could have caused a certain degree of damage. Other mirror magic, such as mirror maze, mirror substitution, and magic mirror divination, have also reached the level of sequence 4. Among them, curses completed through mirrors include normal types, those fused with cull that can erupt fiercely in an extremely short time, and those mixed with the power of inevitability that can complete fate-related curses, Lumion pondered as he spoke. Fate-related curses can put the target in a state of misfortune for a period of time. This is not easily noticed by them and is used against enemies who inherently have strong curse prevention abilities. Lumion paused, then continued, like other demonesses of despair, if enemies can't replace themselves with a substitution before I lock onto them and complete the curse, they won't be able to transfer or share the damage even if they have a mirror substitution or paper figurine substitute. The demoness spider silk has also changed, becoming more solid, more tough, able to complete more tasks, including restraining, binding, interfering, transmitting pleasure, black flames, and curses. At the same time, the fusion of hunter traits has made these spider silks sharper, able to directly cause a certain degree of damage. My hair is the source of spider silk. If an enemy's body is touched by my hair, the corresponding part will experience some petrification symptoms. Weakness investigation is no longer limited to discovering weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the flesh, soul, and defenses, as well as fate streams that can lead to death, but also includes the target's emotional and desire weaknesses and trigger points. Cull has fused with the demoness pathway's mighty blow, capable of bringing more terrifying damage. I can take out some physically fragile demigods in one strike. Physically fragile demigods often have many mystically oriented life-saving abilities, or make it impossible for you to find their true form, Madam Magician reminded at this point. Lumion nodded, indicating he would remember. Other abilities include black magic like invisibility, the ability to manipulate frost, wand substitution, basic divination abilities, which are all the same as a normal demoness of despair. Instigation and provocation have fused together, granting me the ability to use language and attached mystical power to stir up the target's emotions and desires, making them do what I anticipate. Pleasure can be combined with cull and precision. That's about it. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked, jumping to a neighboring pathway indeed brings many strange changes and mixed abilities. This is not something that can be achieved by using the neighboring pathway's sealed artifacts. Lumion gave an affirmative sound, then asked, should we still have Franca continue undercover in the demoness sect? Faced with Lumion's question, Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds before saying, whether it's investigating the state of the primordial demoness, exploring the secrets of the deepest layer of the special mirror world, uncovering the essence of the mirror self, or mastering the secret of resurrection and rebirth of the demoness of unaging, it's impossible to bypass the demoness sect. These are equally important for you now. So, my opinion is to let the Two of Cups continue to contact the demoness of black, while you lurk in the shadows to prevent accidents. The demoness sect has probably already suspected the Two of Cups' background and intentions, but I'm not sure what countermeasures they will take. If they want to use the Two of Cups to do some things and achieve certain goals, we can take advantage of such arrangements to peek into the secrets of the demoness sect and the special mirror world, and incidentally obtain subsequent resources for the demoness pathway. If they prepare to eliminate hidden dangers and wipe out the Two of Cups, you, lurking in the shadows, must immediately act and quickly rescue the Two of Cups. The mission with the demoness sect shall then end there. This is indeed already a fairly high-risk matter. Both the Two of Cups and you have the right to refuse. Lumion listened attentively and then smiled and said, I think the demoness sect won't do anything to Franca for the time being. It's more likely they'll use her. Otherwise, in the underground mausoleum of Morora, Julie in her divine descent state wouldn't have thrown me out of the special mirror world. And after I achieved my goal, obtained the black tier, and returned from Morora, the demoness of black wouldn't have been so easily patronized by Franca. Madam Magician nodded almost imperceptibly. If this isn't that individual's arrangement, it means the primordial demoness also hopes for a beyonder who harbors hope for Tutor's resurrection and is closer to the top powers of the two calamity pathways than her to grow up according to the method currently considered closest to the correct answer, in order to achieve a goal that is very important and crucial to her. Lumion twisted his mouth and said in a self-mocking tone, "One of the ways to counter a true god's arrangement is to place oneself in the plans of another or several true gods, whether those plans are good or bad. The principle is the same as balancing the corruption on oneself." Madam Magician shook her head and smiled. "But you should remember that before Mr. Fool awakens, no true god can compete with that individual in arranging this matter, even if several sequence 0 true gods unite. Of course, this can indeed interfere with and influence that individual's arrangements, giving you a chance to detect anomalies in a timely manner or in advance." Lumion nodded solemnly. "Whether Franca continues the Demonist sect mission or not, I will follow up on these matters. Madam, can you give me more intelligence about the Demonist sect? The Demoness of Black only reveals very little to Franca each time." Madam Magician said in an appreciative tone, "You now indeed have the ability and mindset to independently handle one aspect of affairs. If Mr. Fool wakes up, you are completely qualified to draw a major arcana card. From now on, matters concerning the Demonist sect will be consolidated under you. If you need assistance or want to mobilize resources from other major arcana card holders, you can find me or Judgment at any time. Well, because the Demoness of Unaging can be resurrected, can be reborn, is difficult to kill completely, and stays forever young without aging, she can live for many, many years, even longer than the lifespan of angels from many pathways. So, if we don't count sequence 4 Demonesses of Despair, and only consider the accumulated number of currently living sequence 3 and sequence 2 Beyonders, the Demonist sect has more than any Orthodox God Church. In this regard, only Sanguine, whose lives are equally long, can compare with them, but still fall short. Of course, a large part of the high-level power of Orthodox God Churches is in Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts and holy artifacts. If encountering major disasters, those sealed artifacts and holy artifacts can also play the role of corresponding high-level beings to some extent, and a large part of them can be relatively smoothly converted into Beyonder characteristics that rapidly strengthen reserve forces. Lumion recalled and said, "According to the Demoness of Black at sequence 3, one can name oneself with a color. There are 13 such color demonesses in total. Among them, for our angels, sequence 2 angels. In this respect, the Demonist sect is inferior to Orthodox God Churches, because their high-level members must be demonesses, and there are no angels from other pathways. Orthodox God Churches, on the other hand, can potentially use Grade 0 sealed artifacts or sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of other pathways they possess to create sequence 1 archangels." Madam Magician gave a detailed introduction. "Why can't there be sequence 1 demonesses?" Lumion expressed his confusion. Madam Magician chuckled. "What I'm about to say is one of the highest-level mystical knowledge of the paths of the divine. Each pathway has its own distinct uniqueness. Occupying and accommodating the uniqueness is the key to becoming a true god. But it's not the only condition. A true sequence 0 also needs all the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of its pathway to support the uniqueness, which is 3 in total. So, with the sequence 0 primordial demoness, there can't be sequence 1 demonesses of apocalypse, only sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe. Similarly, Orthodox God Churches can't have sequence 1 archangels corresponding to their own deities. Well, except for some pathways with special abilities." As Lumion suddenly came to a realization, he very keenly asked, "I can't advance to sequence 1 of the Demoness pathway and become a Demoness of Apocalypse unless the primordial Demoness falls before that?" "Correct." Madam Magician specifically reminded, "There's only one sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic left for the Hunter pathway. The Red Angel has already occupied 2, which is why he can become a King of Angels again. Is the definition of a King of Angels occupying multiple sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, or accommodating the uniqueness?" Lumion had some understanding of the concept of King of Angels before, but today was the first time he clearly recognized what this title represented. Magician nodded. Yes, whether it's occupying 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics or 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, or accommodating the uniqueness, as well as the uniqueness plus 1 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, the uniqueness plus 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, they are all kings of angels. The only king of angels composed of the uniqueness plus 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics was my mentor, Mr. Dorr, but he used his own sealing authority to resist the tendency to converge. If not for this, after 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics and the uniqueness are placed in the same beyonder's body, they would inevitably converge rapidly, and the possessor would either immediately become a god, lose control on the spot, or die directly. No wonder Mr. Dorr was the highest-ranking nobleman in the Tudor Empire. Lumion asked with undisguised concern. Where is the last sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the hunter pathway? Is Red Angel Medici about to get it? It's rumored to be with the primordial demoness. Madame Magician didn't conceal this intelligence. And the one who reportedly brought that sequence 1 beyonder characteristic to the primordial demoness was the demoness of Black Clarice. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Madame Magician continued to introduce the situation of the demoness sect. Besides the demoness of Grey Judith, the demoness sect has 3 other sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe, namely the demoness of yellow, the demoness of blue, and the demoness of purple. There are currently 9 sequence 3 demonesses of unaging. Besides the demoness of black and the demoness of cyan that you know, there are also white, scarlet, silver, green, gold, brown, orange. After hearing this, Lumion keenly noticed a problem. Trier with its special mirror world should be one of the most important areas in the eyes of the demoness sect. Yet they didn't send a demoness of catastrophe to be in charge, leaving all affairs to the demoness of black. This doesn't seem normal. Or is one of the yellow, blue, or purple demonesses of catastrophe hiding in Trier? Moreover, the one responsible for keeping the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the hunter pathway and using methods like sacrifice to give it to the primordial demoness was also only the sequence 3 demoness of black, not any demoness of catastrophe. Wasn't the demoness sect worried at the time that the demoness of black status wasn't high enough? Her strength wasn't enough and something might go wrong. Madame Magician reminded Lumion that there was another detail that was problematic. After exchanging intelligence about the demoness sect for a while longer, Madame Magician looked at the sky that had completely darkened and said, "Tomorrow, Mr. Sun will send someone to take you to the Twin Towers to read the records the City of Silver has on Omabella's remains and to make contact with that Grade 0 sealed artifact. After that, you decide for yourselves when to return to Trier." "Yes, Madame Magician," Lumion replied, watching as this holder of a major arcana card turned into points of starlight and disappeared before his eyes. As the night settled in, Franca paced in the living room, muttering to herself, "Why hasn't Lumion come back yet? Wasn't he just reporting his encounter to Madame Magician and exchanging intelligence? It's been so long." Jenna was also a bit worried. She walked to the window and looked out at the street. Suddenly, her gaze froze. There. She pointed to the top of the bell tower attached to the Fool's Cathedral. Franca took a few steps over and saw at the top of the bell tower, in a place without any railings, sat a woman wearing a black cloak, with some black hair falling down, delicate and fine features, and a grand and radiant face. It was Lumion. At this moment, Lumion was sitting there, legs dangling outside, gaze quietly looking down. Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance and quickly rushed to the Fool's Cathedral, climbing up the bell tower. Seeing Lumion's back, they didn't immediately inquire about the situation, but remained quiet, each walking to one side, following Lumion's line of sight to gaze at what he was intently watching. It was the giant buildings that had lit up with yellowish lights in the dark night, the various mushrooms that were faintly visible in the streetlight glow, the silhouettes of giants and half-giants behind glass windows, raised wine glasses, wisps of cooking smoke, songs from nearby squares, the noise spilling out from bars, and the faint sounds of joy and laughter from different houses. The next morning, Lumion and the others had just finished breakfast in their room and were waiting for Ludwig to clean up the rest when they heard the doorbell ring. Outside the door was a half-giant youth about 2 meters tall, with slightly longer arms and legs, short curly brown hair that looked fluffy. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a square face. After his gaze swept over Lumion, Franca and Jenna, it involuntarily lowered to look at his own toes as he said, "I'm here to find Lumion Lee, possibly Ms. Lumina Lee." He spoke in ancient Fasak. "That's me." Lumion understood this was probably the messenger sent by Mr. Sun to take him to the twin towers of the new city of Silver. That major arcana card holder seemed to have deliberately found a youth, to ensure the height difference wouldn't be too dramatic. The youth let out a sigh of relief and said awkwardly, "I've been ordered by the 6-member council to take you to see Elder Derek Berg at the Twin Towers." "All right." Lumion nodded to Jenna and Franca, then followed the youth out of the hotel towards the Twin Towers located in a corner of the new city of Silver. Along the way, the half-giant youth walked slightly ahead to the side, his back somewhat stiff, occasionally showing a tendency to swing the same arm and leg together, as if he had almost forgotten how to walk normally. He would turn his head to glance at Lumion from time to time, but not knowing what to say, he could only quickly turn his head back. Halfway through the journey, he finally thought of a suitable topic. Half turning his body, he asked Lumion, Aren't you worried that I might be a bad person? Maybe what I said about the 6-member council's order and going to see Elder Derek Berg at the Twin Towers is all a lie to trick you. I could kill 30 of your kind in one breath." Lumion only thought to himself without saying it out loud. On the one hand, they were both followers of Mr. Fool and not too familiar, so there was no need to mock. On the other hand, Lumion felt that if his sister Aurora was here, she definitely wouldn't answer in a similar way. He smiled lightly and said, "I'm not worried, because this is the new city of Silver." The half-giant youth suddenly became very happy and said in a tone of heartfelt pride, "Yes, the Lord has always taught us to be kind and restrained. Our new city of Silver strictly cracks down on all kinds of crimes, especially guarding against theft, fraud, and other such behaviors." 12:12. Yes, the Lord has always taught us to be kind and restrained. Our new city of Silver strictly cracks down on all kinds of crimes, especially guarding against theft, fraud, and other such behaviors. The half-giant youth opened up and began to talk endlessly about how Mr. Fool originally sent an angel to save the city of Silver, how he gave the city of Silver this promised land, and how they, the people of the city of Silver, built the new city of Silver. Lumion had heard these stories repeatedly when drinking in the new city of Silver before, but he wasn't impatient now, letting the half-giant youth continue his smooth narration. He heard happiness of peace and tranquility in the other's description. In this exchange, the two arrived at the Twin Towers, the core buildings of the new city of Silver. The left tower had a pointed top and housed public facilities such as the library, while the right tower had a round top and was where the 6-member council that governed the new city of Silver worked. Lumion instinctively turned his gaze towards the round tower and noticed that in the cracks between the bricks near the ground, tufts of black hair-like plants had grown out, sometimes drooping, sometimes swaying lightly as if blown by a gentle breeze. When he came last time, Lumion had also noticed these black plants but didn't pay much attention. This time, however, he felt a kind of blood connection. We are all parts, or rather continuations, of the life of the goddess of harvest, Omabella. Even when sealed, does a grade 0 sealed artifact still have some influence on the outside world? Lumion withdrew his gaze and followed the half-giant youth into the pointed tower. They walked on large black stone slabs, passing huge pillars, and came to the library on the 3rd floor. In front of the intimidating bookshelves stood a tall man wearing a simple white robe. The man was over 2 meters tall, with neatly combed brownish-yellow hair. He looked only about 22 or 23 years old, but had a very calm demeanor and an overwhelming aura. He was clearly Mr. Sun, whom Lumion had met last time, one of the top figures of the Church of the Fool. "Elder Berg, Ms. Lumina is here," the half-giant youth said respectfully. Mr. Sun, whose name was Derek Berg, looked at Lumion and nodded, saying, "Follow me." Lumion politely replied, "Thank you." The half-giant youth then waved and walked towards the door. After a few steps, he turned around and called out to Lumion's back, "My name is Rugist." After saying this, Rugist quickly turned and ran down the stairs. Lumion followed Mr. Sun deep into the new city of Silver Library, entering the innermost secret room where a stack of documents made up of scattered records was placed. These are all the records regarding the gift of the land. I have already translated them into ancient Faisak for you, Mr. Sun said simply, sitting down in a position against the wall and falling silent, as if he had turned into a statue. Lumion understood this was to guard against any accidents that might occur while he was reading the materials. So he nodded lightly, sat down at the table, and picked up the stack of new papers. He read very slowly, taking nearly half an hour to roughly understand the relationship between the goddess of harvest, Omabella, and the city of silver. In the second epoch, in the era when the ancient gods ruled the earth and sky, the city of silver belonged to the giant king's court, and all its people were slaves to the giants. But unlike other human vassal powers of the giant king's court, the city of silver's situation was considerably better, because they believed in and followed the subsidiary god of the giant king, the ancient god, the giant queen, the goddess of harvest, Omabella. According to the city of silver's records, the giant queen Omabella had descended to their city multiple times, displaying two images. One image corresponded to light and goodness, with the harvest's grace, life's precious embrace as the core of faith, viewing the people of the city of silver as her own children, always ensuring bountiful harvests, abundant reproduction of livestock and poultry, and rapid population growth. This was the main reason why the people of City of Silver rarely suffered innocent slaughter and did not lack food. The other would bring desolation and death. At that time, all the people of certain death knew phrases like, extreme harvest is inevitably accompanied by extreme desolation. Only life can quell the land's wrath. Death, like new life, is a common and beautiful thing, not to be feared. We have accepted the land's gifts, so we must pay the corresponding price. If Omabella descended in this form, she would inevitably demand bloody sacrifices, with large numbers of humans as offerings. Even if the people of the City of Silver did these things, sacrificing their own relatives, they would sometimes still suffer famines lasting up to a year. If they didn't do so, the famine might last 3 to 5 years. Is this what the era ruled by ancient gods was like? Even the City of Silver, which was relatively well off, was like this. Lumion turned to the next page. This page recorded the giant king's court's words of praise for the giant queen Omabella. What caught Lumion's attention most was one sentence. The noble queen used her maternal nature to help the great king calm his emotions. What does this mean? Maternal nature helping the giant king, this ancient god, expel excess beyond her characteristics and regain some sanity by giving birth to children? Lumion pondered as he continued reading. After another 15 minutes, he turned to the stage of the giant king's court's rapid decline. The City of Silver, which had obtained another divine-level sealed artifact, had learned of the fall of the ancient god, the giant king, and feared falling into the hands of the more brutal devil monarch. In such anxiety and unease, on a night without the crimson moon, the giant queen Omabella appeared outside the City of Silver. This time she did not descend directly, but walked over step by step. She was in poor condition. She asked the believers of the City of Silver to perform a ritual, sacrificing half of their people to help her replenish her life force. The record of the subsequent situation was vague, but the result was clear. That night, man slew God, subject slew ruler, child slew mother. In other words, the bizarrely resurrected Omabella finally died at the hands of the betraying believers of the City of Silver? Lumion wasn't too surprised. After that day, the City of Silver discovered that Omabella's remains didn't have beyonder characteristics in the true sense, but still possessed powerful force and terrifying authority. They completely buried this history, hid the secret, and even after converting to belief in the ancient sun god, they didn't tell that Lord the true origin of the divine-level sealed artifact, gift of the land, until Mr. Fool's angel of redemption came to save them. At this point, all records of Omabella, the goddess of harvest, ended. Next came information about the sealed artifact, gift of the land. Gift of the land can naturally create an edible plant in any environment and promote its growth, reproduction, and abundant harvest within a 50-kilometer range. Gift of the land will turn all dead humans within a 50-kilometer range into terrible evil spirits, unless that human died by being murdered by a direct relative. Those who have eaten the food it creates and have a strong connection with it will turn into evil spirits within 300 kilometers. Seeing this record different from the official sealed artifact description, Lumian suddenly raised his head and looked at Mr. Sun sitting by the wall. He asked in confusion, "Every dead human will turn into an evil spirit? Even those who were below sequence 5 in life?" As far as Lumian knew, evil spirits were the strongest among soul creatures. Even the weakest should be at the level of sequence 5, while the strong ones could be equivalent to demigods. Yes, Mr. Sun nodded steadily. The ability of the gift of the land is terrifying. This is equivalent to being able to mass-produce sequence 5 beyonders, some of whom should even be demigods. Is this what a grade 0 sealed artifact is? Lumian subconsciously began to evaluate from a combat power perspective. He probed, "What's the maximum number of dead humans that can turn into evil spirits at one time?" "We've never tried," Mr. Sun replied with a solemn expression. Lumian suddenly realized and quickly apologized. "I apologize for my rudeness." He continued reading the materials about the divine-level sealed artifact. In the new city of Silver, grade 0 sealed artifacts were called divine-level sealed artifacts. The gift of the land can make the soil fertile within a 300-kilometer range, make water flow abundant, increase the tendency for life to reproduce, and prevent even the most unfavorable environmental conditions from stopping life from bearing offspring, only reducing the quantity and frequency. The gift of the land will randomly cause the land within a 300-kilometer range to become desolate, crops to fail completely, and plants to wither. Unless the desolation effect ends, this land will not become fertile again. This can be suppressed by angel-level abilities similar to purification, limiting the desolation to a very small area, unable to spread. If actively used, the gift of the land can cause all life within a 30-kilometer range to rapidly drain away until death. Similar abilities outside this domain will also gradually wither and be weakened because of this. Lifeless dead who enter this domain will quickly return to the earth. The gift of the land can also fill a 50-kilometer range with various toxins, grow various beyonder plants beneficial to itself. Similarly, it can tame all animals without higher intelligence in this area, and strengthen the tendency for every beyonder to lose control. Through contact, the gift of the land can create dolls from soil, plants, lava, ores, and metals, and give them some life and power. The strongest dolls do not exceed sequence 3, with a maximum of 9 demigod-level dolls. The gift of the land can transform the environment, making even the abyss suitable for human survival. The wielder of the gift of the land will truly become one with the land, forests, water flows, mountains, ores, etc. within range, and can use them to traverse with varying speeds. Every time one is hit by the gift of the land, they will face a test of losing control as well as a test of death. If unable to pass, they will either lose control on the spot or die directly. The gift of the land can temporarily turn the wielder into a mythical creature, but requires the wielder to be able to withstand the impact of mystical knowledge and mad thoughts brought by the corresponding mythical creature form. The gift of the land can give the wielder all female characteristics. Life that comes into contact with the gift of the land will either be cured of all injuries and diseases, or die instantly. Which outcome occurs cannot be divined beforehand. According to prophecy, females with Omabella's bloodline who have suffered betrayal by direct relatives will not experience the instant death outcome. Those who do not meet the above conditions, even if lucky enough to receive the healing effect, cannot use the gift of the land for more than 1 minute afterwards. Otherwise, they will lose control or die. Those who meet the conditions will still suffer other negative effects. Those who understand the above information, if they do not possess godhood, are likely to become pregnant in the coming period, conceiving an unknown creature. Note: except for the prophecy part, all descriptions are based on the City of Silver's experience, lessons, and understanding. After reading the information about the gift of the land, Lumian finally understood why only females with Omabella's bloodline who had suffered betrayal by direct relatives could touch, pick up, and briefly use this grade 0 sealed artifact. For others, it was purely gambling with their lives, unless they had no other way to heal their injuries and diseases, or faced a crisis they couldn't normally overcome. Otherwise, no one would try. But it's truly very powerful, worthy of being a grade 0 sealed artifact. And if used briefly, the negative effects are not completely unacceptable. It's just necessary to suppress the desolation effect and guard against enemies turning into even more terrifying evil spirits after death. Lumion silently mused to himself, focusing his attention on the most crucial content. That was the part about Omabella, in poor condition, walking to the city of silver seeking sacrifice. According to Madam Magician, at this time Omabella had already had her identity and destiny stolen. The people of the city of silver shouldn't have been able to know that the female giant before them was the goddess of harvest, Omabella. But in the records, the residents of the city of silver undoubtedly knew it was Omabella, without even a hint of doubt or raising any objections. They considered it a fact that needed no verification, reflected in the record as just 2 short sentences, with the purpose of describing that Omabella arrived at the city of silver by walking. Lumion raised his head, looking at Mr. Sun seated against the wall, and asked thoughtfully, "Which image did the goddess of harvest Omabella have when she walked to the city of silver?" He remembered the previous records mentioning that Omabella had descended to the city of silver multiple times, mainly presenting 2 images, one representing harvest and reproduction, the other symbolizing desolation and death. This made Lumion suspect whether Omabella had 2 identities, with harvest and reproduction having its destiny stolen, while desolation and death walked to the city of silver seeking sacrifice. Mr. Sun shook his head. There was no record at the time. Lumion supported his cheek with his hand, pondering silently. Judging from the demand for the city of silver to sacrifice half of its people, it does seem closer to the desolation and death image. But if the harvest and reproduction image was severely damaged, it's also possible to demand life to help oneself recover. Moreover, 2 images can be understood, but how can 2 identities be concentrated in one person? Surely the goddess of harvest Omabella didn't steal the identity and destiny of another Omabella before? She's not from the Marauder pathway, and there's no legend indicating she possessed similar items. Lumion deliberated for a moment, then stood up and said, "I want to touch the gift of the land, to see what resonance Omabella's bloodline could bring, what information could be obtained." Mr. Sun Derek Berg also stood up. "Okay." Wearing a simple white robe, he walked steadily in front, entering the round tower from the 2nd floor connection, then descended all the way, passing through the deep dark dungeon, arriving at a pair of heavy stone doors. Behind the stone doors was a mottled staircase extending downwards, with points of light like dawn seeping from the depths, bringing some visibility. Lumion found that the walls on both sides of the staircase were damp, seemingly oozing many water droplets, and tufts of hair-like black plants had grown out of the cracks, hanging there. The further down the staircase they went, the brighter the dawn-like light became, and between the damp walls and the hair-like black plants grew mushrooms of various colors, golden wheat ears, the unique black-faced grass, and other things. The spirituality in the air also became increasingly lively and vigorous. Lumion's heart gradually palpitated, as if returning to a mother's embrace, or finding his past self. He heard the sound of blood flowing, seemingly from within his body, yet also originating from the bottom of the staircase. It really is Omabella. The invisible child of God is indeed Omabella. Lumion sighed a couple of times, calming his own state. His hair was growing inch by inch inside his cloak, his skin becoming more delicate and elastic. After descending for a while longer, Lumion saw sunlight coming from Mr. Sun. Pure, warm, sacred golden light quickly filled this area, causing the forces of desolation and the aura of death to retreat to the edges. Seeing this scene, Lumion instinctively associated it with a demonous disease and plague. In such a domain of sunlight, the vast majority of mystical pathogens would quickly perish, while a few ordinary pathogens might survive. Finally, the Sun Derek Berg and Lumion arrived at a large room filled with points of dawn-like light. The room was permeated with the smell of soil, the scent of grass, and the fragrance of flowers. The ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls were covered with those hair-like black things, growing all kinds of plants and mushrooms. In the center of this room, brown soil was piled up, with a withered, giant tree trunk inserted at the top. The tree trunk was just short of touching the ceiling, about 7 or 8 meters high, requiring 3 or 4 people's arm span to encircle it. Most of the bark on its surface had fallen off, with the remaining parts a grayish-brown color. Its core had become hollow, and the exposed wood parts facing Lumion and Mr. Sun were partly protruding and partly sunken, outlining a legless, human-like pattern. That silhouette used the branches on the trunk as hands, its face extremely distorted, with 2 huge crimson flowers serving as eyes. Within the wood-grain texture of its body surface, traces of blood color were faintly visible. This is the gift of the land. The patches of sacred sunlight created by Mr. Sun merged with the points of dawn-like light in the room. Lumion already felt his blood stirring, feeling an unusually close, blood-based connection with that withered tree trunk. The two were originally one. Lumion seemed to receive a call, subconsciously walking forward, his elegant and clean face seeming to emit its own radiance in the dawn-like light mixed with sunlight. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the top of the pile of brown soil, stopping in front of the withered giant tree. The sun Derek Berg did not stop her. Lumion took a breath, adjusted his state, prepared to use mirror substitution, and then extended his right palm with evenly proportioned bones and flesh and long fingers, touching towards the withered tree trunk with streaks of blood seeping out. As soon as his fingers touched the dull-colored wood, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The sky was hazy, seemingly shrouded in dark mist. A huge light shadow that seemed able to support heaven and earth appeared in front, while behind were strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This scene flashed by, followed immediately by darkness without a hint of light, and utterly quiet stillness. After an unknown time, in the darkness and stillness, a shrill cry faintly came. "My child, Omabella! My child, Omabella!" Lumion suddenly broke free from the illusion, as if forcibly pushed away from the gift of the land by an invisible force. He immediately felt a stinging pain in his right shoulder, with a bit of coolness like moonlight shining. That was the contract mark from the abscessed hand being activated, but without producing any effect, bringing teleportation and blink. Lumion turned his gaze to his right shoulder. Before this, he had anticipated many scenarios, but he hadn't expected that the contract mark corresponding to the abscessed hand would have an abnormal reaction when he touched the gift of the land, bringing a stinging pain and coolness. Is this because the complete abscessed hand has corruption from the Great Mother, or does Hand Bro himself have some connection to the goddess of harvest Omabella? When he became 0-01's puppet and encountered me, he called out Omabella. Lumion frowned imperceptibly, forming a rough guess. It was very strange that despite the abscessed hand being an angel, no high-level being remembered his original form. Combining this with some thoughts from reading the records about Omabella earlier, Lumion suspected whether Hand Bro might also be an angel whose identity and destiny were stolen by enemies, and who was even brutally dismembered and sealed in various places to prevent his resurrection. However, this suspicion couldn't explain one issue. Judging from how the abscessed hand evolved towards femininity when all parts of its body were assembled, showing characteristics related to Sequence 1 beauty goddess of the moon pathway, he must have either been deeply contaminated by the Great Mother or received corresponding boons. Who would dare to bear such a destiny? Perhaps Hand Bro both satisfies the conditions of lacking necessary wisdom and receiving high-level boons from the Great Mother, naturally reacting to matters of the child of God, and also has intricate connections with Omabella. He should be an angel of the moon pathway, which is adjacent to the goddess of harvest Omabella's pathway. I wonder how many high-level beings from the second epoch have survived, but they may not know about these matters, just like the round moon duke of the sanguine. Lumion suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked again at the gift of the land existing in the form of a withered tree trunk. After the first contact, he had confirmed that he wouldn't die on the spot because of this. So he tried to press his right palm again on the grayish-brown tree trunk with both protrusions and depressions. The fragrance of flowers and the fishy smell of blood pierced his nostrils. Before his eyes again appeared the hazy sky shrouded in dark mist, the huge light shadow that could support heaven and earth, and the strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This time, Lumion felt pain, felt terror, and also felt the madness of wanting all things to return to the earth. He fell into familiar darkness, without a hint of light, quiet to the point of deathly stillness. As time passed second by second, a shrill cry gradually sounded in his ears, calling for her child Omabella. This made Lumion slowly come to his senses, and then he felt the stinging pain and coolness in his right shoulder. He endured this feeling, not being pushed out of the illusion. The darkness quickly shattered, and Lumion saw the light of dawn, saw faces full of determination, and felt anger, pain, and hatred in his heart. At this moment, he heard a voice, gentle yet painful, a woman's voice. Zetus. Lumion woke up, and what entered his eyes was the distorted face outlined by protrusions and depressions on the withered tree trunk, and the two huge crimson flowers serving as the face's eyes. His palm was still pressed against the tree trunk. What I just saw and heard, were they Omabella's last obsessions, the scenes that left the deepest impression on her? Combining the corresponding emotions, does the world shrouded in dark mist correspond to her first death? Are the huge light shadow and one of the blurred figures the high-level being who stole her identity and destiny? What do that deathly silent darkness and the shrill cry represent? I've heard similar cries in the depths of the underworld. When I shared the senses of the creature inside the bird egg represents gestation. Does that deathly silent darkness correspond to Omabella's state before birth, or the state before regaining new life? Did that voice crying out for her child pull Omabella back from the depths of death, giving her new life? Would this new life also reset identity and destiny, making the theft ineffective? The protagonists of the third scene are the dawn and human faces, with emotions of anger and hatred. Does this correspond to Omabella being killed by the City of Silver? Yes, these can all be called obsessions, having a crucial impact on Omabella's fate. Who was that Zetus at the end? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion turned his head to look at the tall and steady Mr. Sun beside him. May I know if you have heard of the name Zetus? You can just speak casually. In the church, no one is nobler than another. The son Derek Berg first corrected, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard this name. Was there no one called Zetus among the brass of the City of Silver when the goddess of harvest Omabella last came to the City of Silver? Lumion pursued. Mr. Sun answered in a very certain tone. No, Zetus wasn't the person who killed Omabella. Who could it be? Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly had a flash of insight. Could this be Hand Bro's name? Since Hand Bro could call out Omabella to me, causing the contract to mutate when I touched the gift of the land, theoretically, Omabella's remnant consciousness in the gift of the land should also be able to detect the abscessed hand's contract mark on me and call out his name. Lumion withdrew his right hand, waited for several tens of seconds, and pressed his palm to the withered tree trunk for the third time. The previous illusions and auditory hallucinations reappeared, but there was no additional content. Lumion sighed inwardly, crouched down slightly, adjusted his cloak, and pressed his other hand to the surface of the gift of the land, grasping the most solid and obvious protrusion. Then he gritted his teeth. The blood vessels on his neck bulged, and his temples throbbed with a blue tint. This made Mr. Sun's eyelids twitch, as if he hadn't expected a beautiful lady with a cold expression to show such a side. Soon, the brown soil began to loosen, and Lumion forcefully pulled up that withered, giant tree trunk. The entire new City of Silver inexplicably trembled. A gentle shake. Lumion half lifted the 7 or 8 meter high withered tree trunk, trying to swing it. It can barely be used to smash people, but it would reduce agility to the lowest level, and speed would also significantly decrease. Lumion made a judgment on whether he could use the gift of the land to fight in the future, then inserted the huge withered tree trunk back into the pile of brown soil. Almost simultaneously, he felt a certain power in his bloodline surge towards his abdomen, causing a slight stinging pain there, as if something was gestating. Lumion raised his right hand, pressing it towards the corresponding position on his stomach with quiet and eerie black flames. For a moment, He experienced maternal emotions of reluctance and pity, but this couldn't stop him from infusing the demonous black flames into his abdomen in the manner of fire infusion. Indescribable pain, loss, and sadness surged into his heart simultaneously. His face suddenly turned pale, and his light-colored lips involuntarily trembled slightly. This made the son Derek Berg can't help but ask, "Do you need my help to dispel the negative effects, or find a beyonder to provide treatment?" Lumion shook his head, curled his lips, and said in a low voice, "A small matter." He turned to remind Mr. Sun, "Even beyonders with godhood might conceive after touching the gift of the land, and those with Omabella's bloodline are more likely to encounter this. We don't have any records of this. Historically, the City of Silver has needed to actively use this sealed artifact very rarely, and each time the user quickly died." Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Lumion didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked step by step towards the outside of this huge room, towards the mottled stairs leading to the upper part of the round tower, with Mr. Sun quietly trailing behind. In the hotel room, Lumion wrote down the gains and questions from reading the records related to Omabella and touching the gift of the land in a letter. He then summoned the doll messenger and handed over this letter and a mirror. With this marked mirror, he could later directly transmit information to Madam Magician through the mirror world. The doll messenger took the letter and mirror but didn't leave immediately. Wearing a light golden dress, it leaned against the window frame, carefully and attentively examining Lumion. Lumion arched an eyebrow. "What are you looking at?" The doll messenger suddenly jumped up, floating in midair, and said with an indignant look, "Don't you know how beautiful you look right now? Beautiful enough for me to ignore that you're still wearing men's clothes. Beautiful enough for me to forgive why you haven't made yourself tidier." Lumion was momentarily at a loss for words. The doll messenger waved its hand and said reluctantly, "See you next time." "See you next time," Lumion politely replied. After about 15 minutes, the doll messenger emerged from the void, holding a bulging envelope, and said joyfully, "We meet again." Indeed, Lumion was a bit helpless. He took the envelope, opened it, and found that the letter itself was very thin, mainly containing an additional green gemstone. The gemstone was deep and alluring, with a dreamy crystalline green color. Lumion only looked at it for a moment, but felt as if his vision and soul were sinking into it. He quickly forced himself to look away, unfolded the letter paper with confusion, and began to read. The theft of Omabella's identity and destiny had not become ineffective before the fifth epoch. We will inquire about the name Zetus from the ancient beings who survived from the second epoch, including seeking revelation from even higher beings. The origin of this name might solve the mysteries surrounding Omabella. That green gemstone was made at my request by Miss Justice, with the purpose of helping you seal part of the knowledge related to the great existences. Although you still have a lot of corruption and seals, as long as you don't recall that knowledge, there shouldn't be any problems. But we can't guarantee that you won't encounter situations where you need to recall it. Before you possess a true or false angel rank, this hypnotic effect won't be lifted. Lumion understood the reason and looked at the green gemstone again, allowing his mind to sink into it. When he came to his senses, the green gemstone had become ordinary, and he had forgotten part of his knowledge. But it's still worth quite a bit of money. Lumion put away the green gemstone and said to the doll messenger still lingering over the desk, "See you next time." The doll messenger waved in response. "See you next time." Leaving the room, Lumion said to Franca, Jenna, Ludwig, and others, "We're going back to Trier now." Inside the newly rented apartment of Lumion and others on Rue de la Gauche in Quartier de l'Observatoire. "We're going to the catacombs now," Lumion said to Jenna and Franca in the living room. After glancing out the window at the passing carriages, bicycles, and various mechanical creations, before Franca contacted the Demoness of Black again, he wanted to get more intelligence from Crismona's shadow to guard against possible accidents. This required Jenna to advance to Demoness of Affliction at the Sacrificial Square on the 3rd level of the catacombs. Jenna looked at the black cloak Lumion was wearing and asked carefully, "Do you need to change your clothes underneath?" At least that would make you more comfortable. Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Okay." Now it was Jenna's turn to be surprised. She had thought Lumion would be more resistant and would need to be persuaded with sufficient reasons. Franca was equally astonished. When she had drunk the witch potion, she hadn't accepted such things so quickly. Her lake blue eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly made some guesses, her emotions becoming rather complex. Except for height, Lumion's figure was now similar to Jenna's. After receiving a few pieces of clothing from her, he walked into the bedroom, not completely letting go despite the more intimate relationship between the three of them. Seeing this, Jenna vaguely understood and turned her head to look at Franca. "Sigh." Franca sighed. Jenna followed by pursing her lips. Soon after, Lumion came out, wearing the linen men's shirt and dark trousers with a spirited and dashing air. Franca looked him over and said, "You're too tall. You'll need to find a tailor to make custom-fitted women's clothes." Lumion tersely acknowledged and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room, looking at himself with his black hair simply tied back. The stunningly beautiful yet cold expressionless woman in the reflection made him feel a moment of disorientation. He unconsciously reached into the traveler's bag and took out the lie earring. His right hand hovered in midair, not immediately putting on the earring. Franca quickly stepped forward, trying to make her tone sound natural. "I don't think you should force it now. The premise for Aurora's true resurrection is that you always maintain your sense of self and reach the top of the two calamity pathways. During this process, the fragments of her soul should gradually revive according to your progress. You don't need to deliberately act or imitate her. Moreover, Madame Magician guesses that the key part of Aurora's resurrection lies with the demoness of unaging. It may not be a good thing for you to let her manifest in you now, just like switching to an adjacent pathway before the sequence for node." Jenna also said in a soft voice, "Yes. I don't know if your sister ever taught you this phrase, too much of a good thing. It means that even good things can become bad if taken to excess," Franca added. Lumion was silent for a moment, then put the lie earring back into the traveler's bag. Franca quietly let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Do you need a hat with a veil, or will you continue to wear the cloak? Looking like this, you'll quickly become the center of attention for everyone on the street." As fellow demonesses, she and Jenna both had deep experience with similar situations, and Lumion was now a demoness with godhood. Lumion picked up the cloak draped over the back of a nearby chair and put it on again. As the hood gradually covered his delicate and fine features and simply tied black hair, Lumion turned around and walked towards the door. Jenna put on a round lady's hat with a black veil hanging down, while Franca prepared a baseball cap for herself, lowering the brim. On the third level of the catacombs inside the sacrificial square, Lumion threw out several mirrors, setting up a mirror maze. This way, even if other people came to this level to explore an adventure, they wouldn't be able to see the three demonesses and their companions, and would pass through normally. As Jenna adjusted her state and prepared the potion, Franca looked towards the boundary of the maze, which showed no sign of abnormality, and exclaimed in admiration, "As expected of a demigod. Even though I know the real surrounding area has been hidden by a mirror maze, I can't see any problems at all." In comparison, her own mirror maze couldn't achieve this level. Before Lumion could respond, she asked curiously, "When do you plan to give Voisin Sanson's corpse to Ludwig?" After Voisin Sanson's death, because he had already been deeply corrupted by the power of inevitability, and continuing to stay in the special mirror world was quite dangerous, Lumion and the others didn't channel his spirit, but only took away his corpse. Lumion thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "There's no rush. By stringing him along bit by bit, perhaps the ritual to advance to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway will also require team cooperation. Having an angel team member like this could greatly reduce the number requirement. Besides, whether it's you digesting the remaining affliction potion or Jenna digesting the affliction potion, we can make use of Ludwig. If we give him all the benefits at once now, how can we make him reluctant to leave?" Seeing Lumion seriously considering returning to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway, Franca felt a wave of joy and was quite gratified, her arms involuntarily swaying twice. Anthony is also about to become Sequence 5, just waiting for the final ritual preparation, Lumion suddenly said. Ah! Franca was stunned for a moment. When did this happen? He told me yesterday. While you were advancing matters related to the Demoness sect, he was also completing Madame Justice's tasks. He's already established initial contact with the psychology alchemists and naturally received corresponding rewards. He's been applying his hypnosis ability all along, including helping me, and completed the digestion some time ago, Lumion briefly explained. What he currently needs is to go to the spirit world to contract a certain creature, gaining the characteristic of maintaining clarity in dreams. This can also be substituted by other methods, and Ludwig's dishes might be able to help. Franca smacked her lips. We haven't been caring enough about Anthony. For a spectator, he might not want you to care too much about him or pay attention to him. Lumion glanced at a corner of the mirror maze. Just like he's here now too, ready to placate Jenna immediately if the situation goes wrong. He's here too? Franca felt as if she had heard a ghost story. At this time, Jenna, who had already eaten the ice lemon fish fillet, had prepared the affliction potion, which was black-based with green foam on top. Lumion immediately raised both arms. Behind Jenna, a crystal-clear ice pillar with multiple protrusions rose from the ground, ready to serve as a stake. Then, Jenna handed the affliction potion to Lumion and climbed to the top of the ice pillar on her own, allowing Franca to tightly bind her body, restricting her movement. Bright white fire ravens lit up around Lumion. They circled and flew out, landing on Jenna's body surface. Jenna was quickly set on fire, her expression uncontrollably twisting. Lumion stepped on layers of frost-condensed stairs, coming to Jenna's front, and poured that bottle of potion into his companion's mouth. Jenna's mind began to blur, the pain in her body pulling at her, keeping her last bit of clarity. Lumion then floated lightly from the top of the frost stairs to the ground, focusing on sensing the surroundings. He was waiting for Crismona's shadow to arrive. Having lost Mr. Fool's seal, he currently couldn't enter the area around the Samaritan Women's Spring. Franca kept watching Jenna, seeing her skin quickly blacken, her face twist to deformation, contorted in pain, her teeth no longer able to bite, emitting painful sounds. This made Franca extremely distressed, seemingly more tormented than when she herself had performed this ritual. Suddenly, Lumion's light blue eyes first took on an iron-black color, then became silver-white with black. He felt that Crismona's shadow, or rather her residual consciousness, had descended within the mirror maze, yet he couldn't see her at all. Jenna's thoughts continued to drift, her sense of self gradually losing itself. She recalled the pain and joy of her time with Lumion, and also remembered the experience of helping Franca find pleasure and her inner emotions during that period. Addicted because of enjoyment, awakened because of pain. In this state, Jenna had no way of knowing whether she had been noticed by the primordial demoness. By the time she regained some of her thoughts, a sacred figure wearing a plain white robe, blurry and hard to see clearly, had appeared before her eyes. Lady Crismona, Jenna called out the other's name, and learning from last time's lesson, she quickly and directly asked, "Why does the primordial one hate pure females who walk the demoness pathway?" Crismona answered in an ethereal voice, "My mother hates those demonesses who don't experience the pain of gender change, and she's also guarding against them." "Why guard against them?" Jenna further inquired. Crismona spoke in an extremely hollow tone. "Pure female demonesses, after becoming angels, or perhaps after becoming demonesses of unaging, might encounter a very terrifying matter. They might overcome it or they might not. If they can't, it's a very big problem for my mother. She can't let it happen." Jenna was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "What about you?" Strands of blood color suddenly appeared on the surface of Crismona's blurry face. Her previously hollow voice suddenly carried a hint of suppression and pain. "So I died." Before the words faded, this former demoness of catastrophe, a true child of God, rapidly faded away. "What exactly is that terrifying matter?" Jenna rushed to ask. Crismona's shadow quickly dissipated, leaving only half a sentence. That mirror world. Jenna suddenly came to her senses, seeing the charred skin on her body surface falling off in pieces, while the ropes had been burned through at some unknown time. She immediately concealed her form and sought a corner to change her clothes. Phew! Seeing this, Franca instinctively let out the worry and torment pent up in her heart. At the same time, she seemed to hear Lumion also quietly let out a sigh of relief. After Jenna changed into her dress, she recounted in full her current state and the information she had just obtained from Crismona. She said with regret, "The time was still not enough. I could only see Lady Crismona for that very short period between fully enduring the potion and regaining complete consciousness. However, next time I'll be able to clearly ask what that terrifying matter is." Lumion looked around and said, "Just now I could only sense Crismona's residual consciousness appear, but I couldn't directly see or make contact with her. This may be because she is one with the seal of the catacombs itself, or because she possesses some special quality that allows her to exert more precise influence on demonesses." "I think it's all of the above," Franca said to Jenna with considerable concern. "I always thought the greatest danger for female demonesses was the primordial one's hatred, that we would be interfered with during advancement, and even if we could struggle through, we would be hunted down by the demoness sect afterwards. I didn't expect there was also this hidden problem. The terrifying matter Crismona spoke of even makes the primordial demoness wary. It's very likely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world. Do you want to consider switching to the hunter pathway, then jumping back to the demoness pathway later?" Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "I want to wait until I understand what that terrifying matter is before deciding whether or not to abandon my identity as a pure female demoness." After Lumion's experience, she actually wasn't as averse to changing gender for just a period of time rather than permanently. Jenna paused, then said with a self-deprecating smile that was half sighing and half intended to comfort Lumion, "I've lived in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and the Market District for so many years, and I've seen many tragic things. One thing I've learned is that if you don't even have value to be used by others, it's very difficult to break free from the mire. As a pure female demoness, possibly linked to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world, this is the key reason I was able to receive a warning from Lady Crismona, and later unable to join the demoness sect if I want to digest potions faster, advance better, resist the tendency towards madness and loss of control, and truly possess the ability to protect family and friends. This should also be a very important factor. There will always be high-level figures who want to use female demonesses to do certain things, to touch the deepest secrets of the special mirror world. So they'll need to give me certain benefits. Relying on the major arcana card holders is one way, but it can't be the only way." Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Before encountering that terrifying matter, you should still have opportunities to question Crismona's shadow. We'll decide whether or not to take the risk after we understand the nature of the problem." "Right," Franca agreed with Lumion. "When advancing to Demoness of Despair, you should be able to contact Crismona once more. Anyway, that terrifying matter won't appear until at least the Demoness of Unaging stage." Lumion, wearing a black cloak and holding a white candle, shook his head. "This is the last option. We can't assume Crismona is necessarily good and telling the whole truth. Perhaps pure female demonesses encounter that matter at the Demoness of Despair stage, and Crismona is waiting for this accident. The opportunity I'm talking about is that in a few days, we should be able to enter Mr. Fool's dream, with a good chance of being imbued with Mr. Fool's aura. That way, we can pass through the seal and directly face Crismona's shadow near the Samaritan Women's Spring. Moreover, the most acceptable method for the Demoness of Despair ritual currently is to go to Morora, which definitely won't allow time to return to Trier and advance here." Lumion continued with very clear reasoning. "There's another method using those mirror people in the special mirror world as ritual objects, but this is only suitable for Franca. If Jenna, as a female demoness, were to use this method to complete the ritual, it might cause that terrifying matter to arrive prematurely. After all, it was very closely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world." Both Jenna and Franca agreed with Lumion's explanation. Lumion called out to Anthony standing in the corner, dispelled the mirror maze, retrieved the mirrors, and holding a burning white candle, headed towards the upper levels of the catacombs. Franca walked alongside him and said after some thought, "By the way, the despair potion you drank should include portions from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, right? When I was considering switching to the Hunter pathway before, I consulted Madame Judgment about related matters. She said one issue with switching to adjacent pathways is that all the preceding potions have to be fully digested. Otherwise, it will affect one's state and significantly increase risks for future advancements. This is unlike advancing within the same pathway, where the mental and spiritual state has already been adjusted to suit digestion of preceding potions, so it doesn't take long to stabilize one's condition." Lumion chuckled softly, seeming to bring a touch of color to the dark and gloomy catacombs. "I've already digested most of the despair potion. Given my mental and spiritual state then and afterwards, affliction isn't a concern. It's very compatible and took just a few days to digest. The same goes for pleasure. My experiences during that period changed my mental and spiritual state, and we even had that experience that very morning. So it's not like my state gradually reverted back due to being away from that condition for too long. This doesn't need to be specially digested again. Instigator is similar. Don't you often say I'm an excellent instigator? Comparatively, I've been more engaged in direct combat and killing enemies recently. Using fate exchange to harm targets was just one of my methods before, not the main approach. So I'll need to seriously act and digest the assassin and witch potions once. But as they're in the minority now, they can't really affect my state much and are more of a hidden danger for future advancements." "I see." Franca nodded, not saying anything more. Afterwards, since Jenna needed to go back to rest, stabilize her condition, and contain the spillover effects of the potion, only Lumion and Franca took a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage to Rue Orosai in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. Before going to Trocadero to find the Demoness of Black, they planned to return to their originally rented apartment to see if the Demoness of Black had sought out Franca and left any messages. As for choosing a rental carriage instead of public transport or the metro, it was because the two demonesses, even wearing hats and loose clothing, would inevitably encounter some harassment incidents. Although Franca and Lumion weren't afraid, they felt there was no need to make themselves uncomfortable. They weren't the type of demonesses who played extremely extreme roles. Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative were adjacent. So it didn't take long for the two demonesses to return to apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai and open the door. Although they had only been gone for a few days, and Franca hadn't even had time to tell the landlord about ending the lease early and not needing the deposit back, when they saw the interior layout and the armchair, they felt as if an era had passed. Various memories flashed through Franca's mind. At times she felt sweet. At times she couldn't help but silently sigh. After Lumion concealed himself and hid, Franca entered the room alone, closed the wooden door, and carefully examined every detail of the place, focusing on all items with glass mirror surfaces. "No messages, no traces, but I feel like someone's been here," Franca muttered to herself as she withdrew her palm from the full-length mirror in the living room. She turned around and walked towards the master bedroom. At that moment, the full-length mirror suddenly became dim, as if it had been placed in a lightless environment. In this dimness, a figure was quickly outlined. She wore a black court dress, her black hair neatly coiled up, lightly covered by a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her indescribably beautiful face was slightly pale, her deep gray eyes misty like smoky rain, emitting a noticeable brightness, naturally exuding a pitiable quality. This was the Demoness of Black, Clarice. At this moment, the Demoness of Black's face was expressionless, her deep gray eyes reflecting the tall, soft silhouette of Franca's back. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly, and a few naturally falling strands of her hair drilled out from the mirror into the outside world, extending silently towards Franca's back as if they had a life of their own. Franca suddenly received a warning from her companion. Without thinking, she actively triggered mirror substitution. The next second, her body was touched by those few strands of black hair. First, it turned into a mirror, then became grayish-white, and fell to the ground with a thud. The mirror had become stone. Almost simultaneously, the demoness of black Clarice in the full-length mirror saw a figure leap down from above. That figure wore a black cloak, with light blue eyes, pale lips, a clean and elegant face, stunningly beautiful features, a cold and calm expression, standing over 1.8 meters tall, body slightly bent, both hands holding a huge iron-black straight sword. That huge straight sword burned with intense white-blue flames, slamming onto the ground with a bang. This didn't shatter or pierce the floor, but hit an invisible barrier. As the entire space gently shook, it triggered a fierce fire snake of intense white-blue, rapidly pouncing towards that full-length mirror, igniting the tea table and wooden boards along the way, quickly reducing them to ashes. Bottle of fiction. When the demoness of black's hair strands stabbed out from the mirror, Lumion was already prepared to act to save Franca. He hadn't expected the demoness of black to be so direct and decisive in trying to petrify Franca without saying a word, but this didn't hinder him from following his combat instincts and quickly responding. The demoness of black in the full-length mirror still had that pitiable appearance, but her eyes reflecting Lumion's figure suddenly became covered with a layer of grayish-white, cold color. The demoness of black slightly raised her chin and let out a piercing shriek. Invisible sound waves instantly caused the mirror to take on a grayish-white, dim color. Along with this, Clarice's hair broke free from its constraints, knocking off her hat and floating upwards. Each strand became thick, as if carved from stone. This grayish-white spread out from the full-length mirror, causing the intense white-blue fire snake that had rushed to the mirror's front to freeze in place, turning into a statue. It failed to explode the mirror as Lumion had expected, destroying the demoness of black's medium for interfering with the interior of the bottle of fiction. The grayish-white created by Clarice continued to spread, like surging tides, quickly engulfing the nearby armchair, sofa set and cabinets, causing them to lose their luster, take on a grayish-white color, and appear much harder. This grayish-white tide rapidly covered the entire room, enveloping both Lumion and Franca. Under the constraints of the bottle of fiction, facing such a wide-range attack, mirror substitution seemed to have lost its effect, because after using a substitute, one would still appear in a petrifying area. The next second, Lumion and Franca, covered in thick dust-like particles, regressed into grayish-white stone mirrors, but their figures did not appear anywhere within the bottle of fiction. The bottle of fiction itself seemed to have undergone petrification, turning into a grayish-white, completely sealed cage. Seeing this scene, the demoness of black in the full-length mirror murmured to herself, "Did they escape?" The current situation indicated that Lumion, relying on the abilities of a demoness of despair, and Franca, using the power of the ice amulet, had managed to hide in a mirror just before being petrified, then traversed and escaped. The current problem was that, given the demoness of black's control over the mirror world, she could easily intercept the two in some illusory, dark tunnel, but she hadn't sensed any movement. At this moment, the demoness of black Clarice received a warning from her spirituality and suddenly turned around, casting her gaze towards the dense, illusory spider web behind her. In one of those dim, unreal tunnels, Lumion, wearing a black cloak and very tall, held up an exaggeratedly shaped iron-black straight sword with one hand, descending from above to slash at the demoness of black. Escape? Someone holding the sword of courage wouldn't consider this option. If they were to escape, it would be using the retreat as a feint for advancing by setting a trap. The intense white-blue flames on the sword of courage instantly surged into intense black, like boiling pitch, carrying the violence and madness to destroy all things, spirit and flesh. Simultaneously, Lumion's naturally hanging left palm imperceptibly pressed towards the demoness of black from a distance. On his wrist, which was like a work of art, he wore a silver white and black bracelet that looked cheap. His crystal-clear, light blue eyes took on a silver-black hue. Boom! The black flames, suppressing intensity and madness, exploded in mid-air. Fierce shock waves carrying countless black fires surged towards the demoness of black Clarice. This ageless demoness didn't use petrification to respond. Her body rapidly thinned and shrank, flashing a faint light. She became a mirror. Crack! That mirror shattered in the explosion, its spirituality completely exhausted in the black flames. The fire of destruction mixed in the terrifying explosion further engulfed the entire area behind the mirror, extinguishing all signs of life. But when the fire of destruction extinguished and the explosion's aftermath ended, the figure of the demoness of black outlined in one corner of the void black area behind the mirror. She seemed able to control the timing of her return to reality after using mirror substitution, avoiding appearing in the fire while the fire of destruction was still burning. Suddenly, behind the demoness of black, a mirror hidden in the darkness appeared. It directly reflected Clarice's figure, and in the mirror was also Lumion, his clean face tinged with a dark hue from the remaining firelight. Mirror projection. As soon as this Lumion appeared, he immediately transformed into quiet, evil black flames, enveloping the demoness of black's figure in the mirror. Only at this moment did the demoness of black seem to sense the danger, actively using mirror substitution. But she was still a beat too slow. Her appearance in this corner, in front of this mirror with Lumion's mirror projection, wasn't coincidental, but a carefully designed outcome. Lumion's earlier apparent frontal attack with the Sword of Courage was actually focused on his left palm that wasn't holding the sword. He wore the Circle of Binding to elevate his ability to compelling fate to sequence 4 level. And he had just consumed nearly a third of his spirituality to make the fate of where the demoness of black would appear after using mirror substitution predetermined, making the corresponding tributary become part of the mainstream. Thus, the demoness of black, actively, walked into the trap, standing in front of the mirror with Lumion's mirror projection. At the same time, to prevent the demoness of black from detecting the danger in time, Lumion had, on one hand, applied anti-divination treatment to that mirror before launching the attack, and on the other hand, deliberately let the fire of destruction cover the entire area behind the mirror, making every corner look like there was no ambush. Even if there was, it would obviously be destroyed by the fire of destruction. But in reality, relying on his precision ability, he had covertly made some fire of destruction bypass the pre-placed mirror. Under these various schemes, the demoness of black failed to use mirror substitution before Lumion's mirror projection launched the demoness curse. The demoness of black's deep gray eyes, seemingly hiding rain and mist, suddenly widened, and quiet, evil black flames burst forth from within her body. These black flames burned fiercely, quickly igniting the soul of the demoness of black Clarice, accompanied by a silent explosion. Curse plus cull. Crack, crack, the figure of the demoness of black kept flashing, turning into mirror after mirror. Those mirrors successively lost their luster, becoming dim, but unable to extinguish the black flames burning the demoness of black from the inside out. After a few seconds, the demoness of black Clarice, too weak to use mirror substitution, saw Lumion's figure walk up to her. This beautiful girl wearing a black cloak, making her face appear even fairer, raised the huge straight sword burning with intense white-blue flames. That iron-black giant sword came down with a thunderous sound, chopping at the demoness of black's neck. Boom! This pitiable lady was torn to pieces, scattering around in the form of corpse pieces carrying black flames. Franca's figure returned from another void dark tunnel, looking at the large number of corpse pieces on the ground, and said with a stunned expression, "Is it resolved just like that?" This was the demoness of black, a demoness titled by color. Previously, Franca had only hoped that Lumion could briefly suppress the demoness of black, not giving Clarice a chance to interfere with her action of escaping through the mirror world. If she successfully escaped, it would be much easier for Lumion, as a sequence for demigod, to disengage from the battle afterwards. Of course, Franca would inevitably hope to find an opportunity to use the certain death effect of the inevitable gun to accomplish the feat of slaying a demigod. If that failed, she could still use sure hit plus impregnating bullet to give Lumion a chance to destroy the enemy. Lumion didn't put away the Sword of Courage, staring at the still burning corpse pieces and said carefully. She showed sequence 3 level in some abilities, but overall seemed stiff and inexperienced. Not only did she not seem like an experienced demoness of unaging, but she also seemed a bit weaker than a normal demoness of despair. She didn't even notice when I was placing mirrors while invisible. Before Lumion finished speaking, as the demoness black flames finished burning, Those corpse pieces began to fade, gradually dissolving, as if returning to formlessness. Not the normal demoness of black. Franca quickly made a judgment. This also means we have no spoils, Lumion laughed, saying to Franca, who had already used up the last mirror traversal ability of the ice amulet. Let's return to the real world first, and I'll come back later to check what's left in the end. Franca understood that Lumion was worried that the abnormal state of the demoness of black might lead to a corpse transformation or bring other accidents. If only he came to check, it would be much safer. Without being reckless, Franca pressed her hand behind the mirror, leaving this area and returning with Lumion to the living room of apartment 702. Everything here had turned to stone, and with the removal of the bottle of fiction, grayish-white powder fell like rain. Franca covered her mouth and nose, muttering, "This is severe pollution." She reached into the traveler's bag, intending to take out the remaining Vril d'Or and leave it here as compensation for the damaged furniture. At this moment, Lumion suddenly had a premonition. His figure disappeared in an instant, melting into the shadows, hiding in the bedroom where Jenna had originally lived. The next second, Franca also sensed something with her spirituality, casting her gaze towards the glass window that had been protected by the bottle of fiction and had not yet petrified. The left part of the double-opening glass window suddenly darkened, quickly outlining a figure as if reflecting an image on water. That figure wore a black, elegant court dress, with black hair coiled up, wearing a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her face was indescribably beautiful, her deep gray eyes bright but revealing undisguisable sorrow, her red lips slightly curved, her chin beautifully arched. Not only men but also women who saw her would instinctively feel pity. Demoness of black. Demoness of black Clarice. At this moment, Franca was a bit stunned. Did the demoness of black get reanimated? No, even if it was a reanimation, it should have appeared on the full-length mirror in the living room. If it isn't reanimation, who is this now, and who was that earlier? As Franca's mind instantly tensed, the demoness of black on the glass window gently nodded and asked in a soft voice, "What exactly happened a few days ago that made you only return now? This attitude. It's very amiable." Franca, who had initially thought of drawing her gun and attacking, suddenly felt confused. Seeing that the demoness of black had no immediate intention to attack her, and didn't seem to be secretly releasing plague, Franca steadied herself and began reciting her pre-rehearsed words. That day, Lumion suddenly said that the Rose School of Thought had brought a very important item to Trier, which could potentially cause chaos and affect us, so we needed to quickly move to another safe house. This time, Franca pushed all the problems and abnormalities onto Lumion, saying she didn't know why this lover she met through the Iron and Blood Cross Order was hiding so many secrets. Despite not being very powerful, he seemed to have a very high status, to the extent that after a dazzling light suddenly burst in the sky over Trier, it attracted the attack of 2 bestowed demigods. Franca truthfully recounted her role in the subsequent battle, only omitting Jenna's abilities and Anthony's revolver. Finally, she said, at the most critical moment, Lumion came back. He had actually become a demoness of despair and quickly killed Higdon, then dealt with Voisin Sanson. And then? The demoness of black in the glass window asked. She left, Franca answered simply, without further explanation. She originally felt that although her description was reasonably fabricated, as someone who wasn't a descendant of the demoness family, with an origin that only seemed clear, having long shared a bed with someone carrying many secrets and special qualities, experiencing many things together, was inherently suspicious. Who could guarantee she hadn't developed some issues because of this? After the brief battle earlier, she had completely lost confidence in her ability to deceive the demoness of black, and was merely giving her a reason to pretend. Lumion Lee indeed has quite a few issues. Once exposed, he certainly wouldn't dare stay here anymore, the demoness of black said in a very calm tone. Then, she chuckled softly. The only pity is that you've lost the most valiant lover below demigod level. The few times I came to look, you were always enjoying yourself immensely. It was enviable. Franca was stunned for a moment, instinctively cursing in her heart. Damn it. When did she see that? Wasn't there a bottle of fiction? Thinking about the demoness of black seeing her in that state, her face nearly turned green. She carefully recalled and realized this couldn't really be blamed on Lumion. It was all her own doing. After the first 2 or 3 times, she had gotten used to it and found an entertaining point, which was to tease and charm Lumion until he became urgent, to the point where even the ascetic couldn't remind him to create the bottle of fiction. What is this called? It's called bringing a calamity upon oneself. I hope the demoness of black hadn't seen what I did later to digest the affliction potion. I hope, Mr. Fool, please protect your devout believer from social death. Franca laughed dryly. Indeed, he was much more impressive than I had anticipated, but I don't want to mention him anymore. No, her. This bastard not only kept so many secrets from me, but also seduced my other lover Jenna, cuckolding me. I've even digested half of the affliction potion because of this. She was laying the groundwork for her rapid digestion of the affliction potion. Of course, as said before, giving the demoness of black a reason to keep pretending. There was such a thing? The demoness of black's face, white to the point of slight transparency, revealed a slight smile, as if she had long guessed that a sequence 5 beyonder of the manly pathway like Lumion Lee, frequently in contact with Franca's female lover, would inevitably have a day when he couldn't resist. Yes, Franca dug up her true feelings from that time and gritted her teeth. You didn't cut off his thing, or force-feed him a potion from the demoness pathway? The demoness of black relaxed her expression, rarely making a joke. Well, his sequence is too high, you couldn't make him advance to become a demoness of despair. Among my lovers, if any male lover is destined to become a demoness, I don't mind him sleeping with my female lovers, since he'll lose it sooner or later and become a female lover. If I hadn't originally planned for him to walk the demoness pathway, I would have let him know what pain really is. You real demonesses sure play a perverted game, Franca inwardly criticized before saying, I initially had thoughts of revenge, but later gave up. As an adult, I don't make choices. I take everything. At this point, Franca deliberately hesitated. Moreover, I sensed some issues at the time. He seemed to have a false high status, and torturing him would make my affliction potion digest rapidly. But before I could probe the real reason, everything exploded. The demoness of black nodded slightly, looking at Franca with an appreciative gaze for 2 seconds. No wonder you played that kind of game. It's very interesting, very suitable for a demoness. Franca's toes were already constantly scratching the ground inside her boots. However, your endurance isn't too good, the demoness of black said in an instructive tone. Franca smiled sheepishly and said, I only made him endure, not myself. Endurance is also a form of pain. This would allow you to digest the potion from another aspect, the demoness of black said seriously, suppressing the smile on her face. That's true. Franca blinked her eyes. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Otherwise, I would have completely digested the affliction potion by now. I was too focused on having fun. But Beyonders can't think about acting every moment, right? One needs to learn to relax, to learn to use pure entertainment to relieve mental pressure and accumulated tendencies towards losing control. Franca really didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic, so she took the initiative to say, but I'll be able to completely digest the affliction potion in at most 2 or 3 weeks. She had recently been recalling previously learned knowledge, purchasing general-purpose textbooks, and trying to create exam papers for Ludwig. She believed that just once would be enough to achieve her goal. This would only take a few days. The demoness of black didn't mention anything about subsequent advancement, which Franca didn't find strange. Her current self was highly suspicious, and if the demoness of black were to promise to provide the formula and ingredients for the demoness of despair, it would mean that the subsequent arrangements would inevitably involve very dangerous traps. What a situation this is. I know I'm lying, the demoness of black knows I'm lying, and I also know that the demoness of black knows I'm lying. Franca sighed inwardly, and according to the demoness of black's questions, she detailed Lumion's appearance and abilities after he became a demoness of despair. The demoness of black listened quietly, then suddenly walked out of the glass window into the grayish-white dominated living room. Seeing this, Alarm bells immediately rang in Franca's heart. The current situation was clearly the result of petrification, an ability unique to high-ranking members of the Demoness pathway. Yet the Demoness of Black hadn't asked a single question about what had happened. The Demoness of Black looked at Franca, her lips gently blossoming into a smile that seemed to cast a glow over the stone room. Franca found herself uncontrollably drawn in, completely unable to look away. The Demoness of Black extended her right hand and said in a gentle voice, "You only have one lover left now, but you can become my lover." Franca suddenly felt that the Demoness of Black was filled with a sacred aura, making her want to protect and also ravish her. Then, a watery gleam appeared in the Demoness of Black's eyes, taking on a soft and sorrowful quality that made Franca want to merge with her out of pity. The Demoness of Black walked step by step towards Franca, her right hand still extended, like a queen waiting for her knight to kiss it. Franca was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong desire to conquer. In this way, the Demoness of Black continuously changed her aura, as if searching for the one that would most captivate Franca. Franca's breathing had already become belabored, and she instinctively blurted out, "No need." This sentence was like a spell, instantly dispelling the current romantic atmosphere. The Demoness of Black returned to her original appearance, stopping just 2 steps away from Franca. "Give me a reason," the Demoness of Black asked very calmly, showing no signs of disappointment or anger. Franca's cheeks had become flushed at some point, her body trembling slightly, as if that refusal had used up all her strength. Her mind raced, quickly finding a very good reason. "Madam, you said that endurance is also a form of pain. I want to take the opportunity of losing a lover to practice abstinence for a while, to accelerate the complete digestion of the affliction potion." A faint smile reappeared on the Demoness of Black's face. "Your willpower is stronger than I expected. Although I wasn't using my full charm on you just now, the fact that you could still refuse my proposal without me deliberately suppressing the charm shows that your willpower is among the best among Sequence 5 Beyonders. Is that so? What was I thinking of that made me refuse such a great temptation?" Franca recalled, her expression changing slightly. At that moment she had thought of Jenna, and also of Lumion. This both surprised and didn't surprise her. The lack of surprise referred to thinking of Jenna at the critical moment of being charmed, while the surprise was that she had also thought of Lumion. The Demoness of Black looked around and said, "I'll wait for you to completely digest the affliction potion. During this time, I have a task for you. Make contact with the core members of the Emperor Party. You should have heard the voice saying your Emperor has returned that day. Those fantasists who worship Roselle and want to restore the Empire seem to have new ideas because of this. Perhaps we can use them to do something. The specific situation will be told to you by Nikki A. She was originally a spy employed by the government, specifically monitoring the Emperor Party. She has just become a witch not long ago. This is her contact information. If you want to obtain the formula and ingredients for the Demoness of Despair from me, you need to make good contributions to the sect." Franca took the paper handed over by the Demoness of Black and sincerely responded, "Yes, Madame Clarice." The Demoness of Black didn't say anything more. Layers of dark spaces appeared in her eyes. Her figure then disappeared from the room. She hadn't mentioned a single word about the complete grayish-white state of the scene. Not long after, Lumion walked out of Jenna's bedroom, grabbed Franca's arm, and entered the full-length mirror in the living room. The corpse pieces of the Demoness of Black in the area behind the mirror had completely disappeared. Lumion didn't rely entirely on his spirituality, but carefully searched the area behind the mirror, finding nothing. Could this have been the Demoness of Black's mirror person? Franca asked doubtfully. The Demoness of Black's mirror person shouldn't be this weak. Lumion shook his head. The two tried using magic mirror divination, but received no effective revelation. Should we try asking the one with the most accurate divination results? Franca suggested, barely concealing her fear and aversion. After pondering for a moment, Lumion said, "Let's wait until we've consulted Madame Magician and the others before considering that option. Perhaps Madame Magician could learn from the spirit world what exactly the dead Demoness of Black was." Franca sighed in relief, turning her gaze to the mirror exit, saying with lingering fear, "Just now, the demoness of black, completely ignoring the petrified state of the room, nearly scared me to death. Such a glaring anomaly was right in front of her eyes. Yet she acted as if she were blind. She could have at least pretended to notice. Even though I knew the reason I gave wouldn't convince you, I still acted professionally until the end. Didn't I?" Lumion pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps she really didn't notice. You're even better at telling horror stories than I am." Franca shuddered. "It's possible that the death of this demoness of black will lead to a partial loss of sensory or spiritual perception in the real demoness of black, making her unable to perceive corresponding signs for a short time." Lumion speculated thoughtfully. Franca nodded pensively. "So you're saying the demoness of black you killed was a part of the real demoness of black? Split off for unknown reasons? If we could master all the mystical knowledge related to the demoness of unaging, we should be able to find the answer to this question," Lumion affirmed. "Not necessarily," Franca refuted, her thoughts jumping as usual. "Maybe this isn't a characteristic of the demoness of unaging, but rather a peculiarity of the demoness of black herself. Didn't you say her position and role in the demoness sect don't quite match her sequence?" "That's a possibility," Lumion agreed with Franca's statement. "Whether it's you or me and Jenna, if we want to go further on the demoness pathway in the future, these secrets are something we must understand and master. This is also why we can't bypass the demoness sect and must interact with them. But I want to switch to Hunter in the future. Well, sequence 4 has to be demoness of despair, and maybe by sequence 3 I can leave the demoness sect. But the demoness of unaging sounds very appealing. Eternally youthful, hard to kill, skilled at resurrection. Basically both tenacious and long-lived, without aging. Switch pathways at sequence 2? But becoming an angel is certainly very difficult. I only know of Madame Magician among the angels in the major arcana." Franca hesitated and struggled internally. She glanced at Lumion, suddenly grinning and saying, "I resisted the demoness of black's charm just now." Her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be saying, "Praise me quickly." Lumion glanced at her. "I remember when I first met you. You were mature, dashing, charming, and had determination. You were a reliable older sister. But now—" "No, a reliable older brother," Franca instinctively retorted. "Everyone has different facets. Can you act the same way with strangers as you do with brothers you can entrust your life to? Can you handle daily trivial matters in the same style as sudden crises? That would be exhausting." She became smug again. That was a sequence 3 demoness of unaging. Although she didn't directly use charm, just based on her beauty, the innate allure of a high-sequence demoness, and her constantly changing aura, not many men could refuse her. "But I did it." Lumion walked towards the dark exit leading back to the living room, casually saying, "Being able to refuse is a good thing. Although becoming the demoness of black's lover would indeed allow you to enjoy the body of a high-sequence demoness and the pleasure she brings, and gradually gain her true trust, it would also make you gradually become addicted, ultimately unable to extricate yourself, becoming twisted and corrupted, abandoning everything you originally valued." "Right?" Franca responded instinctively, then grabbed her ponytail and said, "That's not the point. Do you know why I was able to refuse the demoness of black's proposal?" "You thought of Jenna at that moment?" Lumion pondered briefly. Franca nodded with satisfaction, speaking in a tone that suggested her bro understood her best. "That's right." Lumion didn't ask for details and continued forward, preparing to return to the real world. At this moment Franca, both struck by inspiration and suddenly impulsive, added, "I also thought of you." As soon as the words left her mouth, the demoness of affliction froze, as if struck by lightning. Damn it, why did I say that out loud? Franca instantly wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. At the same time, she quickly examined her previous state to determine if she had been manipulated or if it was truly a moment of impulse. Seeing Lumion stop in his tracks, his expression becoming somewhat complicated, Franca finally confirmed that it was her spirituality's inspiration that made her impulsive, making her try this. Just as Jenna had said before, Lumion needed to clearly know that he as a person was still valued, liked, and needed. Since I've already said it, I might as well continue. Franca looked at the dazed Lumion, deliberately using a stubborn tone. I don't know why I thought of you at that moment either. I thought we only had a purely physical relationship. Maybe it's because you were watching from the guest room. This made Lumion instinctively scoff, as if wanting to refute. He didn't say similar words, instead asking in a slightly lower voice, "What did you think about me?" "Damn it, you're really asking?" "Bro, who could say those things out loud?" While Franca was inwardly cursing, she smiled and looked Lumion up and down. "I don't know why, but I feel like you've become even more beautiful after coming into contact with the sealed artifact formed by Omabella's remains. You can even rival the Sequence 3 Demoness of Black now. Well, at least in one of her auras. Normally, beauty and prettiness couldn't be quantified and compared, but in the Demoness pathway, they could. Higher sequences would have more feminine charm than lower sequences, and were generally more beautiful, unless the lower sequence Demoness was originally very attractive or improved her appearance through other means, such as using the lie earring or coming into contact with the extreme corruption of beauty. Lumion satisfied both conditions. Without waiting for Lumion to respond, Franca deliberately sighed. "At that time, I should have recalled you, whose charm could rival the Demoness of Black, but strangely, I remembered the initial you who always liked to act tough, like a little brother. Maybe I didn't want to perform an improper act in front of a bro." After a few seconds, Lumion glanced at Franca. "Perhaps Jenna and I have also become your anchors." "Hey, don't say it so seriously and textbook-like." Franca grumbled, then asked, "The Demoness of Black asked me to contact the core members of the Emperor Party. Could there be any hidden risks? I thought she would make me deal with the special mirror world related. She doesn't seem to have withdrawn those tasks from earlier investigations of the mirror people. The Emperor Party's new scheme might be related to the special mirror world," Lumion said in a flat tone. "Ah." Franca looked puzzled. "How are these connected?" Lumion explained simply, "Have you forgotten who the leader of the mirror people is? The Mirror Emperor Roselle, the Emperor Party." "I understand now," Franca suddenly realized. She immediately looked Lumion up and down. "Why do I feel like you've become smarter?" "This is the result of blending the Demoness and Hunter pathways," Lumion said with a slight smirk. "Before, I used the Conspirer's ability to gather clues, study details, and deduce conclusions. Now, I first get some inspiration, come up with a few ideas, and then rely on Conspirer to analyze possibilities. This saves a lot of time. Just now, when the Demoness of Black mentioned the Emperor Party believing in Emperor Roselle and wanting to restore the Empire, I naturally associated it with the Mirror Roselle, and then connected the two." "You're making me want to switch pathways," Franca muttered as she followed Lumion back to the still grayish-white apartment 702. She took out 300 Vril d'Or from the traveler's bag and placed them under a small stone. This was compensation for the landlord. After doing this, Franca looked back at the full-length mirror with a slight grayish tint and said in a disappointed tone, "The mirror traversal ability of the ice amulet has been used up, and the Demoness of Black didn't give me another one. You'll have a new one soon, although it can only be used about 5 or 6 times," Lumion said seemingly casually. "What?" Franca looked at her companion in confusion. "Where is the new charm coming from?" Lumion pointed at himself. "From me. Have you forgotten that I'm a Demoness of Despair, and can make similar charms by praying to myself?" "Oh, right." Franca was a bit captivated by Lumion's tone and expression just now. Who could resist such a beautiful girl saying such things and making such gestures? As Lumion opened the door to leave, Franca suddenly realized. This guy's mood seems to have improved a bit. He can even occasionally answer my questions in a relatively light tone. Franca quickly caught up, her steps feeling light and airy. At night, in underground Trier, in a cavern of a certain quarry, Lumion and Ludwig watched as Anthony successfully summoned a human-headed bird demon in the name of Mr. Fool, but failed to gain its acknowledgement and successfully sign a contract. The human-headed bird demon, a creature from the spirit world, was part of the advancement ritual for Sequence 5 Dreamwalker of the Spectator Pathway. If you had summoned it through normal means, I could force it to sign a contract with you, Lumion casually remarked as he saw Anthony dissolve the wall of spirituality and walk out. But now it was summoned in the name of Mr. Fool, and both parties of the ritual were communicating in a peaceful state. Anthony agreed with a nod. But it won't respond to normal summoning methods. I plan to pray to Mr. Fool again next month, hoping to receive the protection of his angel. This is another method provided by Madame Justice, but such prayers should preferably be made after some time has passed. Next month, in a few more days we should be entering Mr. Fool's dream. Having a dreamwalker would be much better. Lumion's eyes shifted slightly as he turned his head to look at Ludwig beside him and asked, "Are there any ingredients that can help Anthony stay lucid in the dream, even if it's just for a short time?" Ludwig, dressed in children's formal wear, looked at the freshly cleaned altar and licked his lips somewhat regretfully, saying, "If we had caught that bird with a human head just now and stewed it together with a fat duck, we could have gained the ability to control our fear emotions in dreams, possibly gaining lucidity through fear." Additionally, the 7 or 8-year-old boy began counting on his fingers one by one. The gray beast from planet Darbilla, cooked by roasting, can prevent one from getting lost in most dreams for 7 days. The black dream taper, a spirit world creature that feeds on joy, happiness, excitement, desire, and other emotions in human dreams. Using its residual dust to make a cocktail can prevent the drinker from being deceived by the beauty of dreams, sinking into them, and refusing to wake up. At the same time, each time you drink that wine, you can clearly distinguish between reality and dreams for the next 10 days. The King of Nightmares, an angel-level creature that rules planet 4 Snake in the Y-star system. Eating its gallbladder directly can permanently gain the trait of dream lucidity. As Ludwig spoke, he grew hungrier and couldn't help but ask his now-female godfather for a few sandwich cookies to fill his stomach. After he finished listing the ingredients he could currently remember, Anthony pondered and said, "Perhaps I've encountered a black dream taper before." Seeing Lumion look at him, Anthony carefully said, "I met a patient at the psychiatric clinic a while ago. He had been having nightmares for 3 consecutive weeks, was mentally drained, emotionally numb, and very pessimistic. I tried regular psychological treatment on him and also attempted to solve the problem using beyonder abilities like hypnosis, but these only prevented him from having nightmares for 2 or 3 days before reverting back to his original state. I couldn't figure out why it failed before, but now I suspect he might have been targeted by a black dream taper." "Psychiatric clinic?" Lumion nodded while casually asking. Anthony briefly explained, "To join the psychology alchemists, one needs to fully integrate into the circle of psychiatrists. I'm now officially a practicing physician at a psychiatric clinic." Lumion made an affirmative sound and thoughtfully said, "The higher the sequence of new members, the less likely they are to be trusted by those secret organizations. Sequences 9 to 7 are still okay, within the realm of wild beyonders that ordinary people have a chance to reach. Sequence 6 is barely acceptable, but Sequence 5 involves rituals. Very few purely wild beyonders can reach this level. Aren't you worried that becoming a dreamwalker now will affect your subsequent joining of the psychology alchemists?" Lumion made an affirmative sound and thoughtfully said, "The higher the sequence of new members, the less likely they are to be trusted by those secret organizations. Sequences 9 to 7 are still okay, within the realm of wild beyonders that ordinary people have a chance to reach. Sequence 6 is barely acceptable, but Sequence 5 involves rituals. Very few purely wild beyonders can reach this level. Aren't you worried that becoming a dreamwalker now will affect your subsequent joining of the psychology alchemists?" Anthony smiled peacefully. "I bought the Dreamwalker potion formula and corresponding ingredients in batches from a member of the psychology alchemists. Madame Justice mainly provided financial rewards." "I see." Lumion turned to ask Ludwig, "What level of power does a black dream taper have approximately?" "The strong ones have weak godhood, while the weak ones are equivalent to Sequence 7, Ludwig said with an expectant look. "Going to the spirit world to find harpies or black dream tapers is not something we can accomplish. unless we ask Madam Magician or the Angel of the Holy Spirit who manages the spirit world on behalf of Mr. Fool for help," Lumion said to Anthony. "Do you have a way for me to enter that patient's dream? I want to confirm if it's a black dream taper and if there's a chance to capture it. I bought 2 dream entry charms from the psychology alchemists, and Madam Justice also gave me one," Anthony answered truthfully. Lumion smiled, pulling up his cloak to cover his face. "Then let's visit that patient tonight." Anthony suppressed the disappointment of having that extremely beautiful face hidden, nodded, and followed behind Lumion, who was holding Ludwig's hand, as they headed towards the surface. After walking several dozen meters, Ludwig turned his head to look at Lumion and said, "Mother!" He simply felt that since his godfather had become female, the address should be changed. "Mother!" Lumion's heart skipped a beat, and his voice became stern. "It's better you keep calling me Godfather." "Yes, Godfather," Ludwig readily agreed. "I've been having some bad premonitions lately." "Bad premonitions?" Lumion asked as if pondering. "About yourself or all of us?" Ludwig answered quite honestly, "About myself." Lumion nodded slightly and chuckled. "I think I know what it is. It's not a big problem. Just endure it and it will pass. When the time comes, you'll have the opportunity to accumulate contributions to exchange for different parts of a demigod-blessed's corpse." Ludwig's eyes immediately lit up, forgetting that his premonition was leaning towards bad. "All right, Godfather." In Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, on Rue du Chapeau Noir, inside an apartment with drawn curtains, Nicaea, nearly 1.7 meters tall, stood in front of a full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection. "My face is fair and clean, my brown hair naturally wavy and hanging loose, my brown eyes deep yet clear, my lips red and moist, slightly parted to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. My figure is curvy, neither too tall nor too short, just right. What an enchanting young lady." Nikiye gazed at herself in fascination, her right hand falling to her rosy lips, then slowly moving down towards her prominent chest. She hadn't expected that the beyond her power promised by that demoness would be obtained in this way. When she was immersed in and proud of the various abilities brought by the assassin potion, committing numerous crimes, her fate was already sealed. She was forced to drink the witch potion, becoming a woman, which strongly conflicted with and opposed her male identity of over 20 years. Now she seemed to be split into 2 people. One angry, in pain, wanting to take revenge on those demonesses and this world. The other conquered by her charming beauty, flawless figure, and a happiness different from before, falling in love with her current self, even wanting to drink higher sequence potions to make herself more perfect and charming. Suddenly, following her spiritual intuition, Nikiye lowered her hand from her chest and abruptly turned around, looking towards an armchair near the window. There was someone there who hadn't been there before. The person had their arms resting on both armrests, body comfortably leaning against the chair back. A faintly visible ponytail of flaxen-colored long hair, brown eyebrows flying into the temples bringing both heroic beauty and seeming to pierce into the hearts of all onlookers, while those seemingly clear and tranquil lake-colored eyes held depths, as if hiding many emotions and thoughts, making one want to use all their passion to explore. These features, along with the high and delicate nose, moist and rosy lips, smooth and slender neck, and the figure that made the lace flower shirt bulge, suddenly gave Nikiye an urge to submit and kiss the back of the other's hand. So beautiful as the few demonesses I've seen before, but with a different aura, a more attractive aura and facial details. Nikiye greedily looked at the beauty before her, surprisingly not questioning who the other was, nor making any defensive or attacking moves. Is this what a newly advanced witch is like? Franca, sitting in the armchair, silently shook her head. She had already sneaked into this room since Nikiye started admiring her mirror image, but Nikiye was so indulged in her own beauty that she completely failed to notice, even wanting to perform an intense act. Back then, when Franca drank the witch potion, she was also stunned by her own beauty, feeling it was the anima in her heart, the woman she had always dreamed of. Fortunately, her personality was very cheerful, and being a transmigrator who had already switched bodies once, she didn't reject her current female body or consider it as another person. So she was only a bit narcissistic, not to the extent of truly falling in love with her female self. After getting busy with the Tarot Club's tasks and meeting Jenna and Lumion, Franca's issues in this aspect became increasingly faint. However, being so beautiful, how could she not admire herself? Although she was sitting and Nicky was standing, Franca smiled with a condescending attitude. I don't know if the Demoness of Black has told you, but for a long time to come, you will be my subordinate. Madame Clarice mentioned it. You must be Madame Franca? Nicaea's gaze was still roaming over Franca's body, with an urge to tear off the other's clothes and beg for pleasure. But she looked at her own chest and felt a wave of sadness. She no longer had that ability now. Your vigilance is not high enough. If I were an enemy, you would have died several times already, Franca said, her red lips parting slightly. Mirror substitution is very important, but you can't rely on it completely. Nicky was first startled, then broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Madame Franca. Franca showed a slight smile, making Nicaea's eyes light up. Give me the information on the core members of the Emperor Party. Nicky nodded instinctively. Understood. She quickly walked towards the safe in the room. In the administrative district, on Rue Lviv, wearing cotton pajamas and sleep pants, Kuhl held a glass of red wine, sitting on the edge of the bed, reluctant to lie down and sleep for a long time. He knew it would be the beginning of another long torment and endless pain. Finally, he couldn't resist fatigue and sleepiness. After drinking that glass of red wine, he fell into a deep sleep. In the hazy dream, Kuhl was running, terrified to the point of near collapse, with a huge monster chasing him from behind. Ahead was a cliff and he didn't have time to stop, falling directly off it. If it were a normal dream, Kuhl would definitely wake up at this moment due to the free fall or directly switch scenes, but he didn't now. He crashed to the ground with a bang, seeing his body shattered into pieces everywhere in indescribable pain. He let out a shrill scream. At this moment, a bear-like shadow walked out of the darkness and began to lick the brain matter that had splattered out of Kuhl, causing him to freeze, feeling even more pain and fear. Suddenly, he saw the crimson moon rise in the sky, and a slender figure carrying a huge iron-black straight sword descended from the heavens. The figure's hood was flipped up, black long hair illuminated by the crimson moon, as if in a dream, seeming to pierce directly into the moon. When Lumion saw the bear-like shadow, he immediately confirmed it was a black dream taper based on his spiritual intuition. He instantly drew the sword of courage, and under the illumination of the crimson moon in the dream, jumped down from the cliff top. The hood attached to his cloak flipped up, revealing black long hair, delicate features, and light blue yet deep eyes. Boom! Intense white-blue flames pinned the black bear-like shadow to the ground, blasting it into pieces. Those shadow fragments quickly scattered and recombined into the shape of a taper in the distance. This wasn't a real dream. Most damage couldn't be reflected on the physical body, so it couldn't cause direct death, at most causing mental damage and turning one into a vegetable. The bear-like black dream taper turned towards Lumion and let out a low growl. With this growl, the scenery around Lumion changed, transforming from the primitive forest at the bottom of the cliff to Cordu under blue skies and white clouds, near green grasslands. Lumion returned to Old Tavern, with a glass of absinthe floating with a dreamlike green color in front of him, surrounded by many Guillaumes and Pierres. They were telling crude jokes and slandering people from other villages. The familiar scent of alcohol pierced Lumion's nostrils. Outside the tavern window, Aurora's house was magically reflected, with a figure in a light blue dress and thick golden hair sitting on the roof, hugging her knees and gazing at the sky. One of the black dream taper's abilities was to use the happy, joyful, and pleasant emotions it had absorbed to trap its target in the most nostalgic and beautiful scene, making it difficult to break free. Seeing the female figure holding the iron-black giant sword freeze, the black dream taper ran over on all fours. It wanted to devour this entire scene and all the positive emotions the other person generated from it. At this moment, it felt something burning behind it and instinctively turned around. It saw another Lumion, with invisible flames of anger burning in his eyes and intense black flames covering his sword. The Lumion, indulging in memories of Cordu, quickly dissipated, leaving only a mirror. Lumion raised the sword of courage, burning with the flames of destruction, cleaving the black dream taper in two from top to bottom. The more he longed for the beautiful life in Cordu, knowing it could never return, the more agitated and pained he felt, with anger surging. In a slight explosion, black flames suppressing madness and violence clung to the two halves of the black dream taper's shadow, continuously burning them, making them noticeably fainter. The black dream taper's shadow rejoined dozens of meters away, but was much weaker than before. Lumion's flames of destruction seemed to have truly damaged the part of its consciousness that had penetrated this dream. Fear appeared in the eyes of this spirit world creature. It suddenly stood upright, its dark eyes tinged with blood red. It wanted to use the dream to transform into one of the target's most feared and terrifying forms, thereby intimidating the opponent and creating an opportunity for its consciousness to escape the dream and successfully return to the spirit world. In the blink of an eye, the black dream taper's body swelled to an abnormal size, emanating an extremely insane, cruel, bloody, and violent aura. It also created nearly invisible flames. In the next second, the black dream taper itself let out an extremely terrified and agonized scream. It was ignited by the invisible fire it had created, and its body was filled with the terrifying aura it had imitated, almost losing itself. Seeing this scene, even Lumion was stunned for a moment, then curved his lips into a smile and said softly, "It's not so easy to imitate an image that can make me fear and dread. You think you can imitate the Blood Emperor? Imitating a true god inevitably means suffering backlash." The black dream taper was already rolling in agony in the dream, unable to extinguish the invisible flames burning it. It struggled extremely hard to detach from the dream. Lumion didn't stop it, but instead activated the black mark on his right shoulder and followed it to the spirit world. The dream's owner, Kuel, in the form of dismembered corpse pieces, saw the girl who descended like the crimson moon falling twice, slash the bear-like shadow monster, and set it completely ablaze. His heart gradually became less fearful and afraid. He stared blankly at that elegant and clean profile, at those slightly pursed light red lips, at the bright and beautiful face so different from the giant sword she wielded, feeling as if he were dreaming. No, this really was a dream. Lumion chased to a certain place in the spirit world and saw the black dream taper's true form already burning itself. Its agonized wails made the strange creatures around choose to stay away. Lumion watched quietly and flicked a black flame bound with agitation and intensity towards it, letting it fall onto the black dream taper's body. In just a few seconds, the spirit world creature burned to ashes, turning into a tiny amount of dark black powder. Lumion reached out his palm and caught this powder. In the apartment Lumion had rented for Lugano and Ludwig in Quartier de l'Observatoire, the little boy dressed in children's formal wear with a small bow tie poured nearly 100 milliliters of Lanti-proof into a glass, then added the black dream taper's powder, lemon juice, ice cubes, a type of killdew, and other ingredients. In the end, that full glass of strong liquor had a golden base, with green and black intertwining colors on top, looking quite beautiful. "Wow, that drink looks very tempting," Franca exclaimed with an expectant look. She sat very close to Lumion, while Jenna was on Lumion's other side. Ludwig suddenly picked up that glass of cocktail and hid it behind his back. He said very firmly, "There's only enough for 2 people to drink. You and Anthony drink it." Lumion made the decision directly. While Franca felt slightly disappointed, Ludwig beamed with joy. He took another glass and poured nearly half of the cocktail into it, handing it to Anthony. "This cocktail is called the Color of Dreams. It takes effect 1 minute after drinking." After Anthony took the Color of Dreams, Ludwig began gulping down the portion in his hand. Franca deliberately said, "Isn't it not so good for someone so young to drink hard liquor? He should be properly educated." She had already prepared her test papers, just waiting for Anthony to finish advancing to test Ludwig. As Ludwig inexplicably shuddered, Anthony adjusted his state and drank that glass of the color of dreams. It was both bitter and sweet, both strong and mild, both igniting the esophagus, mouth, and stomach, while bringing an intoxicating feeling. This was a dreamscape. While waiting for the color of dreams to take effect, Anthony began preparing the potion. Franca took the opportunity to say to Lumion and Jenna, "The leader of the Emperor Party is a man called Louis. He claims to have blood from the Gustav family and to be a descendant of Emperor Roselle. According to Nicaea's intelligence, some core members of the Emperor Party feel that on that day, after the Vortex incident, Louis Gustav became somewhat strange, more mysterious and more majestic. He's secretly planning something, and only a very few of his confidants in the entire Emperor Party know what it is. Nicaea has a strong desire to express herself and take revenge on society. She volunteered to make contact with one of Louis Gustav's confidants. I plan to ask 007 side to cooperate and create an opportunity for her." Louis was as common a name in Trier and Intis as Pierre, Guillaume, and others. Lumion nodded slightly, but before he could say anything, Anthony had finished preparing the potion and drank the dark liquid speckled with grayish-white light. The taste of Dreamwalker was very similar to the color of dreams, both complex and chaotic, containing many elements. Lumion and the others stopped talking, focusing intently on Anthony to guard against any accidents. They saw their teammate's face sometimes covered with grayish-white scales, sometimes becoming bloodless, as if his soul had left his body, while his eyes were empty and lifeless, having lost self-awareness. After a while, Anthony's eyes first became dark, then lit up with light. "It succeeded," Anthony said, showing rare outward emotion. "That feeling of looking down on the world, on everyone's dreams, is truly addictive. I almost didn't want to wake up." After this exclamation, he composed himself and briefly described the abilities brought by the Dreamwalker potion. "I can directly see the appearance of the spirit world, see the sea of collective subconscious, and can guide the target step by step to reveal their inner secrets through changes in dreams. I can also gradually influence the target by modifying dreams, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. This is equivalent to a gentler, more hidden form of hypnosis that's less likely to be detected by higher-level targets. But it takes quite a long time to complete. Now I can directly enter dreams, hide in dreams, and jump from one dream to another, but the distance between two dreams can't exceed 500 meters. A form of teleportation whose use is limited by environment and distance," Lumion commented briefly. Anthony agreed with a nod. "It's called dream traversal, and for me, the spirituality consumption is very small." Lumion smiled and stood up, saying, "Now, every member of our team is at sequence 5 or above." A few days later, Anthony was working normally at Green Tree Clinic. Near noon, a nurse brought in a patient. It was Kuhl, the young man aspiring to enter politics, currently serving as a staff member in the National Convention. "Dr. Reed, I've been much better recently. I haven't had nightmares for several days," Kuhl said happily to Anthony. He still trusted Anthony quite a bit. After all, this psychiatrist had indeed improved his condition before. "This is your own victory. You've passed through that stage." Anthony congratulated him without showing any abnormality. Kuhl touched his golden sideburns and hesitated before saying, "My condition improved 4 days ago. That night, I was having a nightmare again. But in the dream, a young girl descended under the illumination of a huge red moon and saved me. She was the most beautiful and charismatic girl I've ever seen. But my memory of that dream is becoming increasingly blurry. Mr. Reed, can you find a way for me to remember her permanently? To not forget her? Or let me draw her? Maybe there's a girl as beautiful as her in reality." Anthony looked at Kuhl and said carefully, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. Indulging in dreams will lead you to another extreme. As your psychiatrist, I can't push you towards an abyss. I must tell you, that's an illusion you can't reach." Kuhl was silent for a while, then let out a sigh of extreme disappointment. "All right. Quartier de l'Observatoire, Rue de la Gauche. Alone in the apartment, Lumion stood by the window, pondering what he needed to do recently. The treasure vault of the Blue Avenger. But Mr. Hanged Man only agreed to let me explore once. Go to Bancy Harbor to find that potentially problematic place. Use the corpse wax candle. Just as Lumion thought of this, he instinctively half-turned his body and saw Madame Magician appear with starlight. This major arcana card holder said with a smile, "Your reward should be ready to collect today. I'll take you to a place outside an abandoned ancient castle." Madame Magician waited with Lumion for a while, then following the guidance of spirituality, took a step and arrived at a place inside, stopping in front of a vermilion door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The major arcana card holder knocked 3 times in succession. After a few seconds, a relaxed voice came from inside. "Enter, please." With these words, the vermilion door slowly opened inward. Lumion immediately saw heavy curtains, with sunlight struggling to shine through the gaps, bringing golden light that revealed floating dust to parts of the room. On the other side, unaffected by sunlight, a black coffin was quietly placed instead of a common bed. Opposite the coffin, near the sunlight, the desk was piled with letters. At this moment, a man wearing loose pajamas was sitting in front of the desk, having just put down a fountain pen with a gold nib and black barrel, and folded a paper filled with words. The man stood up, walked towards the door, with his back to the sunlight. Lumion, having gained dark vision through the demoness pathway, clearly saw the man's appearance. About 40 years old, average build, bronze skin, clean-shaven, black hair and brown eyes, soft features, with an indescribable sense of world weariness in his eyes, and a small black mole below his right ear that was only visible upon close inspection. "Good afternoon, Mr. Azek." Madame Magician greeted the gentleman respectfully. Lumion also said similar words. They spoke in ancient Fasak. The middle-aged man called Azek suddenly seemed dazed for a moment, as if instantly receiving a large amount of information from the spirit world and his own subconscious. He nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for your help, allowing me to wake up early and my soul to be healed to some extent. It was mainly this young friend who made the contribution." Madame Magician pointed to Lumion beside her. She then introduced to Lumion, "This is Mr. Azek Eggers, the son of the Death from the 4th Epoch, and former consul of the Balam Empire." Son of Death, former Death Consul of the Balam Empire. Lumion suddenly recalled part of the content from the Fool's Church canon. The Angel of Death has followed our Lord for the longest period of time, and is the consul of the underworld. Could this be the Angel of Death beside Mr. Fool's divine throne? Lumion greeted him again. "A demoness." Azek glanced at Lumion and nodded slightly. "You have the aura of the source of the river Styx. The Angel of Death refers to the river connecting 2 worlds as the source of the river Styx." Lumion was stunned for a moment and said, "That's the seal of the underworld Taoist." Underworld Taoist. Azek muttered softly, as if he had never heard of this existence. Madame Magician smiled and changed the subject. "Mr. Azek, we came to visit you today mainly to inquire about some matters." Azek looked at the corridor outside. "Let's take a walk around the castle, talk as we go. This is an important memory from a period of my life." "All right." Madame Magician made way. Lumion and she followed behind Mr. Azek, who was presumably the Angel of Death, through the corridor, along the stairs, step by step upwards. Along the way, ancient wall lamps embedded in the walls lit up one after another, burning with a cold and pale white flame. Lumion saw oil paintings hanging on both sides of the corridor, some of Azek himself, but with more lively expressions, even smiling, and some of beautiful ladies with their hair tied up and children playing with wild deer. Azek's gaze slowly swept over these paintings, occasionally lingering. After quite a while, he asked Madame Magician and Lumion, "What do you want to ask?" Madame Magician, wearing a purplish magician's robe today, asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Azek, do you know why the primordial demoness sought cooperation with your father, the death of the 4th Epoch, after the War of the 4 Emperors?" Did you notice any problems with the primordial demoness? Hearing this question, Lumion was stunned for a moment, then realized. Indeed, who better to ask than someone who personally experienced those events of the late Fourth Epoch? He is indeed an ancient angel who has lived for over 1,000 years. Madam Magician should be about the same, but my spiritual intuition tells me she's still quite young. Azek recalled for a few seconds and said, there was a gap of over 100 years between the end of the War of the Four Emperors and the beginning of the Pale Disaster. The primordial demoness' arrival was probably in the middle of this period. We don't know exactly what she discussed with my father. I only know that she declared to us her intention to avenge the Blood Emperor, to make all 7 gods of the northern continent perish, and to bring the Blood Emperor's deity corpse back to the surface from underground Trier. Is this true love? Despite it being 2 against 7, she wanted to avenge the Blood Emperor. No, if the primordial demoness had achieved her goal then, it would have meant that the special mirror world would no longer be sealed, able to reveal all its problems, but the current demoness sect doesn't seem to have such ideas, and even intends to nail the coffin lid more firmly, not letting those mirror people achieve their goals. Also, was it really not the Emperor of the Underworld, that Death, who delivered the final blow to the Blood Emperor? The uniqueness of the Red Priest fell into the hands of Death, and there's also something like the Samaritan women's spring under Trier. Lumion was filled with strong doubts, but didn't interrupt Mr. Azek's narration. Azek said, without a doubt, the primordial demoness is the most charming woman in this world. Every living being who sees her will inevitably be fascinated by her, including me, my brothers and sisters, and even the undead in the underworld. Even our father was inevitably attracted to some degree. Even the undead are attracted to the primordial demoness? This is already a charm at the level of concepts and authorities. Madame Magician sighed and asked, was your father, the death of the Fourth Epoch, bewitched by the primordial demoness when he finally decided to forcibly accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest? Lumion had gained some understanding of the connection between death and the uniqueness of the Red Priest when reading the 0-01 sealing information, but this was the first time he clearly encountered the essence of the matter. As thoughts raced through his mind, Azek shook his head slightly and said, the primordial demoness instigation should be one of the reasons, but I don't think it was the main one, otherwise my father wouldn't have waited decades to do that. Madame Magician made a terse sound and repeated her previous question. Did you notice anything unusual about the primordial demoness? Azek passed by an oil painting, lightly running his finger over it. Every time I encountered the primordial demoness, I would lose my senses. How could I possibly notice any problems with her? If there was anything unusual, it was that on a few occasions, her charm was a bit weaker than normal. That should have been her deliberately restraining her charm. As a demoness, Lumion knew that a demoness naturally emanating charm and deliberately restraining charm would indeed present 2 different states, but after experiencing the false demoness of Black Incident, he suspected there might be other possibilities. Madame Magician thought for a moment and changed the subject. Mr. Azek, do you know about the body of the Phoenix ancestor in the depths of the underworld? Azek turned his head to look at the 2 women. My father thought it would be a waste to just destroy the body of an ancient god like that. He believed it could serve a more important purpose, such as helping my father better and more completely control the underworld, or enabling him as Death to possess stronger power. Those in the Death domain will never reject powerful corpses that can be controlled by themselves. Before Madame Magician could ask further, Mr. Azek added, my father also mentioned that the body of the Phoenix ancestor, this ancient god, held some secrets. Secrets? Madame Magician asked curiously. Azek paced forward and said, he never told me the specifics, only that the story of the ancient sun god killing the Phoenix ancestor at the end of the Second Epoch was false. Well, more accurately, the process was correct, but the result was wrong. The Phoenix ancestor was only severely wounded by the ancient sun god, not dying on the spot. She escaped to the southern continent and went into hiding. Yes, if the Phoenix ancestor was truly killed by the ancient sun god, that divine corpse wouldn't likely have been obtained by Death and appeared in the underworld, unless it was his arrangements again. Madame Magician expressed agreement. Azek continued, Similarly, the giant King Ormer didn't perish on the spot either, supposedly escaping and managing to pass on his power to his eldest son, the later god of combat, Badheil, before dying. Is there any connection to the Omabella matter? The two ancient gods who weren't killed on the spot by the ancient sun god seem to be related to Omabella. One's corpse is laying eggs, currently incubating Omabella, while the other is Omabella's husband. Lumion glanced at Madame Magician, and after obtaining her consent, asked, "Mr. Azek, what is the relationship between the phoenix ancestor and the goddess of harvest Omabella?" Azek shook his head. "I was born in the fourth epoch. All I know about the history of the second epoch is what my father occasionally mentioned." Saying this, he smiled at Lumion and said, "Speaking of which, I should give you some reward." As he gently raised his right hand, a large number of white bones gushed out from the ground, forming a giant skeleton. The skeleton respectfully handed a shiny lone gold pound to Mr. Azek. Azek took the gold coin and presented it to Lumion. "Is this acceptable as a reward?" "Thank you," Lumion said sincerely, accepting the lucky coin that bore Mr. Fool's aura. Madame Magician silently breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lumion receive the last lucky coin. Although the major arcana card holder had roughly confirmed through prophecy, divination, and psychological analysis that things would develop this way, the subject involved was an ancient angel, the son of a true god. No one could be certain the result would necessarily unfold as expected. If there had been a deviation, they would have had to formulate a new plan. Madame Magician produced a small golden bottle inscribed with mysterious symbols from somewhere and smiled at Azek Eggers, saying, "Mr. Azek, this is some excess water from the Samaritan women's spring. It's something produced by corruption from the power at the source of the river Styx. It has multiple effects including repairing souls, inducing sleep, bringing complete death or true dreams, and granting lucidity in dreams. We'd like to ask for your help in making it manifest only one of two qualities, either inducing sleep or granting lucidity in dreams, and enhancing that effect. Repairing souls." Lumion paid no attention to the fact that there was leftover Samaritan women's spring water from what he had previously collected. His focus was entirely on the repairing souls effect. Could this gradually make Aurora's soul fragments whole again? "No problem," said Azek, taking the small golden bottle containing the Samaritan women's spring water. Madame Magician, seeming to sense Lumion's thoughts, casually explained to him, "The Samaritan women's spring water does indeed have the effect of repairing souls, but it's limited to repair only. Just as limb regeneration abilities can regrow lost arms and legs, but can't grow a whole new person from an arm or leg. That falls under the domain of the Great Mother." She had previously answered the question of what exactly the fake demoness of black was, believing that neither she nor the one with the most accurate divination results knew the precise answer. This implied that the relevant secrets must involve the special mirror world. "Even some repair effects are good," Lumion said softly after a moment of silence. At this point, a blurry, upright, terrifying giant snake appeared behind Azek, almost touching the illusory sky. Pale white flames burned in the giant snake's eye sockets. It seemed to have a pair of thick, exaggerated wings on its back. Its body was covered in large dark green scales that appeared black, with what looked like white feathers protruding from between the scales. Although Lumion couldn't clearly see the appearance of each feather and scale or the strange symbols they bore, just directly gazing at this phantom image gave him the sensation of rapidly dying, his skin withering and shriveling. This was damage that mirror substitution couldn't transfer. Fortunately, the illusory winged giant snake quickly coiled itself, wrapping layer upon layer around the golden bottle that couldn't even fill one of its eye sockets. Then, the terrifying giant snake rapidly faded, instantly shrinking into the golden bottle. Lumion gradually returned to normal. Azek handed the golden bottle back to the magician. "Anyone who touches the spring water in the bottle will fall into a long sleep, myself included. It will have a slight effect on true gods, but not much, unless that deity is already very weak or in a state of slumber. If you want someone who has fallen asleep because of this to wake up, You'll need to collect some more water from the Samaritan women's spring and process it in a similar way but with the opposite effect, or seek help from a true god with the corresponding authority. Lumion was not surprised that the processed Samaritan women's spring water would only have a weak effect on true gods. Even the remnant soul of the Blood Emperor could occasionally wake up and cause trouble in the mysterious river that was the source of the Samaritan women's spring, let alone this secondary derivative. Madame Magician handed the golden bottle to Lumion. This might be useful in the dream, but it's uncertain. Lumion nodded slightly and placed the bottle of processed Samaritan women's spring water into his traveler's bag. Madame Magician then turned to Azik and curtsied. "Thank you for your help. We have achieved all our objectives today. Is there anything you need us to do?" Azik cast his gaze towards the oil paintings on both sides of the corridor and said with a somewhat dazed expression, "Nothing at present. I've been asleep for several years. I want to walk around and see the changes in this world." Madame Magician didn't say more, and left with Lumion after bidding farewell. Before being enveloped by starlight, Lumion turned his head for a glance and saw the former death consul, with eyes full of world weariness, standing silently in front of an oil painting, wordlessly caressing its surface with his fingers. In the evening, except for Lugano, who was informed he would have a period of vacation to arrange freely, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig all gathered in the apartment on Rue de la Gauche in Quartier de l'Observatoire. Madame Magician, wearing a cream-colored high-collar dress with gold embroidery and a wide-brimmed hat for sun protection, stood by the window and said to the 5 lucky coin holders, "I must emphasize once again the potential risks. In Mr. Fool's dream, if you die, you will die in reality. If you lose control or go mad, you will lose control or go mad in reality. If you are directly corrupted by that celestial worthy or some other entity, you will also suffer corruption in reality. If you develop psychological illnesses or experience intense emotional fluctuations, your sleeping body in reality will bear corresponding problems. Mere injury or fatigue has very little effect on reality. You can quickly recover by leaving the dream and briefly waking up, or by spending time healing within the dream. In that dream world, you can use all your abilities, but their effects will be limited to the level of Sequence 7. The essence of this limitation is that Mr. Fool's self-awareness has not yet recovered. In other words, if the Mr. Fool in the dream realizes that beyonder abilities can achieve effects corresponding to Sequence 6, your levels will recover to that sequence accordingly. Similarly, except for special items like the Samaritan women's spring water, your other equipment in the dream is essentially derived from your consciousness and is also limited. The good news is that those hostile entities and beyonders driven by the celestial worthy who enter Mr. Fool's dream through other methods will be subject to similar restrictions. However, that celestial worthy can manage the dream to some extent and in certain aspects. Unless it's the final moment, you'd better avoid the celestial worthy and have no contact with him. At this point, Lumion raised a question. In Mr. Fool's dream, what identity and form does the celestial worthy exist in? If this could be clarified, they could effectively avoid that celestial worthy. Madame Magician shook her head. If we knew that, the previous lucky coin holders wouldn't have been kicked out of the dream so quickly or had their actions restricted. Confirming the celestial worthy's identity in the dream is a key point of your mission this time. Madame Magician spoke about other matters related to the dream, and finally asked seriously, "Now you can make your own choices. Are you willing to hold Mr. Fool's coins and enter his true dream, attempting to awaken him? If you're unwilling, we won't force you, but you'll need to follow the guidance of spirituality and pass on the lucky coins in your possession as soon as possible. If you're willing, after the matter is concluded, whether Mr. Fool is successfully awakened or not, we will reward you generously." "I have no problem with it." Lumion, wearing a cloak but without the hood, was the first to answer. "Me too." Jenna was the second. Franca and Anthony followed, also willing. The only one hesitating was Ludwig. This little boy with a red bow tie's expression changed several times, resisting something unknown. Finally, he looked at Franca and Jenna, and said through gritted teeth, "I'm willing to go into the dream. Although the food eaten in the dream is fake and illusory, at least there's no studying and exams." Franca, who had already digested the affliction potion, glanced amusingly at Ludwig and whispered in Jenna's ear, "This child really isn't smart enough. As soon as I heard Madame Magician's descriptions earlier, I clearly came to a conclusion. If you digest a potion in Mr. Fool's dream, it will happen in reality too." Jenna responded quietly, "Let's tell Ludwig this fact after we enter Mr. Fool's dream." At this moment, Madame Magician nodded slightly and said, "I'm very glad you've made this choice. Let me remind you one last time, try to delay being kicked out of the dream as much as possible. Once you've been kicked out more than 3 times, subsequent entries will either result in immediate ejection or complete restriction, leaving you as mere observers." "Yes, Madame Magician." Lumion and the others stood up one after another. Specks of brilliant starlight fell, enveloping them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 appeared inside a luxurious villa. "This is also in Trier. Choose your own rooms, but don't be next to each other, in case one person is discovered and affects the others nearby," Madame Magician briefly introduced. All right. Having made the decision, Franca was no longer hesitant and eager to try. After Lumion and the others had settled on their rooms, Madame Magician said to them as they returned to the corridor, "Now go to bed and sleep while holding your lucky coins." "Is that all it takes?" Franca asked in confusion. "Isn't that too simple?" Madame Magician chuckled. "No, this is just the first step. Miss Justice will need to intervene later." Lumion and the others didn't ask further. They returned to their chosen rooms, gripped their shiny lucky coins, lay down on the firm yet springy beds, and covered themselves with soft blankets that smelled of sunshine. Before Lumion had a chance to fall asleep through cogitation, his vision suddenly went dark. His consciousness felt as if it was being pulled by an invisible force, plummeting straight into the depths of the earth. He instinctively resisted for a moment, then experienced a sensation of leaping out of a dark seabed to the surface. His vision was immediately illuminated by a twilight-like radiance, shining through a giant glass pane divided into countless small squares, bringing limited light to the darkness. In this dim light, Lumion saw a black steam locomotive with 2 oil lamps hanging from it, a domed platform, and at the edge of the platform near the steam train stood Madame Magician in her cream-colored dress with gold embroidery and wide-brimmed sun hat. Beside Madame Magician stood a lady in a simple green dress, with a golden retriever crouching at her feet. Upon seeing the lady in green, Lumion felt surprise and confusion. Another demoness? Does the Tarot Club have other demonesses? She's so beautiful. Lumion heard Franca whisper in admiration. But she doesn't seem like a demoness. Her aura is different, unless she's already a sequence 3 demoness of unaging. Hearing this, Lumion noticed similar issues. The lady in green had lustrous golden hair, partly tied up in a bun with the rest flowing smoothly down. Her emerald eyes were like the most beautiful gems, yet deep enough to seemingly reflect the innermost consciousness of all who beheld them. Her features were exceptionally delicate, her beauty comparable to the demonesses, with an elegant air tinged with a girl's purity and clarity. Such an aura was very rare among demonesses below sequence 3. At least neither Lumion nor Franca had ever seen it before. Moreover, Lumion found that looking at this lady didn't invoke the desire he usually felt when facing demonesses. Instead, he felt a sense of peace, warmth, and steadiness. This familiar feeling triggered Lumion's spiritual intuition, evoking certain memories. Combined with what Madame Magician had said earlier, he quickly came to a conclusion. "Good evening, Madame Justice." The elegant green-clad lady with a hint of girlishness must be the Major Arcana card Justice, one of his psychiatrists. "Good evening, Madame Justice." Anthony was the second to speak. After Franca and Jenna politely greeted Madame Justice, Franca's eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at Lumion and said, How did you turn back into a man?" Lumion reflexively examined himself and found he wasn't wearing the black cloak. The swells in his chest had subsided, and his white shirt, black vest, and dark trousers fit as they used to. Meanwhile, Franca was still wearing her lace-flowered blouse and cream-colored riding pants, with a small red jacket. Her chest was prominent and her ponytail swayed gently. She looked every bit a demoness. At this moment, Madam Justice said with a soft laugh. This is entering a true dream, which is different from normal dreaming. Using a dream charm causes the body to dematerialize and directly enter the dream. Whatever you look like in reality is how you appear in the dream. Normal dreams depend on real-time perception. Your dream image might be your current self, your past self, or even an altered self. But in a true dream, if you can maintain consciousness, what appears will be your subconscious self-perception. In other words, Seven of Wands' subconscious still considers himself male. I see. Lumion felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Franca blurted out, Then what about me? Why am I still? She suddenly closed her mouth, looking as if she had been struck by lightning, losing part of her soul. Madam Justice gently comforted her. Accepting the present doesn't mean forgetting the past. As long as you remember who your past self was and what kind of life that self lived, reconciling with your current body won't lead you to lose control. The acting principles of the Demonist sect may not suit everyone. It depends on one's personality and experiences. Remember, everyone is special. Franca opened her mouth but couldn't speak, her emotions still somewhat dejected and low. Jenna quietly reached out her right hand and grasped Franca's palm. Even if this had been Lumion not long after arriving in Trier, he wouldn't have mocked Franca for claiming to be a man while unconsciously considering herself a woman. Let alone now. He turned his attention to survey the platform. It wasn't much different from a typical steam train station, with an overpass high above and stairs leading to different platforms. At the edge of the overpass, a tall figure leaned against the railing, gazing this way. His black trench coat fluttered slightly, and he seemed to be wearing red gloves. On the stairs leading to this platform, the lady in the gloomy, intricate dress carrying 4 heads was openly observing below. In contrast, halfway up the stairs to another platform stood a little boy with a mercury-colored bow tie. At the end of those stairs, Mr. Isaac Eggers, whom Lumion had met not long ago, held his hat in hand, silently watching the black steam locomotive. 1700 hours. On the stairs leading to this platform, the lady in the gloomy, intricate dress carrying 4 heads was openly observing below. In contrast, halfway up the stairs to another platform stood a little boy with a mercury-colored bow tie. At the end of those stairs, Mr. Isaac Eggers, whom Lumion had met not long ago, held his hat in hand, silently watching the black steam locomotive. On the waiting chairs of Mr. Isaac Eggers' platform sat the Knight of Swords Merrick and the Temperance faction demigod Sharon. Facing Lumion and the others, motionless like puppets brought in to serve as an audience. Lumion brought his gaze back and noticed that the golden retriever beside Madame Justice was wearing glasses and carrying a small brown bag, looking very gentle and scholarly. Lumion suddenly recalled the dog and female figure he had seen after his first psychological treatment at Mason Cafe. So that was Madame Justice. It's a pity Madame Susie isn't participating in this mission to Mr. Fool's dream. Otherwise I could thank her in person. Lumion regretfully returned his gaze to Madame Justice and Madame Magician. Madame Justice smiled at him and said, Because you've actually become a demoness of despair, and your subconscious knows this, you can freely switch between your subconscious self-image and your current true appearance. This might help you create perfect disguises in the dream and play a crucial role in key scenes. Why can't I do that? Franca silently wailed. Lumion nodded with understanding. I can't create good disguises? Because it can only perform at a sequence 7 level, and the sequence 6 faceless of the seer pathway is needed to adjust appearance and physique. Yes, Lie at sequence 7 level can only modify appearances to a certain extent, equivalent to the best makeup techniques. Madame Justice nodded slightly, then turned her head to the golden retriever beside her. Susie, do you have anything you want to tell them? Susie. Lumion's eyebrows twitched as he suddenly shifted his gaze to the bespectacled golden retriever with the small bag. The dog spoke in a voice familiar to him. What I need to tell you is that Mr. Fool is very vigilant and cautious. He's not easily trusting of others. Hearing the golden retriever speak, everyone except Anthony and Ludwig looked shocked and surprised. If the golden retriever hadn't been called Susie, Lumion certainly wouldn't have been so astonished by an animal speaking human language. After a brief silence, Lumion adjusted his mindset and said sincerely, "Thank you for your reminder, and also for your previous treatment, Madam Susie. And thank you too, Madam Justice. Having seen a child eating devil eyeballs, what's so strange about a talking dog? If they were Trierian, this might not even be unusual. Maybe they just liked being dogs and found a way to transform themselves into dogs." Lumion then asked Madam Magician and Madam Justice, "I have one more question. What is Mr. Fool's identity in the dream? Awakening Mr. Fool would surely require interacting with him in the dream." Madam Justice and Madam Magician exchanged a glance before producing a brownish-yellow envelope tied with thin cotton string. This contains information about Mr. Fool's dream identity, but you can only open it once you've truly entered that dream. It also contains cash, identity documents, and maps prepared for you. Lumion took the envelope and pointed at the iron-black steam locomotive stopped beside their platform. "We take this. Yes, after you board, I'll have it travel to the edge of this dream world. You must hold tightly to your lucky coins. When the train reaches the edge of the dream world, they will help you enter Mr. Fool's dream. The first time must be this complicated, but afterwards you'll be able to enter and exit that dream normally using the lucky coins," Madam Justice explained briefly. Lumion looked at Jenna, Franca, Anthony, and Ludwig, then nodded to the two major arcana card holders. "We can board now." The black steam locomotive was no different from the common type seen in Trier. Lumion and the other four occupied 2 rows of seats on the same side, while the other passengers around them were blurry and indistinct shadows, as if the creator of this dream had been too lazy to elaborate on them. Through the window they saw Madame Magician, Madam Justice, and the others waving to them. As they instinctively waved back, Lumion and the others heard a shrill sound. "Oh!" With the whistle's cry, a clanking noise began, slow at first then quickening, changing from gentle to frequent. The scenery outside the window gradually receded. The iron-black steam locomotive carrying Lumion, Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig left the platform, heading towards a distant horizon shrouded in dreamlike fog. After the platform had disappeared from view, Lumion observed the conditions inside the train carriage. The seats were made of wood, the windows were narrow, and the lighting was insufficient. The other passengers seemed to be conversing, but there was no sound, as if they were performing a silent play. Jenna and Anthony, experiencing something like this for the first time, were also quietly examining their surroundings. Ludwig was painfully yet intently eating imaginary delicious snacks, while Franca was in low spirits, leaning against the carriage and gazing at the scenery outside. Vast pastures and lush fields were quickly receding, interspersed with old castles and quaint villages, beautiful like an oil painting. Gradually, Franca saw palaces formed of frost, houses flying above the clouds, and pairs of crystal shoes dancing in a distant square. The scenery outside the steam train began to become dreamlike, as if various fairy tales were merging together. Before long, the iron-black steam locomotive entered the fog, and nothing could be seen clearly outside the windows. Lumion, Franca, and the others instinctively gripped their lucky coins tightly. No one spoke, maintaining silence, worried that any unnecessary movement might prevent them from entering Mr. Fool's dream. In the thick, dreamlike fog, the iron-black steam locomotive that had emerged from fantasy continued to race forward with a clanking sound. At some point, Lumion felt the clanking of the train wheels hitting the rail joints grow fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Suddenly, they heard a female voice. "Does anyone want anything? Boxed meals, snacks, ice cream, beverages, local specialties, beef jerky." Franca sat up straight, her expression both shocked and bewildered. She abruptly stood up, turned around, and looked towards the entrance of the carriage. She saw a woman wearing a white shirt and a purple-red long dress, with a small purple-red soft hat, pushing a multi-layered metal cart towards them. The cart had colorful items arranged on different levels, beverages in peculiar bottles, and stacked boxed meals. Franca's gaze instinctively swept to both sides of the multi-layered cart, finding that the previously shadowy passengers had become very clear. They were wearing clothes that often appeared in her dreams, either quietly spending time on different brands of phones or conversing softly with companions, with occasional sounds of children crying. This was a scene Franca had dreamed of seeing again, but encountering it at this moment, in this setting, made her shiver with an inexplicable fear. Is this Mr. Fool's dream? What's wrong? Lumion stood up as well, asking in a low voice. He had already noticed the changes in the carriage. Even the seats and backrests had become soft, as if wrapped in thick, blue-dyed cotton. He also noticed that the passengers' clothing, style, and way of speaking were distinctly different from his group. But this wasn't the reason for Franca's dramatic change in expression. This is a dream, after all. Nothing should be surprising. Franca's lips quivered a few times. She looked back at Anthony, who was sitting in the row in front with Ludwig, then lowered her voice and said to Lumion and Jenna, "It's exactly the same as a similar scene from my world." Lumion immediately understood why Franca had reacted that way earlier. He deliberately said in a nonchalant tone, "Have you forgotten about the celestial worthy? He also comes from that world. Isn't it normal for corresponding scenes to appear in a dream he's involved in?" "You're right." Franca showed a self-deprecating smile. "I was too excited, too scared, and overlooked this point. Indeed, this is very normal. This is also the sleeping dream of that celestial worthy." Jenna also stood up, looked around for a few seconds and said, "So, does this mean we've entered Mr. Fool's dream?" As she spoke, she opened her right palm and found that beneath the shiny lucky coin was a train ticket that read, Ningbe Yongdu. Although Jenna only recognized the numbers on the ticket, it didn't prevent her from understanding the meaning of those strange characters. Similarly, the passengers sitting across the aisle understood her intention, turning their heads to look at them curiously. However, upon noticing their strange attire, they seemed to find it normal and turned away. According to Madam Magician's previous explanation, in Mr. Fool's dream, there was no need to worry about language barriers or unfamiliar text. This was essentially communicating with Mr. Fool's subconscious, and Mr. Fool knew all languages. Of course, being able to intuitively understand the meaning of unfamiliar text didn't mean one could comprehend it deeply. Jenna had been worried about this issue before, but Madam Magician had reassured them. Now, Jenna finally understood why Madam Magician wasn't concerned about this problem. These characters were familiar to Franca, and she could serve as the most reliable translator. "It should be." Lumion cautiously put away the lucky coin, holding only the train ticket. After noticing that other passengers could understand their speech, Jenna asked Franca in a very low voice, "What are those things the people are holding? They look very strange." Lumion immediately used the bottle of fiction to enclose their 2 rows of seats, using the window as support, but keeping the barrier transparent. Franca suddenly became energetic, completely forgetting her previous dejection and shock. She introduced with a smile, "Those are cell phones, products of scientific development. They integrate telegraph communication, theatrical performance, mirror messaging, and other effects. They have even more functions that you can't imagine. Later, I'll get a few and teach you how to use them in detail. It's too difficult to explain clearly now." As she spoke, Franca's face was full of pride. "That's a t-shirt. Those are jeans. Those are sneakers." Just as she said this, Ludwig started shouting, "I want a boxed meal. I want snacks. I want ice cream. I want beverages. I want beef jerky." The little boy was salivating, completely forgetting the fact that food in dreams was all imaginary. Madam Magician reminded us to try to obey the law." Franca looked at Lumion. "I remember there was cash in the envelope Madam Justice gave us." Lumion opened the envelope and took out a stack of brand new, bright red banknotes, and deactivated the bottle of fiction. 2,000 per person, he told his companions. "That's okay." Franca nodded, then looked at Ludwig with a worried expression. This child's meal expenses for one day would probably be over 1,000, and that's assuming he didn't eat anything good. There will always be ways to make money. Lumion spent 200 to get 5 boxed meals. Franca hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's give them all to Ludwig. Although I'd love to relive the taste of familiar food, We shouldn't waste money here. There will be better choices later. After piling all 5 boxed meals in front of Ludwig, Jenna asked in a low voice, "Can we look at Mr. Fool's identity information in the dream now?" She noticed that many passengers around were sneaking glances at her and Franca, so she sat back down. Lumion considered for a moment and said, "We haven't reached our destination yet. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll look at it after we get off at our destination station. Caution is paramount." As he spoke, Lumion took out a mirror and tossed it into the gap between Ludwig and the backrest. He was using mirror illusion magic to conceal the exaggerated situation of Ludwig being able to eat 5 boxed meals in one go and still only be half full. He had noticed earlier that someone was secretly pointing what Franca called a phone in their direction. His spiritual intuition told him it would be better not to let abnormal matters appear in front of the public. "Doesn't this train make any clanking noises?" Jenna and Franca started chatting casually. Franca said with a boastful tone, "Of course not. This is the latest train model, and it's incredibly fast." She pointed to the display screen at the front of the carriage, which showed the real-time speed using numbers and symbols familiar to Jenna. "Thank you, Emperor Roselle." Franca enthusiastically explained all the details that confused Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony, occasionally correcting their misconceptions, such as, "Is this place even more open than Trier? I see people can expose their arms and legs." No, we're far behind Trier. This is just freedom of dressing, and it doesn't offend others in public places. It's a manifestation of being cultured and civilized. In private, it's not as open as Trier at all. Won't our current appearance be too strange? Don't worry. Just say we're going to a comic convention. What's a comic convention? During this exchange, the train finally emerged from the fog, and a magnificent city with countless towering buildings appeared ahead. Each of these buildings seemed to rival mountains in height, their surfaces covered with glass curtain walls that gleamed golden in the sunlight. Lumion and Jenna instinctively held their breath, as if approaching the realm of gods. It was a miracle on earth, a city on the mountain top. Franca also stopped her explanation, her lake blue eyes fixed on the city, her expression a mix of nostalgia and sadness. The train gradually slowed down, entered the city, and finally stopped at a clean, bright, and spacious platform. The other passengers in this carriage suddenly disappeared, as if the dream weaver could no longer maintain them. Lumion and Franca exchanged glances with the others, then led Ludwig off the train, followed by the strangely dressed Jenna, Franca, and Anthony. Along with the numerous passengers from other carriages, they took self-operating escalators to leave the platform. Under the guidance of their guide Franca, they made their way out of the station to the square outside, with no one speaking along the way. Seeing the surrounding people gradually dispersing and the area becoming more open, Lumion took out the brownish-yellow envelope given by Madame Justice. He extracted the documents related to Mr. Fool's dream identity and spread them out for his companions to see. Franca immediately saw a name written in her native language at the top of the document, Zhou Mingrue. After quickly reading through the information, Jenna remarked in disbelief, "Mr. Fool's identity in the dream is so ordinary. There's no sign at all of him being a great existence. What should we do next?" Franca looked at Lumion. "Find an opportunity to make contact with Mr. Fool?" The document had already roughly outlined Zhou Mingrue's, that is, Mr. Fool's dream identity's daily routine. As long as Lumion and the others weren't too unlucky, they could soon see and interact with Mr. Fool. Earlier, when she saw the name Zhou Mingrue, Franca's heart had suddenly skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that the name Mr. Fool used in the dream wasn't in the style of the northern and southern continents, but rather very close to the style of her country before she transmigrated. Of course, this was consistent with the current city's situation. But if the name Zhou Mingrue belonged to the celestial worthy rather than Mr. Fool, Franca would understand and accept it more easily, because the title The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings itself was in the style of her country before her transmigration. Could it be that the celestial worthy has gained the upper hand? To the extent that Mr. Fool's dream city is the same as my motherland, and even took a name like Zhou Mingrue? As Franca muttered internally, Lumian thought for a few seconds and said, "Let's not contact Mr. Fool yet. We'll observe the people and events around him for a few days." As the team leader, Lumian didn't just give orders. He briefly explained, "Mr. Fool himself is certainly under close monitoring by that celestial worthy. If we rashly contact him, it would be easy for the celestial worthy to detect anomalies, lock onto our identities, and kick us out of the dream. Additionally, although Madam Justice's information includes Mr. Fool's daily routine and the people he frequently interacts with, I still want to observe for a while myself. This isn't about distrusting the abilities and intellect of the major arcana card holders, but I feel they know too much background information, which might interfere with their judgment, preventing them from discovering subtle hidden issues. Cognitive bias. Franca summarized Lumian's meaning using a term very much in the style of the current dream world. Lumian nodded. Some people mentioned in the information might no longer be in contact with Mr. Fool, but I'll still observe them to look for possible commonalities and differences. Then let's first go rent a place to settle down in one of these areas marked on the map, Jenna said, holding a city map taken from the brownish-yellow envelope. The marked locations were all residential areas close enough to Mr. Fool's current residence to overlook that area, but not too close. "I have no objections," Franca said instinctively. "Then I'll get a taxi first." As she spoke, she reached into the pocket of her red jacket, fumbling for a few moments before realizing something. "No phone," she immediately suggested. "Let's buy 5 phones nearby for a few hundred each." "No, 4 phones and 1 children's smartwatch. Without phones, life in this city will be very difficult and inconvenient. Sometimes what can be done with a phone doesn't need to be done with beyond our abilities. The latter is more likely to lead to our identities being exposed. I think the previous lucky coin holders might not have paid attention to this aspect and were in a hurry to contact Mr. Fool, which is why they were quickly discovered by the celestial worthy and kicked out of the dream." "All right." Lumian nodded slightly, holding Ludwig's hand as the boy ate a sausage. He looked around and asked, "So, where should we go to buy them?" Franca chuckled. "Lend me the lie earring for a moment." After putting on the silver-white earring, she adjusted her hair color and eye color, slightly modifying her nose bridge and facial contours. In an instant, she blended in with the passers-by around her, though still with a hint of mixed-race features. At this moment, a slightly chubby young man passed by. Franca approached him in a few steps and smiled. "Could you help me with something?" The young man, dazzled by her bright smile and beautiful face, blurted out, "What is it?" Franca said a bit embarrassedly, "I lost my phone. Could you?" The chubby young man instinctively took out his own phone, then came to his senses and asked warily, "You're not going to ask to borrow my phone to make a call, are you? Such an old scam." Franca sighed and replied, "I just wanted to borrow some money for food." Before the man could respond, she smiled again. "Just kidding. How could I use such a cliché scam? I just wanted to ask if there's a mall or phone store nearby. If you don't know, could you help me check on your phone?" Sounds harmless, with the phone in my hands the entire time. The man cautiously searched and earnestly gave Franca directions. Franca waved with a smile. "Thanks." The man's eyes glazed over again, and he asked as if struck by inspiration, "Do you want to be a celebrity? Or maybe a live streamer? Are you a talent scout or from a multi-channel network, MCN company?" Franca asked curiously. It had been a long time since she had chatted with someone like this. The man came to his senses and said with an awkward smile, "Neither, but if I could sign you, I'd become a talent scout or start an MCN company." "Beautiful. Can I get your number?" Franca finally understood that this guy was indirectly complimenting her looks. Everything before was just a setup. This was the real point. TSK, people these days. Even when I used to play murder mystery games, there weren't so many tricks. Franca inwardly sighed and said with a sincere face, "Didn't I tell you? I lost my phone, so I'll have to change my number later too." With that, she didn't give him a chance to harbor any hopes, waved goodbye, and jogged back to where Lumian and the others were. The chubby young man watched her go and muttered to himself enviously, "A group of otakus." Half an hour later, Franca led Lumion and the others out of the nearest mall to the roadside. They had used the ID documents and cash provided by Madam Justice to buy 4 phones, 1 off-brand children's smartwatch, and 5 SIM cards, spending a total of 2,400. But except for Franca, who was constantly tapping her screen, and Ludwig, who occasionally licked his children's smartwatch, Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony were just holding theirs like bricks, not knowing how to use them yet. "I'll teach you once we've settled in," Franca said, having linked the ID documents and associated bank cards with the corresponding apps. Instead of going to a nearby branch or ATM to deposit money, she directly took out a microloan and started to call a car. Just then, a motorcycle roared past, almost grazing her, the wind from its passing slapping her face. Franca angrily looked at the motorcycle, cursing under her breath. "Racing on the street? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" As soon as she finished speaking, the motorcycle swerved to avoid a light truck from a moving company, only to find a hole dug for road repairs ahead, surrounded by yellow metal barriers. The motorcycle desperately swung its tail and crashed into a nearby utility pole, making the concrete pillar visibly shake. With this commotion, motorcycle parts flew in all directions. Franca watched in astonishment, murmuring, "It's not my fault." Although demonesses were indeed skilled at curses, they didn't work through mere words. Just as she was about to call for an ambulance to see if the motorcyclist could be saved, the helmetless rider stood up without a scratch, pushing the severely deformed motorcycle away from the scene. "He's fine after that?" Franca blurted out in shock. A thought immediately flashed through her mind, and she whispered in unison with Lumion, "A Beyonder?" Lumion immediately said to Jenna and the others, "Let's go take a look." Taking advantage of the green light, they crossed the intersection to the accident site, seeing that even the utility pole was slightly deformed and cracked. Lumion cast his gaze to the ground, crouched down, and pulled out a rather ordinary-looking white paper figurine from a nearby flower bed. The paper figurine was already tattered. Paper figurine substitutes? Was that motorcyclist from the Seer pathway? Franca quickly deduced. Jenna frowned slightly and said, "One of the celestial worthy's subordinates? Possibly. Let's use dream divination later to recall his appearance." Lumion nodded, stuffing the paper figurine back into its original position and quietly using a demoness black flame to erase any traces he might have left. Franca grumbled, "That guy didn't look anything like a Beyonder from the Seer pathway. Racing on the street and even crashing. All the seers I know are cautious and cunning, full of schemes." As she complained, she used her phone to book a car. Soon, a white sedan stopped in front of them. Although Franca had already explained what internal combustion engine cars and electric cars were, when they actually got in, Jenna and Lumion were still a bit shocked. The ordinary electric car, similar to a hired carriage, felt luxurious, as if the words civilization and technology were written everywhere. Anthony sat in the front passenger seat, while Jenna, Franca, and Lumion holding Ludwig squeezed into the back. Even so, the space didn't feel too cramped. The cold air from the air conditioner dispersed the summer heat as the vehicle carried Franca, who couldn't conveniently explain things in such a setting, and the silent Lumion and others to their destination in just over 20 minutes. As they got out of the car, Anthony gave Lumion a meaningful look, gesturing for him to look at the driver. Lumion walked to the front door of the vehicle and peered in, noticing that the driver had a wide forehead, a gaunt face, slightly curly black hair, nearly pure black eyes, and a monocle that looked as if it were carved from crystal in his right eye socket. Amon. The driver, who resembled Amon, seemed to recognize Lumion. He smiled and waved, then started the car and vanished at the end of the road. Amon. Franca and Jenna had also seen the driver's appearance. How did he get in? Is it a false image created by Mr. Fool in the dream? It should be real. He clearly recognized me, Lumion replied gravely. Franca exhaled and said reassuringly, "It's okay. Madame Magician said that in the matter of putting the celestial worthy to sleep and awakening Mr. Fool, that individual is on the same side as us. Lumion looked at the intersection where the car had disappeared and said in a low voice, "But Madam Magician also said that that individual probably doesn't want Mr. Fool to wake up too early." On the top floor of an old building without an elevator, Franca looked at the slightly musty rental apartment and grumbled. In this location, for such a rundown place, even renting the entire unit costs $2,200. The rental apartment had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a living room that doubled as a dining room. Each room was very small. The master bedroom had a balcony, and the building was over 30 years old. Even for such a rental, Franca had to use a demoness instigation and leverage her social skills to negotiate the price down to under $2,500 from the female landlord, with only 1 month's deposit and rent instead of the usual 3 months. "It's fine," Jenna said, fairly satisfied with their current accommodation. It was much better than where her family lived before her mother passed away. Lumion glanced at the cash in his hand and said to Franca, "We only have 3,000 left. Even with what you borrowed, it's not even 6,000. And we still need to buy some ordinary clothes. We can't go out looking so eye-catching every day." "It's okay," said Franca, now in a familiar environment and no longer as worried as before. She smiled calmly and confidently. "I can borrow again from each app, and so can you all. Added up, it's enough to support Ludwig for several months. Given such a long time, are you afraid we can't earn money? Is borrowing money so easy here?" Jenna asked in surprise. In Trier, whether pawning items at a pawn shop or borrowing from loan sharks, it wasn't a simple matter. The corresponding items or people had to have some value. But just now, she saw Franca tap her phone a few times and successfully borrow a sum of money. Was it like this for everyone, or did the beautiful demoness get special treatment? Franca pursed her lips and remarked, "It is quite easy. Even the poorest people have some remaining value. If all else fails, they can be taken to have their organs sold." Obviously, she didn't like how easy online loans were, but now she had to take out a bunch of microloans to support Ludwig and the whole team, so she couldn't say the rest of what she was thinking. Lumion took out the golden box that Madam Magician had returned from the traveler's bag and asked thoughtfully, "Are there places here that buy gold?" The space contained in his traveler's bag had also significantly shrunk, now only equivalent to a storage room. He couldn't stock up too much food for Ludwig. "There are, but they're strictly regulated. We'll see if there are any illegal channels later," said Franca, who was well-read and had some understanding of gold trading. "Illegal channels?" Lumion said pensively. "When we try to sell gold through such channels, won't they see us as outsiders, easy to bully, afraid to report to the police on such matters, and just take our gold without paying?" Franca gave Lumion the side-eye. "You want to fish again? This is called receiving gifts from kind-hearted people." Lumion smiled. "For this kind of black-on-black crime, they probably won't report to the police. It shouldn't affect our law-abiding image, right?" Through long-term daily influence from Aurora and Franca, and being in the corresponding environment, Lumion had gradually become proficient in using certain words and sentences. "Can't you just find a proper job?" Franca said with a laugh. "A job would only interfere with our observation of the people and events around Mr. Fool," Lumion reasoned. "That's not necessarily true," Franca instinctively retorted. "What if that job could help you become Mr. Fool's colleague? Wouldn't that make observation more convenient?" "That's true." Lumion's gaze moved from Franca's face to Jenna and Anthony, as if considering who should apply for the corresponding job. "Speaking of which, the company Mr. Fool works for was started by Emperor Roselle." Franca recalled the contents of the document. "The Emperor's real name wouldn't happen to be Huang Tao, would it? According to the major arcana card holders, it would occasionally be the Emperor's own projection, but most of the time it's a fake person woven by Mr. Fool in the dream. Well, now only the latter possibility remains. Who knows how long it will be before the Emperor gets a chance to resurrect." As she spoke, Franca suddenly laughed. "The Emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Bernadette, is named Bernie Huang in Mr. Fool's dream. Haha, what a cute name. Is this Mr. Fool's sense of humor? You should restrain yourself a bit. Bernie Huang, no, Princess Bernadette often projects her consciousness here. She seems to have an item similar to the lucky coin, Jenna reminded Franca with a smile. She had just read the corresponding description in the document. By now, Lumion had made his decision. I or Anthony will apply for the job. If a demoness enters the Emperor's company, it might cause quite a few troubles and make it hard to keep a low profile. Franca and Jenna nodded heavily, both remembering the Emperor's words of wisdom. Lumion brought the topic back to the gold matter. If I sell this golden box in the dream, will my golden box in reality disappear? If not, couldn't we sell it over and over by leaving the dream and returning? Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were momentarily speechless. Is this the influence of Amon's boon? After a few seconds, Lumion mused. It probably won't work. Mr. Fool is a great existence who controls errors and loopholes. He wouldn't leave such an obvious problem. I suspect selling gold in the dream is equivalent to sacrificing it to him. I think so too, Franca agreed. As they spoke, dozens of quiet and eerie black flames gathered around the two demonesses and the male-appearing Lumion. These 20 to 30 black flames flew to various parts of the room, burning away any possible insects. Originally, Lumion could have engulfed the entire house in the demoness black flames to complete the cleaning, but now he could only exert the standard of a sequence 7. After finishing the cleaning, Franca began teaching Lumion and the others how to use their phones, and guiding Ludwig on how to play with his children's smartwatch. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. I'm hungry. Ludwig's voice suddenly rang out. Franca lifted her gaze from her phone, looked at the sky that had already turned to dusk, and sincerely exclaimed, "Phones are so much fun. Time flies so fast." The amazed Lumion, Jenna, and the others put away their phones and went out to find a restaurant to avoid Ludwig causing trouble out of extreme hunger. They hadn't even allocated who would sleep in which room yet. After leaving the old residential complex, Franca glanced at the row of shops by the roadside and said with a smile, "Based on my previous observations, this city's prototype is one I once toured. The cooking standards of these street-side small shops might be even higher than big restaurants, and more suitable for people like us who can't afford high-end places. Let's eat at this one first, lest Ludwig can't wait." She was pointing to a small restaurant just to the left of the residential complex. Business seemed decent, with several tables set up on the sidewalk. Before going out, Lumion and the others had already adjusted their hair color and eye color using the lie earring and modified their facial features. Although they still attracted hidden or bold glances as handsome men and beautiful women, at least they didn't stand out as obviously foreign to their surroundings. Franca chose one of the tables on the sidewalk, took the menu, and asked with a smile, "The specialty is spicy food. Can you handle it? Didn't you say before that the essence of spiciness is a kind of pain? What's there to not handle?" Lumion replied nonchalantly. Franca gave him a challenging look, then turned to Jenna with a smile and said, "Not everything is spicy. There are sweet and sour dishes, and some that focus on umami flavors. Two dishes I really like, kung pao chicken and yusiang shredded pork, can be made non-spicy. The proportion of sour, sweet, and other flavors might be different in each restaurant. It takes luck to find the type that suits your taste best. The two most satisfying times I've had were once in a time-honored restaurant and once in a hole-in-the-wall place like this." The kung pao chicken in the time-honored restaurant was adjusted to a lychee paste flavor, using only chicken thigh meat, tender and not dry. The yusiang shredded pork in that hole-in-the-wall place only used chopped scallions as a side vegetable, with sweet, sour, salty, and pickled pepper flavors all mixed into the sauce and stir-fried with the meat. This is different from the common practice, but very appetizing and delicious. Should we order a few bottles of beer? We rarely have a full team dinner like this. Although I don't like bottled beer, I can make do with it. Ever since introducing phones on the train, Franca had maintained an excited state as if back on her home turf, constantly introducing and sharing, with a gleam in her eyes like a hint of sunlight. Lumion didn't mind this fellow showing such enthusiastic host-like attitude, taking over all the things a team leader should say. Instead, he was infected with a sense of calm, relaxation, and joy because of it. Summer nights darkened late, and even now, just after 7 o'clock, The sky was still somewhat bright. The breeze blowing past the tables and chairs on the roadside brought a hint of coolness from inside the restaurant and other shops, making the eating and drinking crowd increasingly lively. Some were laughing loudly. Some were eating while fiddling with their phones, completely without the restraint of sitting on the sidewalk. Jenna observed intently for a while, then said softly to Franca, "There's a strange sense of relaxation." She had seen people eating by the roadside in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and the Market District before, but never had a similar feeling. "This is one of the things I miss about the past," said Franca, her eyes bright, having already ordered the food. At this moment, a woman with smooth, glossy black hair tied in a simple ponytail, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and fitness shorts, dragging sandals, came to the entrance of the small restaurant and said to the busy owner, "How long do I have to wait for takeout?" "Sia, you're late today," the owner commented in a familiar tone. Before Ms. Sia could answer, someone suddenly shouted from nearby, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" A figure ran past the tables and chairs, tightly gripping a diamond necklace. As he ran past Ms. Sia, she suddenly raised her foot and delivered a side kick. Bang! The thief was kicked several meters away, falling to the ground in pain, momentarily unable to get up. "This gal is quite fierce," Franca said, her eyes full of admiration. Lumian looked at Miss Sia's profile and said in a low voice, "Is that Sia Taz? The one who shares an apartment with Mr. Fool? Sia Taz?" Franca quickly examined the face and ears of the woman surnamed Sia, partially hidden by her glossy black hair. According to information provided by the major Arcana cardholders, Sia Taz, who currently rented the same apartment as Mr. Fool, was an ancient elf in reality. Her boyfriend Mobit was a viscount from the Fourth Epoch Solomon Empire and a member of the Zoroast family. Both of them have been dead for many years. Franca quickly withdrew her gaze, not letting Sia Taz notice her observation. This was the professionalism of an assassin. As for her previous blatant staring, she wasn't worried about being suspected at all. Sia Taz's action of kicking away the thief had drawn everyone's attention. Franca lowered her voice and said to Lumian and the others, "Her ears are slightly pointed, and her facial features are consistent with local residents. It should be Sia Taz. Damn it, could the ancestors of the elven race really be transmigrators? Except for a few minor details, Sia Taz could pass as a local in this city without any flaws. She even wanted to chat with Sia Taz." Lumian glanced at Ludwig, who was gnawing on the end of his chopsticks, and said thoughtfully, "Could Sia Taz be that celestial worthy? Or could she be a beyonder subordinate of that celestial worthy?" Both Franca and Jenna were stunned by this question. "It doesn't seem likely." Franca resisted the urge to look at Sia Taz again. Jenna pondered for a moment and then suggested, "The Sia Taz in the dream should be a fake person woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious based on memories. A fake person could also be that celestial worthy, or could be used by that celestial worthy," Lumian said with a smile. For some reason, seeing his smile, both Franca and Jenna's hearts beat a little faster. They felt that his male form had lost some of its handsome aura compared to before, but gained more beauty. When he smiled, it was like sunlight shining on his face. Oh right, although Lumian's subconscious is still male, the modifications to his body by the potion has long been recognized and remembered by his subconscious. In situations not involving gender identity, the enhancement of appearance and increase in charm from the demoness pathway would definitely be reflected in the dream. What should this be called? An incubus? Franca first had a sudden realization, then started complaining internally. Lumian continued, "Sia Taz is one of the closest people to Mr. Fool, living in another room in the same rental apartment. Why couldn't such a person be that celestial worthy? Why couldn't she be controlled by that celestial worthy in some way, becoming his puppet, being used by him? The closer someone is to Mr. Fool, the more suspicious they are. Right?" Anthony rarely took the initiative to share his own views. In the information, the Oracle mentioned that Sia Taz and Mobit only had contact with Mr. Fool's Angel of Redemption, the Incarnation walking on Earth, that great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, and they are already dead. To Mr. Fool, they are neither important nor special. Why would the ones living with Mr. Fool, so close to him, be these two, and not other fake people, such as the dream counterparts of some major arcana card holders? It is indeed worth suspecting. Franca and Jenna both nodded slowly. Lumion immediately added, I mainly wanted to make one point clear. At this stage, we should focus on observation, supplemented by analyzing the contents of the information and collecting information. We absolutely must not contact Mr. Fool, and we should try not to contact these people around Mr. Fool. The closer they are to Mr. Fool, the less we should contact them. But if we don't make contact, how can we conduct further investigations later? How can we determine the identity of the celestial worthy? How can we gradually awaken Mr. Fool? Franca raised a question. Lumion chuckled. We're just not making contact at this stage. After we complete the observation work, we will make contact with purpose and plan. That will also be a form of probing. Probing? Jenna and Franca vaguely grasped Lumion's idea. They were about to inquire further when the cold dishes were ready and brought to their table along with several bottles of beer. After the waiter left, Franca picked up her chopsticks, easily opened the bottle caps, and poured a glass for everyone except Ludwig. Children can only drink soda and dairy products. Franca tapped her glass full of golden liquid on the table and said with a smile, The past cannot be retrieved. The future cannot be known. Let's toast to the fact that we're all still together now and can enjoy life. Lumion shook his head with a smile, but still clinked glasses with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Then, he tilted his head back and gulped down the glass of beer. Franca was the first to finish drinking. She wiped her mouth and saw Lumion's Adam's apple moving as he drank. With a little beer seeping from the corner of his mouth, she suddenly froze. Damn, why do I find his Adam's apple movement so sexy? Is this what an incubus is like? Anthony glanced at Franca and Jenna drinking boldly and their unconscious small movements. Then at the men and women around furtively looking at them and Lumion. He silently sighed and tried to make himself even less noticeable. Ludwig had already started quickly eating the cold dishes like garlic pork slices, cold sliced pork head meat, spicy shredded pig ears, smashed cucumber, and mixed shredded vegetables. Lumion took an inconspicuous mirror from his pocket and placed it in a corner of the table. Franca quickly came to her senses and once again filled up the beer for each team member, except for the child. She raised her glass again and said, Cheers to past experiences and future hopes. Her passionate tone and high spirits gave Jenna and Lumion a slightly tipsy feeling, while Anthony felt like he was back in his military camp days. Amidst the crisp clinking sounds, they temporarily set aside their inner depression and worries about this mission, just enjoying the present moment. In the rental apartment, we spent 600? Jenna asked, sounding a bit pained. They had spent 1/10 of their funds in just one meal. It's actually not expensive. This fellow eats like 10 people or more, and we also drank alcohol. Franca waved her hand. It's fine, I'll arrange a few more microloans as backup, and you should each get one too. We still need to go out and buy some t-shirts, casual pants, jeans, sneakers. How about we find time to go to the wholesale market tomorrow? At times like this, brand, fit, and design didn't matter. Cost-effectiveness was the top priority. Lumion took out the remaining food from the traveler's bag, which had shrunk in space, and while placing them on the dining table, he said, We also need to replenish food for Ludwig. He needs to eat every 2 to 3 hours. Franca pointed to the rooms. Anthony, you choose first. Anthony didn't hesitate and chose the smallest bedroom, which was also not on the same side as the other two. Franca turned to Lumion. You'll sleep in the master bedroom with Ludwig? The second bedroom will do. Except for his big appetite, he's a normal kid in other aspects. He won't be cramped sleeping in the second bedroom's bed. Lumion understood that one of his tasks was to keep an eye on Ludwig, not letting him leave the dream prematurely out of fear and refusing to come back. All right, Jenna and I will sleep in the master bedroom. Franca smiled. In the time that followed, she borrowed another 10,000 in microloans, with Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony each getting 3,000. After doing this, Franca, with great willpower, put down her phone, turned on the light, and carefully read the information related to Mr. Fool, which she had only quickly browsed before. Lumion and the others each occupied a position, equally focused on reading. Before they knew it, the night grew deeper. Ludwig's another cry of hunger brought them back to alertness, and they stopped reading and discussing. Even just reading the information about Mr. Fool provided by the major arcana card holders, I feel like my head is in a daze, gradually losing myself. Is this the status of a great existence? Lumion seriously assessed his previous state and solemnly said, "When we study this information again later, we shouldn't exceed half an hour each time." He raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, finding that the consumption of spirituality was also significant. Franca stood up and looked out the window. "Let's go eat barbecue outside Mr. Fool's neighborhood. Although Mr. Fool doesn't come out for late-night snacks every day, at least we can observe the people who frequently appear around the neighborhood." Jenna was about to respond when she suddenly noticed the scenery outside the balcony. She unconsciously walked over and gazed out beyond the residential area. Across the street, the bright and warm lights shone out from countless buildings and windows, like the Milky Way had fallen to the ground, but with an added human touch. This night view was more vast and dreamlike than that of Trier and the new city of Silver, seeming to carry more dreams. Lumion also focused his gaze for a while, until Ludwig tugged at the sleeve of his shirt. "Let's go." He withdrew his gaze and headed towards the door. Franca said to Jenna, "Later, we'll find a tall building with a good view to take another look." After leaving the neighborhood, they followed the map and circled around to the outside of Mr. Fool's neighborhood. They casually chose a barbecue stand and inconspicuously observed the people and events around them. Just as the grilled beef arrived, Franca noticed that Lumion's gaze was fixed in one direction for a long time, not moving. "What's wrong?" she asked curiously. Lumion pointed with his chin in that direction. "I see the oracle." "The oracle?" Franca and Jenna looked in that direction and saw a hooligan with yellowish eyebrows and hair color. The man was holding a stack of flyers. "Oracle Danitz?" Jenna asked for confirmation. Lumion nodded slowly. "I don't know if it's a consciousness projection or a fake person in the dream." Seemingly sensing their gaze, Mr. Fool's Oracle Danitz suddenly turned around and looked over. Then, he quickly walked up to Lumion and the others, glanced at Ludwig, and asked with a smile, "Would you be interested in dream tutoring classes?" Tutoring classes. Ludwig's pupils suddenly dilated. Crack. He bit through the bamboo skewer. Lumion examined Oracle Danitz's deep blue eyes for a few seconds, then gave Jenna a meaningful look. Now, Franca no longer needed to digest the affliction potion. Jenna instantly understood Lumion's intention and asked Oracle Danitz with a smile, "Do you have any courses suitable for children?" She pointed at Ludwig, causing him to tremble and turn pale. This made Jenna feel the obvious digestion of the affliction potion. Danitz's eyes lit up, and he said with a big smile, "Of course we do. From foreign language education and logic courses for 3-year-olds to vocational training for adults, we have it all." As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but move back and forth between Jenna and Franca's faces a few times, seemingly stunned by their beauty. Many celebrities with makeup and photo editing might not be this beautiful. Jenna took the flyer and looked at it carefully, then said with a smile, "When we have time, I'll bring the child to take a look." She kept in mind the plan Lumion had made, focusing on observation for now and not rushing to make contact. Hearing Jenna's words, Ludwig's face showed obvious bitterness. He could only grab a handful of grilled beef skewers and fiercely tear off more than a dozen pieces of meat sprinkled with chili powder and cumin to soothe his inner wounds. "All right. Remember to mention my name for a discount." Danitz marveled at how such a young beauty already had such a big child. Assuming she must have not studied well in high school and was taken home by some hooligan to have a child before finishing school. He then gave his name. "My surname is Da, and my given name is Nizi." After saying this, his gaze lingered on Jenna and Franca's faces before he unhesitatingly turned around to continue looking for targets to distribute flyers. He should be a fake person in the dream woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious. Anthony, who had been observing silently, made his judgment. Lumion nodded, then added, "Indeed, he didn't show any special qualities an oracle should have, and he obviously didn't recognize me." At this point, Lumion smiled. Since he's woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious, it shows that in Mr. Fool's perception, the oracle is someone who likes women but won't be confused by them, with relatively strong willpower in this aspect. This conclusion was drawn from Danet's behavior of being attracted by the beauty of the two demonesses, yet not flirting, not lingering, and not talking too much. It might not be strong willpower, but professional ethics that prevent him from flirting with women while working. Or he might have someone he likes and is willing to restrain himself for, Franca said, eventually showing an ambiguous smile. Does this mean what's written in the Adventurer series is true? The rumors at sea say the same. Lumion confirmed Franca's guess. In the time that followed, the four of them mainly observed and didn't eat much, while Ludwig turned his grief into appetite, eventually causing them to spend 400. Franca put the last piece of grilled eggplant into her mouth, chewed a few times, and stood up somewhat reluctantly, saying, "It's time to go back." This was truly a nostalgic taste. As they circled back to their own neighborhood, Jenna glanced at the bright street lamps on both sides, then at the pedestrians walking in the summer night breeze in the dark night. She had the illusion that it wasn't near dawn now, but just the beginning of the night. In Trier, before becoming a Beyonder, she only dared to walk on the streets at midnight, relying on her reputation as the Red Boots mistress and her concealed revolver. Even so, she didn't dare to walk too far home and usually had to stay at Franca's place. But in this metropolis in Mr. Fool's dream, people seemed accustomed to enjoying the deep night on the streets. Franca had already integrated into such an environment, as if returning to her past life. She was looking around quite comfortably when she suddenly noticed a human figure hanging on the outer wall of a building at the edge of an alley leading to an old neighborhood, gently swaying in a place where the street lamps couldn't illuminate. With a demoness supervision and night vision, Franca instantly saw the appearance of that figure clearly. Yellowish eyebrows, hair of the same color, a red headband wrapped around the forehead, deep blue eyes bulging out, frozen in pain and despair, not very deep facial features already distorted, mouth half open, tongue sticking out. Danetz. Oracle Danetz. He was hanging on the outer wall of the building, with a brownish-yellow hemp rope around his neck. He had been hanged. The man who was distributing tutoring flyers to Lumion and the others just over an hour ago had been hanged. As Franca's pupils suddenly dilated, Lumion and Jenna also noticed the corpse hanging in midair, gently swaying. The oracle is dead? Murdered? Jenna blurted out in confusion. Who did this? Was it a natural development of the dream, or was it done by that celestial worthy's subordinates? After confirming that the corpse was indeed Oracle Danetz, Franca exhaled and said, "It's good that he's just a fake person in the dream, so the oracle in reality won't die along with him." Hearing these words, Lumion's heart stirred. He walked into the alley and came to the front of Danetz's suspended corpse. During the process, he continuously observed his surroundings and took out a mirror to perform a quick and simple divination to confirm whether the murderer had already left, and if anyone was paying attention to this place. Before he got really close, he could already smell the stench of loss of bowel and bladder control. Combined with other details, he determined that the oracle had indeed been hanged to death. Lumion condensed ice blocks on the wall to create protrusions, then nimbly climbed up to reach the same height as Danetz's corpse. He then put the oracle, along with the hemp rope, into the mirror he had just used for divination. "You want to bury the oracle?" Franca asked curiously after Lumion jumped down from the wall, melted all the ice blocks, and dried the wet marks with crimson flames. Lumion looked around and said in a lowered voice, "To conduct an experiment." "What experiment?" Jenna, holding the depressed Ludwig's hand, asked curiously. Lumion chuckled. "Based on the contents of the information and the details we've observed so far, we all know that this dream evolved from Mr. Fool's subconscious. If we hide the oracle's corpse and don't let Mr. Fool discover or hear about such an incident, does that mean the oracle's death doesn't exist, and tomorrow night, The Oracle will still be distributing flyers in that area with many night food stalls. Come to think of it, it's really possible. Franca quickly recalled the dream-themed movies and novels she had seen before her transmigration. If that's the case, we can find ways to use this point. Major events that Mr. Fool's dream identity doesn't know about or hasn't heard of are equivalent to non-existent, never having happened, Lumion said with a smile. But what if the Oracle doesn't appear tomorrow night? Or if the police have obtained information about his disappearance? Jenna knew Lumion wouldn't have overlooked this question. After all, there were only two possible outcomes for the experiment. Lumion said with a smile on his lips, there might be two reasons. First, each fake person in the dream, besides coming from Mr. Fool's memories and cognition, also has his subconscious integrated into them. So any event that happens in the dream will be known and recorded by Mr. Fool's subconscious. Seeing that Franca and the others seemed unable to grasp the point he wanted to make, Lumion gave an example. The information mentions that Mr. Fool was an ancient existence awakening from slumber, collecting power and secrets through his incarnation walking on Earth, gradually reviving. His incarnation experienced the advancement from Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker to Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries. To prepare for the ritual, he established a town called Utopia, where every resident was Mr. Fool's marionette. Each marionette had its own destiny trajectory, all played by Mr. Fool interacting with each other, portraying reality. Isn't this very similar to the current real dream? Except for the consciousness projections from the outside, the remaining dream fake people are likely Mr. Fool's subdivided subconscious, combined with the images from his memories to portray. In other words, except for us, every person and every animal in the dream might be Mr. Fool. If we really want to contact Mr. Fool, we might not need to find his dream identity. This could be one of our approaches to contact Mr. Fool in the future while bypassing the celestial worthies monitoring. Was Utopia mentioned in that information? Franca was stunned for a moment. Did Mr. Fool use this term? She raised her hand to rub her head, showing slight pain and confusion. It might have been there, but by the time I reached the later parts, I was already dazed. I seemed to be communicating with you, but I actually had no idea what I was saying. It was indeed there, and the approach I just mentioned wasn't thought up by me either. It was proposed by the major Arcana cardholders, but they no longer have the chance to verify it. Lumion nodded. Everyone is Mr. Fool. Jenna recalled the sea of people they encountered after leaving the train carriage and the bustling scenes they had seen before, finding it hard to believe for a moment. Lumion continued, as for the second reason, if the Oracle's death was carried out by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates, that Celestial Worthy can also control and influence the dream, and would certainly let Mr. Fool's subconscious know about this incident. But the question is, what's the point of dealing with such a fake person? Even if they wanted to shake Mr. Fool's will by targeting his emotional weak points, they shouldn't have chosen the Oracle. From the information, the Oracle hasn't established any close relationship with Mr. Fool in the dream, not even qualifying as a friend. Strange, Franca murmured in agreement. They quickly dealt with the scene using the demoness black flames, left the alley, and walked towards the old neighborhood where they were renting. As they approached the main gate, they suddenly heard someone frantically calling out in a low voice from the side near some green trees. Spare me. Please spare me. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Lumion turned his gaze towards the source and saw that it was a local man, not someone with northern continent facial features like Oracle Danitz. Seeing the local man curled up by the green trees, crying out in a near-breakdown state, Franca seriously considered whether to help call the police. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, then gave Anthony a meaningful look. Anthony immediately walked into the shadowed area and used placate on the target. The local man in his 40s finally calmed down, as if emerging from a nightmare that had tormented him for a long time. Lumion approached and asked pointedly, "What happened?" Having encountered the strange death of Oracle Danitz not long ago and now meeting a mentally collapsed man, he intuitively felt this shouldn't be simple either, and might hide some crucial information. The man raised his head and looked at Lumion and the others. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw Franca and Jenna. His expression twisted and he cried out in extreme terror, Female ghost. A female ghost. His voice was exceptionally shrill, filled with fear, alerting even the security guard at the entrance of the old neighborhood, who came over with a flashlight to check. Lumion quickly threw out his mirror, creating his own mirror maze. Franca glanced at him, seeing that he had reacted in time, and withdrew her right hand from her pocket. At the same time, Franca muttered to herself, "How do I look like a female ghost? How do Jenna and I look like female ghosts?" The security guard, holding a brightly shining flashlight, came over and circled the green trees twice, saying with a puzzled face, "The sound was clearly coming from here. Why can't I see anyone?" He listened carefully again, feeling that the voice shouting female ghost had become somewhat distant, unable to discern exactly where it was coming from. The security guard suddenly shuddered. Could there really be female ghosts? He decided not to deal with this matter anymore, only to help report it to the police. As soon as he had this new idea, he immediately ran back towards the security room at the entrance. Although the mirror maze was only at sequence 7 level, the current dark environment with few people still allowed Lumion to successfully deceive the security guard. 547. He had Franca and Jenna retreat to the edge of the mirror maze, not to be seen by the collapsed man, and signaled Anthony to do another round of placate. Although the mirror maze was only at sequence 7 level, the current dark environment with few people still allowed Lumion to successfully deceive the security guard. He had Franca and Jenna retreat to the edge of the mirror maze, not to be seen by the collapsed man, and signaled Anthony to do another round of placate. The mentally broken local man calmed down once again, and Anthony asked gently and calmly, "What happened? Perhaps I can help you." For some reason, the man felt that Anthony before him was very trustworthy, making him feel very at ease. He took a breath and said, I encountered a juncture. A juncture. Lumion could roughly understand this belonged to a type of undead creature, perhaps a unique term for zombies in this dream world. The man was silent for a few seconds, looked at Anthony, and received an affirmative nod from him. He gathered his courage and stammered, "I am a hospital orderly. I just took a corpse to the morgue. That corpse was too beautiful, unbelievably beautiful. Her ears were a bit small, very cute, enchanting, just like those expensive jewelry in gold shops. She wasn't wearing any clothes. I couldn't resist. I told my coworker to go ahead. Then I climbed on top, bit her ear, and had my way with her for quite a while." Hearing this, Franca couldn't help but raise her right hand to face palm. Bringing shame to the motherland. Perverts are everywhere. It's about relative proportions. It didn't feel like a dead person at all. The man rambled on, as if still savoring the experience. Gradually, his eyes bulged. Just as I pulled up my pants, that corpse's eyes opened. They opened. Female ghost. A female ghost. After listening intently, Lumion turned his head and said to Franca and Jenna, "If even a corpse has such great allure, could it be a demoness?" "It's possible." Franca nodded. Jenna then proposed another possibility. The corpse of a sex addict or a baby Cupid might also have this effect. She had a very deep impression of the Scrooge pathway. Lumion looked outside the mirror maze, seeing no sign of police yet, so he had Anthony placate the orderly once more, then used dream divination to draw a sketch. The woman in the sketch was clearly not a local, more like someone from the northern continent, with striking features but a sacred aura, not feeling like a corpse at all. Additionally, it was evident that the orderly had the strongest impression of the female corpse's small, delicate ears and long, beautiful neck, mixed with intense desire. "She does look a bit like a demoness," said Franca, standing at the edge of the mirror maze with rich experience in identifying demonesses. Lumion pondered for a moment, then asked the male orderly, "Which hospital do you work at?" The male orderly didn't hide anything from Anthony. "I live nearby, but I work at Mushu Hospital." Mushu Hospital. Franca's eyelid twitched. What's wrong? Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony didn't understand why Franca would react this way. The hospital's name seemed normal. Doesn't it mean gazing at the dawn in the distance? Franca organized her thoughts and said, This is one of the manifestations of you being able to understand the meaning of corresponding words, but not truly grasping what they symbolize. In my native language, Mushu and mother tree are near homophones, and you should know very well what mother tree represents. Without waiting for Lumion and the others to respond, Franca said in a deep voice, "Mother tree of desire. Can the mother tree of desire also infiltrate its power into this dream a bit?" Lumion slightly furrowed his brow. "If the mother tree has appeared, how far away is the mother?" Jenna obviously thought of this aspect too, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "Then the possibility of it being a baby Cupid corpse has increased." Lumion had Anthony further question the male orderly about any unusual occurrences at Mushu Hospital, but didn't get any useful answers. They didn't waste any more time. Anthony used hypnosis to make the male orderly forget about the recent soothing and questioning, and had him walk out of the mirror maze on his own, heading towards another street. Dispelling the mirror maze and watching the orderly's retreating figure, Lumion thoughtfully said, "That corpse definitely has issues, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have problems, nor does it mean everything else at Mushu Hospital is normal." Jenna strongly agreed. That intense desire to violate even a female corpse seems very much like the corruption of a sex addict. Of course, it could also be that he was enchanted by the female corpse to the point of losing control. The group discussed the recent events as they walked into their rented apartment complex. Franca suddenly sighed. "We've only been here half a day, and already encountered 2 bizarre incidents not mentioned in the information. Right?" "Correct," Lumion confirmed. He then smiled and said, "Perhaps this is how much weight the 2 calamity pathways carry. When I switch back to the hunter pathway, I could almost be an incomplete human-shaped corpse wax candle. Maybe I could complete the corresponding secret deed rituals without relying on anything. My spiritual intuition tells me that we might encounter that resurrected female corpse before long. Then we should take turns keeping watch starting tonight," Franca immediately said. "Dying in the dream could mean real death. It's indeed worth being so vigilant." Lumion nodded approvingly. "Tomorrow morning, we'll secretly observe outside Mr. Fool's company to recognize people first." Late at night in the master bedroom, Jenna suddenly woke up and saw Franca hugging a thin blanket she had taken out of the traveler's bag, sitting against the headboard in the darkness, as if she had turned into a statue. "What are you thinking about?" Jenna slowly sat up and asked carefully. Franca gazed at the wall opposite, which had been painted by darkness, and answered in a voice like sleep-talking, "Why would Mr. Fool name his marionette town Utopia? Is there something wrong with this name?" Jenna didn't quite understand what Franca was concerned about. After a few seconds of silence, Franca said, "That's a term specific to the world I transmigrated from, meaning a non-existent country, an imaginary country. Why would Mr. Fool use it?" Jenna roughly understood Franca's thoughts. She said in a gentle voice, "The major arcana card holders mentioned in the information that Mr. Fool has been collecting Emperor Roselle's diaries. Maybe this term was in one of the diaries, or maybe Mr. Fool learned about this term during his long-term confrontation with the celestial worthy. Or, well, didn't you say the ancient sun god might also be a transmigrator? Why couldn't Mr. Fool be one? That's what I'm suspecting. The more I think about Mr. Fool's origins mentioned in the information and the experiences of his avatars, the more I suspect." Franca's voice became so low it lost its weight. "Don't suspect, verify," Jenna comforted Franca in her own way. "When we awaken Mr. Fool, you can ask this question. Whether he's a transmigrator or not, after confronting the celestial worthy for so many years, he must know the secret of your transmigration. He might even be able to help you return. For now, don't think too much about it. Focus on awakening Mr. Fool." Franca slowly exhaled and said, "Right, thinking too much now is useless. We can't verify anything for the time being." For me, awakening Mr. Fool is no longer just a task from the Tarot Club, no longer just something that must be done to survive the apocalypse." After chatting for a while longer, Franca lay back down, inhaling Jenna's scent, and fell into a deep sleep, both mentally and physically exhausted. After Franca was completely asleep, Jenna carefully got up, opened the master bedroom door, and walked into the living room that doubled as a dining room. Lumion, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, was sitting by the wooden dining table, staring blankly at the window in the direction of the shoe cabinet. "It's my turn to keep watch, you can go rest now," Jenna said with a smile. Lumion withdrew his gaze and stood up. "What were you and Franca talking about just now?" Jenna summarized the key points of Franca's doubts and her own comfort. Lumion nodded slightly and said, "Right, give her a goal, motivate her to act, and not think too much for now. When it's daylight, I'll find a chance to consult Anthony again to see if we need to do anything else." Jenna turned her gaze to the window in the direction of the shoe cabinet and asked curiously, "What were you thinking about just now?" Lumion looked in that direction as well. What met his eyes was the scene inside the neighborhood. At this moment, only 2 or 3 households in each building still had lights spilling out, while the rest were in darkness. Lumion's thoughts seemed to drift away again. He answered in a low voice, "I was wondering if Aurora used to live in a city like this." The next morning, after cleaning up in the master bedroom bathroom, Franca walked into the living room and immediately saw plastic bags piled on the wooden dining table. Those semi-transparent white plastic bags contained various foods like fried dough sticks, sesame balls, steamed dumplings, xilongbeo, and regular steamed buns. Next to them were cups of soy milk and bottles of milk. The aroma permeating the air felt both familiar and tempting to Franca. She blurted out in surprise, "Who bought all this? Don't you need me as a guide to help with communication anymore? Is this really a foreigner who's been here for less than 24 hours? Lumion smiled and pointed to himself. "Of course it was me." Franca looked him up and down. "You bought so much breakfast at once. Didn't the shopkeeper find it strange? It's not like I bought them all from one place," Lumion said, glancing at Ludwig, who had bitten off half a sesame ball, revealing some of the red bean paste filling inside. He smiled and continued, "Later, one shopkeeper did ask when he saw me carrying so much food. 'How did you answer?' Franca asked vigilantly." Lumion chuckled. "I said I was doing multi-level marketing." Franca's mouth gaped slightly, at a loss for words. The shopkeeper had the same reaction, then asked if I was joking. Lumion maintained his smile. "I said yes. I was actually preparing breakfast for a company team-building event." "Where did you learn these terms?" Franca asked, looking slightly bewildered. Lumion chuckled in response. "Aurora mentioned them before and I asked about them, but I still didn't understand what they meant. Last night I finally figured it out online." "Your learning ability is quite amazing," Franca said, her lip twitching slightly. "He's already surfing the internet so quickly. Good thing this guy hasn't learned to use food delivery apps to order breakfast directly yet. Otherwise, what use would I be as a guide?" Lumion said in an Aurora-like smug tone, "I've already applied for a QQ number and a backup WeChat account. Once we finish the observation phase of our work, I'll try adding Mr. Fool." 1437. Franca thought about how this guy was now essentially a genuine beauty who could switch to a beautiful female form at any time. She couldn't help but quip, "Mr. Fool will think you're selling tea leaves and won't add you at all." Lumion said in an Aurora-like smug tone, "I've already applied for a QQ number and a backup WeChat account. Once we finish the observation phase of our work, I'll try adding Mr. Fool." Franca thought about how this guy was now essentially a genuine beauty who could switch to a beautiful female form at any time. She couldn't help but quip, "Mr. Fool will think you're selling tea leaves and won't add you at all." "What?" Lumion was a bit confused. "Finally something you don't know." Franca pulled out a chair and sat down, then tore open the soy milk seal, broke off half a dough stick, and dropped it in to soak. After doing this, she began educating Lumion and Anthony, who was silently eating breakfast, on some internet common sense. Jenna had taken the second half of the night watch and was still catching up on sleep. Towards the end, Franca pondered for a moment and said to Lumion, "Although you're adapting and integrating very well, I still don't think you should have made that kind of joke when buying breakfast. That kind of joke leaves a strong impression, and you're quite handsome now, so the breakfast shop owner has definitely remembered you." This isn't very conducive to our current plan of hiding our identities and observing quietly. If we weren't concerned about this, afraid of becoming too famous and attracting the celestial worthies' attention, we could even start a live stream to make money and take Ludwig to eat at buffets. Lumion thought about it seriously. Indeed, I'll be more careful. We'll have Anthony go buy things from now on. At this point, Lumion sincerely praised Franca. You're even more attentive than me when it comes to these things. Franca used chopsticks to pick up a section of dough sticks soaked in sweet soy milk, stuffed it in her mouth, chewed and swallowed, then half closed her eyes and sighed with both intoxication and satisfaction. This is it. She paused, then said proudly, Of course, I've seriously acted as an assassin before. I'm definitely not the kind of assassin who thinks killing everyone who sees me equals successful stealth. They chatted idly for a while, and Jenna also got up and started eating the breakfast Lumion had put in the traveler's bag earlier, which Ludwig hadn't discovered. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lumion and Franca went to open the door one after the other, and saw two people in police uniforms standing outside. The leader had a receding hairline and gray eyes, while the one behind him had black hair and green eyes, looking very handsome but with a lazy, carefree air about him. Franca's pupils suddenly dilated. She recognized the young police officer with emerald eyes. It was the Major Arcana card holder, Mr. Starr. Franca was about to greet him happily when she suddenly realized Mr. Starr had been locked onto by the celestial worthy and would be kicked out shortly after entering the dream each time. The one before her should only be the dream image of Mr. Starr woven by Mr. Fool's subconscious. Good morning. My name is Deng. I'm the police officer responsible for this area. The gray-eyed policeman smiled and asked, You just moved in yesterday, right? Yes. Lumion didn't hide it. The police here even know we just arrived yesterday. The police in Trier were never this efficient. Officer Deng said amiably, Do you have a temporary residence permit? Captain, it's called a residence permit now. The young police officer behind him with black hair and green eyes, who was suspected to be the dream image of the Major Arcana card holder, Mr. Starr, reminded him helplessly. He seemed to have reminded him many times before. Ha! I forgot. Officer Deng laughed self-deprecatingly. We haven't had time to get one yet, Franca quickly answered, afraid that Lumion wouldn't know what a residence permit was. Then when you have time, go to the police station across from New City Garden to get one. If you young lovers get married later and have children, you'll need this to enroll them in public kindergartens. Officer Deng reminded them in a casual manner. Fast-forwarding to marriage and children already, Franca found it both amusing and helpless. Captain, Mr. Starr behind Officer Deng reminded him once again. Officer Deng smiled. I almost forgot we came to ask you something today. Call all your friends over. When Jenna came to the entrance area holding Ludwig's hand, along with Anthony, Officer Deng took out a photo. Have you seen this person? The man in the photo had dyed his hair and eyebrows a burnt yellow color, with unremarkable facial features. It was clearly Oracle Danitz. We've seen him, Lumion answered, pretending to think. He handed out flyers to us last night. What was his name again? He turned his gaze to Jenna. Jenna, holding Ludwig's hand, said, His surname was Da. I don't remember his full name. He wanted to recommend a suitable tutoring class for children. I was planning to go check it out when I have time. Seeing Lumion and Jenna speaking like an old married couple with a child, Officer Deng's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them, and between Lumion and Franca. Young people these days. Did something happen to him? Lumion asked curiously, taking the initiative. Officer Deng explained briefly. He didn't return to his residence last night. His roommate reported him missing, and we're investigating everyone he had contact with last night. Franca and Jenna resisted the urge to look at Lumion, while Lumion spoke the truest words. He gave us flyers, chatted for a bit, then left. Officer Deng and Mr. Starr asked a few more details and made notes. After they left and everyone sat back at the dining table, Franca looked at Lumion and asked with concern, Is the Oracle's body still in that mirror? Lumion took out the corresponding mirror and checked. It's still there. There was still a mirror world here, and Lumion could still freely enter and exit, but he could now directly narrow the range of different mirrors to within 500 meters. For mirrors he had already mastered locating, the distance between them couldn't exceed 10 kilometers when wanting to traverse. Otherwise, there was a risk of getting lost in the void tunnel. Jenna nodded. Then we can rule out the first guess from yesterday. Critical things that Mr. Fool's dream identity doesn't know about or hasn't heard of will also become real and evolve further. The remaining two guesses were that all the NPCs in the dream had part of Mr. Fool's subconscious integrated into them, and that the Oracle's death was done by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates. These two were not completely opposed and could both be true. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. If it was done by the Celestial Worthy's subordinates, the disappearance of the body would puzzle them as well. Besides the police, there should be people investigating the Oracle's whereabouts. We need to be careful. After discussing this for a while, Lumion looked at the long-stopped wall clock, then at the sky outside. It seems to be getting late. Franca took out her phone, lit up the screen, looked at it and said, "It's time to go out. Mr. Fool should be heading to the company soon." Lumion thought for a moment and said to Franca, "I'm worried we'll encounter Amon again if we take a taxi. Last night I found out online that there's also the option of renting a car. Although it will cost more, it's safer and more discreet. Do you know how to drive?" "I have a driver's license," Franca blinked and said. "The identity documents provided by Madam Justice also include a driver's license." "I'm asking if you know how to drive," Lumion emphasized, amused. Franca flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I got my license in college, but before I graduated, I came to Intis. Where would I have had a car to drive? If you ask me if I know how to drive, I can only answer that I have a license." She felt that Anthony, who was currently experiencing the dream world, should have already guessed that she came from a different world. Before Lumion could ask again, she said confidently, "With a Beyonder's eyesight, hearing, reaction time, and physical coordination, plus my driving knowledge, I don't think driving will be a problem. Didn't you quickly master how to use chopsticks yesterday? Then let's rent a car." Lumion made the decision. Although Franca felt the pain of spending money, thinking that she could borrow more, she suppressed that feeling. By the due date, we might have completed the mission and left the dream. In a temporary parking spot across from a large building, sitting in a gray sedan, Lumion and the others intently observed the white-collar workers entering the building, some hurried and some leisurely, through the tinted car windows. When it came to observation, although Lumion was already a demigod, all his abilities were suppressed to the Sequence 7 level. He felt he wasn't as professional as a spectator, so he gave the backseat position closest to the target building to Anthony. Lumion relied on his eagle-like vision from the Demoness pathway and a hunter's sensitivity to visual clues to observe from afar. In the front seat, Franca had finally managed to complete her parallel parking. She rested her elbow on the car door, watching the target area while secretly feeling proud. Jenna turned around, leaning forward and squeezing her head above Franca's shoulder, also watching intently. As time passed minute by minute, Franca suddenly smelled the aroma of meat stewed with spices until tender. She turned her head and saw Ludwig quietly munching on a meat sandwich in the far corner of the back seat. "It hasn't been 2 hours since breakfast, right?" Franca blurted out. "Why is he eating again?" Lumion simply replied, "No, it hasn't. I'm thinking, is this his eating frequency and portion size in reality too?" Franca muttered. She didn't have a direct understanding of how much Ludwig could eat before, only a financial concept. But in the days before entering the dream, she often helped Jenna supervise Ludwig's homework and test papers. The two demonesses got to witness what it meant to be a glutton, leaving an extremely deep impression. Franca continued, "In the dream, aren't all special abilities limited to Sequence 7 level? But he doesn't seem to be eating any less." Hearing this, Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony's gazes suddenly turned to Ludwig. Ludwig quickly stuffed the entire meat sandwich in his mouth and mumbled, "Because it's delicious. You'd rather be stuffed than not eat?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. "Ma'am." Ludwig nodded vigorously. Seeing Ludwig like this, Jenna couldn't help but laugh. It is really delicious. Lumion thought for a moment and decided to indulge Ludwig for a couple of days, as he himself was eating more than usual. It's really good, isn't it? Franca became proud again. What I can't figure out is how none of you got diarrhea. Jenna and Anthony were even clamoring that it was spicy while eating. My digestive system has endured the burning of flames. An ascetic has strong resistance to extreme environments. Lumion indicated that spiciness was no trouble for a hunter who liked self-harm like him. Swallowing a ball of fire was an exaggeration for others, but for him it was an occasional objective description. Anthony continued observing the entrance and exit of the building, calmly saying, "The mythical creature form of Spectator is a mind dragon. Although there wasn't much improvement in combat abilities, one's physical toughness would significantly increase." Just as Jenna was about to describe her feelings, Anthony and Lumion said in unison, "Mr. Fool is here." Jenna hurriedly returned to her previous posture, turning her gaze to the dark-tinted car window. She saw a young man wearing a black short-sleeved polo shirt, light-colored casual pants, and a pair of brownish sneakers. He was holding a cup of soy milk and carrying a bag of steamed buns, taking a few steps up the stairs towards the building. This man had short black hair that was simply styled, deep brown eyes behind a pair of non-prescription glasses. His face was much thinner compared to the portrait in their files, with soft contours, giving him a somewhat handsome appearance. He was precisely Lumion and the other's target, the dream image of Mr. Fool Zhou Mingrue. After Zhou Mingrue's figure disappeared into the building lobby, Franca took a breath and said, "Compared to the original sketch, Mr. Fool has lost quite a bit of weight and become a little better looking. Could the major arcana cardholder speculation be correct, that he was somehow misled by the celestial worthy into drinking the assassin potion? Is the celestial worthy trying to use gender change to cause cognitive issues for Mr. Fool and thereby achieve victory?" The major arcana card holders mentioned in the files that one of the most important phase goals for Lumion's team was to prevent Zhou Mingrue, who was suspected to have drunk the assassin potion, from truly becoming a witch. Does the assassin potion also improve appearance? Lumion asked Franca and Jenna. He had switched from the hunter pathway to the demoness pathway and hadn't experienced the assassin sequence in detail. It mainly adjusts body shape to make the user more suitable as an assassin, which brings about a slight change in appearance, but very little, Franca recalled. Mr. Fool Zhou Mingrue probably succeeded in passive weight loss, becoming better looking mainly due to slimming down, and secondarily due to the minor improvements from the assassin potion. She felt it was better to refer to the target as Zhou Mingrue for now. Constantly using Mr. Fool made her nervous and afraid to discuss. Lumion nodded and asked Anthony, "Did you notice anything?" Anthony said, "Mr. Fool's steps up the stairs were very light, consistent with the description of the assassin potion. Mr. Fool is wearing non-prescription glasses to conceal eyes that are no longer nearsighted, indicating he doesn't want to change his life in the short term and will continue working. Mr. Fool's emotional state seems good. He probably hasn't encountered any major incidents yet. Can't tell if he's taken the instigator potion yet." After hearing Anthony's observations, Lumion thoughtfully said, "Continue observing and recording the people mentioned in our files, and those showing certain abnormalities." "Okay." Jenna responded first, then pointed across the street. "That's Roseanne. In reality, she's a civilian staff member of the Church of Evernight, married with children. In the dream, she's Zhou Mingrue's colleague. Currently uncertain if there's anything abnormal." Franca followed up, "That one wearing a white tailcoat with a bow tie and long silver hair in 30-degree heat is Vice President Wu from the company next to Zhou Mingrue's, suspected to be." At this point, Franca glanced sideways at Lumion and saw that his expression remained calm, his gaze not changing much. Only then did she continue, "Suspected to be Ouroboros, the angel of fate of the Aurora Order, a king from ancient times. According to their files, the company next to Mr. Fool's should be a projection of the Aurora Order in the dream." Until 10 a.m., Lumion and the others finished their first round of observation. matching many people with the information in their files, but not discovering any truly suspicious individuals. Roselle Emperor, CEO Huang didn't come, Franca said with some disappointment. Roselle Emperor's image in the dream was the CEO of the Intis Group where Mr. Fool worked, a business tycoon, a domineering boss. Before Lumion could respond, Franca chuckled to herself. He's probably still in bed with some actress, streamer, or singer. Lumion was also a bit disappointed, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He, who had never attended university, was already preparing to apply for a security guard position at the Intis Group. Now let's go buy clothes, Lumion said, looking down at his still normal shirt and trousers, then glancing at Jenna's blue waist-cinching long dress with classical charm. At this point, Ludwig raised a question. What's for lunch? Franca, currently responsible for the entire team's income, immediately said, Who eats out every day? Later we'll go to a large supermarket and buy dozens of kilos of noodles and some side dishes. I'll cook noodles for you. All you can eat. As soon as she finished speaking, Franca saw the smile and anticipation disappear from Ludwig's face, replaced by a slightly aggrieved expression. She felt no pity or guilt, but instead secretly patted her thigh. Damn, I should have let Jenna say those 2 sentences. What a great opportunity to digest the affliction potion. After finalizing their itinerary, Franca carefully drove the car out onto the wide road. Inside a large shopping mall, Lumion and the others, with their appearance completely transformed, took the elevator from the underground parking lot to the first floor. Franca looked at Jenna again, feeling that the simple combination of a white patterned t-shirt, light blue jeans, white sneakers, and ankle-length socks of the same color gave her a fresh and clean look. It retained a youthful, student-like air while adding a hint of natural allure in her glances, attracting the gaze of many passers-by. It's the type I used to like. No, still like. And Jenna with heavy makeup is another style altogether. Franca didn't hide her admiration. Her tall stature and striking features made the ordinary black t-shirt and wide-leg pants look mature and confident, causing many people to only dare steal quick glances. Lumion still wore a shirt with black pants, but with a more casual and relaxed feel. Walking together with the 2 demonesses, they looked as beautiful as a painting. Their clothes were all very cheap. Franca had given up on the bulk-priced ones and opted for the 10 yuan items, buying a lot. Lumion's gaze swept every corner of the mall, feeling it was spacious, bright, and clean, even more impressive than the most luxurious department store in Trier. Franca had no intention of letting Lumion, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig wander around here. She headed straight for the escalator going down to the basement, planning to enter the supermarket. Money needs to be saved. As soon as Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, they were dazzled by the wide array of goods inside, the artistic displays, and the soft yet bright lighting. Franca suddenly paused, instinctively turning her head towards Ludwig. She found the little boy's gaze already fixed, his eyes filled with burning desire. Let's go back, Franca blurted out. I'll buy the stuff online and have it delivered. In a place like a supermarket, kids simply can't control themselves. Hearing Franca's words, Ludwig's expression immediately fell. After learning the reason, Lumion and Jenna both agreed with Franca's decision. Turning around and walking a few steps, Lumion's peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure. The figure had their head slightly lowered, black hair hanging down, faintly revealing small and delicate ears. She quickly disappeared into the depths of the supermarket. Lumion suddenly stopped and said in a low voice to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, I may have seen that reanimated female corpse. Reanimated female corpse? Franca and the others were all startled. Last night, Lumion had said he intuitively believed that before long, they would encounter that reanimated female corpse. As a result, they ran into her today? Where? Jenna asked in a lowered voice. Lumion looked towards the escalator without showing any outward sign of abnormality. In the supermarket. He didn't immediately turn around to track the reanimated female corpse, because Franca casually glanced at a corner of the ceiling, then carelessly looked around. The first action was to remind Lumian that there were multiple cameras here, while the latter behavior implied that there were many people around, many phones, and if he were to cause any commotion, it would likely be filmed as a short video, uploaded online, and become a trending topic. If that happened, it would likely catch the celestial worthy's attention. Although Lumian could use mirror maze and other illusions to affect cameras and phones, this wasn't a scenario he had preset. He would have to chase all the way, and couldn't use mirror magic every few steps. It was only because they lived in a rather dilapidated area of the old town that there were quite a few cameras on the main roads and at the entrances of various residential areas. Once in quiet alleys that few people usually walked, there wasn't much surveillance. Otherwise, Lumian's act of moving Oracle Danet's corpse would have been recorded long ago. Franca would certainly have stopped him first at that time, telling him to find a blind spot in the surveillance to take out the mirror, create a mirror maze step by step before approaching the corpse. Hearing his godfather's answer that the reanimated female corpse was in the supermarket, Ludwig's eyes lit up, and he raised his short arm. "Let's go chase her. Kid, you have gotten a bit smarter, even knowing how to take advantage of this situation. I can't tell if you want to use this as an excuse to go into the supermarket to get food, or if you think that female corpse might be more delicious." Franca silently grumbled, turning her gaze to Jenna. Jenna intuitively understood Franca's hint and said with a smile, "We can't track with so many people. Anthony and I will take Ludwig back to the car first. You and Lumian go into the supermarket to find her." The expression of expectation and desire on Ludwig's face suddenly froze. "All right." Franca took out the car keys and tossed them to Jenna. "I also want to contribute to the team." Ludwig hadn't finished speaking before being dragged away by Jenna, disappointment and pain evident in his expression. Franca quickly turned around, grabbed a shopping cart from nearby, and pushed it towards the supermarket. Lumian followed beside her, his gaze naturally sweeping over the displays and rows of shelves. While searching for traces of the reanimated female corpse, Franca began picking out items. "Grab the can of lard, and get some light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, MSG, chili oil." She ordered Lumian around without hesitation, while also constantly putting some kitchen items into the shopping cart herself. Although cooking at home wastes time, it saves a lot of money. Later they could go to the frozen goods wholesale market to buy some cheap items. The only problem was that the refrigerator in the rental apartment was too small, unable to hold more than a few days' worth of food. So you can buy things this way. Lumian experienced for the first time the joy of picking up goods himself without needing to find a salesperson. He interestedly placed a bottle of alcohol into the shopping cart. "This is cooking wine." "Well, we need it anyway." Franca glanced amusedly at this regular customer of Old Tavern. The two chatted and laughed, moving through the supermarket in a harmonious atmosphere, no different from other families shopping around them. Under this disguise, Lumian and Franca confirmed the situation in every corner of the supermarket, but found no trace of the reanimated female corpse. "She may have already left. Let's check out first." Franca looked at the dozens of pounds of freshly made noodles and a 10-kilogram bag of rice on top of the shopping cart, genuinely delighted at how much money they could save on meals in the coming days. Lumian nodded. "We'll take turns cooking later." Franca patted Lumian's shoulder with a smile. "I'm looking forward to your culinary skills." This trip, the two bought nearly 500 yuan worth of goods, most of which were inexpensive ingredients that could fill stomachs. After leaving the supermarket exit, Lumian and Franca quickly scanned around but still didn't see any sign of the reanimated female corpse. Almost simultaneously, Franca noticed a shop with the words, "Lottery," written on it. Her heart suddenly stirred, and she turned her head to look at Lumian, asking with full expectation, "Can you still use your abilities to magnified fate and compelling fate?" "Of course." Lumian cast his gaze towards the shop Franca had just been looking at, but only at the sequence 7 level. "I can't influence relatively crucial and important fates unless their probability of occurrence is already very high." A smile gradually blossomed on Franca's face, attracting the gazes of several passers-by, both men and women. "Let's go buy some lottery tickets," she said with a firm tone, concealing her joy. Is she wanting me to magnify the fate stream of her winning, or forcibly compel fate in that direction? Lumion had long known what lottery meant. In the past, Aurora would occasionally give him gifts in the form of lottery tickets on major holidays, with a 100% win rate. Let's give it a try. Lumion's subtext was to buy a small amount first, and even if compelling fate was ineffective in Mr. Fool's dream, they wouldn't lose too much. Franca rubbed her hands together and walked towards the lottery booth with a bright and clear smile. Before transmigrating, she would buy 10 to 20 yuan worth of lottery tickets every week or two, purely for entertainment, but never had returns exceeding the principal. Now, I've come with good luck. She didn't directly buy lottery tickets like the double color ball, but instead spent 50 yuan on different versions of scratch cards. As she paid and made her selections, Lumion's eyes took on a silver-white color with black. He reached out to Franca, embracing her shoulders in a couple-like gesture, using this to complete his touch on the river of fate. The corresponding stream was magnified. Franca instinctively twisted her body, not quite comfortable with such an embrace, especially in public. But she quickly returned to a normal state, allowing Lumion to embrace her shoulders. Her eyes had already lit up. She scratched off the corresponding numbers. This is worth 50 yuan. While Lumion was paying attention to the various grand prize information being announced at the lottery booth, Franca finished scratching all the lottery tickets, winning a total of 2,000. Ha ha! She laughed silently and smugly. Finally made a profit. Beyond her powers are great. After cashing in the prizes, Franca said to Lumion in an exceptionally cheerful mood, I'm going to buy a few double color ball tickets. At this point, she lowered her voice. Don't worry about those fate streams for the grand prize. A third or second prize would be fine. Lumion nodded gently. Franca immediately thought of some numbers and bought 5 entries. As they walked towards the nearest direct elevator, Lumion asked Franca with a smile, Why don't you want to win the first prize? I see the first prize money is worth a lot, and you could even win dozens at once. Franca wrinkled her nose and said, Didn't you say that currently you can only influence fates that aren't too crucial or important? That kind of overnight wealth probably can't be achieved. Besides, even if you could really make me win, the final result might not be what I bought. Fate has long been predetermined. After complaining a bit, Franca asked with concern, Did magnified fate just now succeed? Lumion chuckled. No. My money. Franca blurted out, then immediately comforted herself. Good thing it wasn't much. Lumion explained simply, I only realized this wasn't an instant win lottery when you were buying. The results won't come out for several days. The corresponding fate streams are complex and intricate with too many variables. I couldn't clearly see which one led to the winning fate. I could only magnify the one with special characteristics. What the final result will be, I don't know either. We can only pray for Mr. Fool's blessing. Franca expressed understanding. Seeing that the direct elevator was about to arrive, Lumion looked left and right and asked thoughtfully, We're under surveillance, so that reanimated female corpse should be too. Is there any way to check the mall's surveillance footage to see what she came here to do? We're not the police. We don't have that authority. Franca instinctively replied. Sneak in at night and look through it ourselves? Lumion suggested. Franca said with amusement, The major arcana card holders told us to obey the law as much as possible. Why do you always want to dance on the edge of breaking the law? It's fine if we don't get caught. Lumion said with a smile. We can't just report it to the police and let them investigate, can we? Wouldn't that turn it back into a confrontation between Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy? We need to use the police, not rely on them. Franca thought for a few seconds and said, We'll see how it goes tonight. In the rented apartment on the 6th floor, Franca looked at Ludwig, his head buried in a large bowl, chopsticks constantly moving, and proudly boasted to Lumion and the others. My cooking skills aren't bad, right? This child is quite easy to feed. Noodles, seasonings, and a topping with a bit of minced meat satisfied him. He doesn't have to go out to eat good food. It's quite good, but I hope you're not only capable of making noodles. Lumion took a sip of the noodle soup and put down his chopsticks. I also hope your culinary skills are as good as you say. Franca responded with a smile. Just as Lumion was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He quickly took out a mirror from his pocket, the mirror that contained Oracle Danet's corpse. At this moment, a pale hand without luster was reflected on the surface of the mirror. This hand was reaching out from the darkness towards the outside of the mirror. Black flames restraining madness and violence immediately condensed on both sides of Lumion. They fell onto that mirror like meteors. With a slight explosive sound, the mirror suddenly shattered into pieces, enveloped by the black flames, rapidly losing its limited spirituality. Crackling sounds continued to ring out as the mirror fragments fell to the ground, breaking into even smaller pieces. The pale hand was no longer visible on the surface of these fragments. Has the Oracle's corpse reanimated? Jenna looked at this scene and asked in astonishment. Lumion looked at the dull, dark mirror fragments on the ground, relying on his spiritual perception for a few seconds before saying, "There's a problem with the Oracle's corpse, but I don't know why." Franca asked uncertainly, "Now that the mirror is broken, has the Oracle's corpse fallen into the depths of the mirror world, lost in its turbulent flows?" Each mirror had a corresponding area behind it. They were connected by illusory, dark tunnels, forming the mirror world. Once a mirror broke, the corresponding area behind it immediately disintegrated. If things placed there couldn't escape in time through the spider web-like tunnels, they would be swallowed by the turbulent flows of the mirror world and dragged into its depths. The environment and hidden dangers there were fatal to Beyonders without a complete mythical creature form. When a mirror broke, it essentially formed more but smaller mirrors. However, from a mystical concept, it had been destroyed as a whole, completely losing its original symbolism and function. The new mirrors produced needed time to evolve their own areas behind them, connect with the vast mirror world, and become mirrors with complete concepts and mysticism. In other words, for a period of time, these mirror fragments could not be used to reflect enemies, transmit curses, or traverse the mirror world, though this doesn't affect wraiths using them for mirror jumps. Of course, Lumion just destroyed the mirror with the fire of destruction, so the fragments formed had been completely destroyed in a mystical sense and could not evolve areas behind them. This prevented potential enemies from locating and pinpointing Lumion and the other's specific location. Lumion carefully said, "The Oracle's corpse has indeed been carried away by the spatial turbulence of the mirror world. Even angels would find it difficult to delve deep into the mirror world to find and bring it out, unless they're angels of the door pathway like Madam Magician or Demoness angels with deep mastery of the mirror world. But doesn't this mean the Oracle's corpse will drift in the depths of the mirror world forever until it's completely torn apart and annihilated by the dangers there? There's a chance that after some time, it could be thrown out of the mirror world by spatial turbulence, emerging from a random mirror. Mr. Fool's dream world is mainly this city. If the Oracle's corpse comes out of a mirror, do we have a way to find it and confirm what problem it had?" Jenna understood what Lumion wanted to express. Lumion smiled. "Yes, let's wait patiently for now, until spiritual intuition gives us a hint." The corpse of Oracle Danetz was hidden by him and had a close mystical connection with him. Franca nodded, took out her phone, and started browsing trending topics, sometimes laughing out loud and sharing the joy with Lumion, Jenna, and Anthony, sometimes discussing with them whether certain news items had symbolic meaning in the dream or were related to Mr. Fool's current state. By the time Ludwig had finished his 6th bowl of noodles and was also looking at his phone, Lumion, who occasionally showed a smile, raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The Oracle's corpse should have left the mirror world. Quickly use magic mirror divination to confirm its specific location." Franca took out a mirror. Lumion shook his head and chuckled softly. "There's no need to go through so much trouble." He turned his gaze towards Ludwig. Ludwig put his right hand in his mouth, retched a few times, and vomited out a small clump of yellowish hair. "We can directly determine the location using the Oracle's hair with follicles," Lumion explained. "When did you take a clump of hair from the corpse and hide it in Ludwig's stomach?" Franca asked in astonishment. Lumion responded with a smile. "Last night before bed." when Anthony was on night watch. The oracle died so suddenly and bizarrely, of course I had to guard against his corpse reanimating. Hiding some of his hair in Ludwig's body can counter divination and prophecy. Saying this, Lumion held the small clump of slightly damp yellowish hair and stood up, saying, "Let's go." Almost simultaneously, he burned part of the hair and smeared the residue onto the surface of a mirror. As the residue seeped in, the mirror emanated a dark, watery light, reflecting a scene. There were oil-stained walls, a very spacious area, a floor covered in dust and rat droppings, quite dirty large glass windows, and Oracle Danet's corpse lying on the ground in front of a glass pane. "Looks like an abandoned factory. The machines have been moved away," Franca commented after a glance. "In the suburbs, less than 10 kilometers from us." Lumion added more information. "Teleport over?" Jenna asked. Lumion could rely on mirror traversal to directly go to another mirror within 10 kilometers that he had located, and he had now locked onto the glass window that had ejected the Oracle's corpse. Even without knowing the position, he could sense mirrors within 500 meters and jump to them in segments. Moreover, his teleportation could still be used, but was restricted to positioning within 1 kilometer. Beyond that, he needed to have been there before or have correct coordinates, with the farthest reach being the edge of the dream world. Lumion nodded slightly, letting his teammates grab onto him, and took them into the mirror Franca had placed on the table. Passing through a dark, illusory tunnel, they suddenly plunged into the depths of the mirror world, falling towards the glass window they had located. Amidst Anthony's dizziness, the 5 figures simultaneously appeared on the dirty glass of the abandoned factory. Lumion didn't linger, quickly sensing other mirrors within a 500-meter range and jumping over. They appeared on the top floor of the office building beside the abandoned factory, left the glass window serving as a mirror, each hiding themselves, and gazed towards the target location. From this angle, they could just see Oracle Danet's corpse. "Don't chew, just hold it in your mouth." Lumion handed a lollipop to Ludwig to keep him quiet. Franca and Jenna were already carefully examining the Oracle's corpse, finding that because it had been hidden in the mirror world, there were no signs of decay yet. But whether it was the bloodless face, the eyes frozen in fear, or other details, all indicated that the Oracle had been dead for over 10 hours. "Nothing unusual," Franca muttered silently. Lumion remained motionless, patiently observing. After nearly 5 minutes, in their line of sight, the Oracle's corpse's fingers suddenly twitched. "Damn it. Amazing. Back from the dead?" Franca instinctively admired, in her heart while being startled. The corpse of Oracle Danet's first moved its fingers, then raised its arm. Finally, it slowly stood up, its expression wooden, its deep blue eyes no longer overflowing with any emotion. "Really reanimated?" Goosebumps rose on Jenna's arms. The reanimated Danet's corpse walked towards the outside of the abandoned factory, neither fast nor slow. It walked all the way out of the deserted factory area, towards the roadside, standing there blankly. Before long, an empty green taxi passed by, and Danet's corpse raised its right arm, hailing it. When the taxi stopped in front of him, he slowly opened the door and sat in the back. Franca rubbed her cheeks with both hands. "How does this feel even more horrifying than the real world? Is the death pathway manipulating the corpse?" Lumion didn't immediately lead his team members to track the taxi, because the mirror infused with Danet's hair residue was still showing the current state of the Oracle's corpse. Franca and Jenna tried magic mirror divination to determine what was going on with the Oracle's corpse reanimation. "It's not working. Those beings who know a lot and are relatively safe aren't responding. They're not in Mr. Fool's dream." Franca found she could only do a simplified version, which was asking her own spirituality in magic mirror divination. Jenna confirmed her discovery. "Yes, my magic mirror divination failed too." Lumion took a moment to contemplate before responding. "In Mr. Fool's dream world, the subjects of inquiry for magic mirror divination, apart from one's own spirituality, should only be those true gods who can directly project themselves in. But we must ensure that the corresponding projection exists at the time of divination, and that the recited honorific name is not wrong. Inquiring of other creatures existing in the local spirit world might be equivalent to asking Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy. We might get the best revelation, or we might be directly kicked out of the dream. We also don't have the correct descriptions of those creatures. Who dares to inquire of true gods? Franca said softly. Lumion suddenly grinned. There's still one choice, the one with the most accurate divination results. The major arcana card holders mentioned it in the information. It's a magic mirror belonging to Mr. Fool. It hasn't come to that point yet, has it? Franca was quite resistant. Lumion tersely responded, his gaze still fixed on the mirror showing the Oracle's corpse's situation. After more than 20 minutes, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a hospital with excellent landscaping and a very well-designed building. Lumion and the others immediately saw the hospital's sign. Mushu Hospital. Mushu Hospital. Is the Oracle's death related to the Mother Tree of Desire? Franca murmured in confusion. Lumion didn't answer her, watching as the reanimated corpse of Oracle Danitz took out a phone with multiple missed calls from his pocket, scanned a code to pay the fare, and slowly walked towards the outpatient building of Mushu Hospital. As soon as the corpse passed through the gate, Lumion's mirror rippled with waves, emanating darkness, and quickly returned to normal, no longer showing the Oracle's current position. I want to teleport near Mushu Hospital. Go in and see where the Oracle's corpse will go, Lumion said, withdrawing his gaze. Franca quietly commented, shouldn't a corpse go to the morgue? Jenna then said to Lumion, you'd better change your appearance before going in. It might be easier to expose yourself inside Mushu Hospital, and we can't affect your current identity. Lie alone might not be enough. Lumion pondered briefly, not wasting any more time. Okay. As he answered, his black hair began to grow longer. Seeing this, Anthony didn't try to test himself and proactively left the office. In just about 10 to 20 seconds, he heard Lumion's feminized voice. You can come in now. Compared to before, this female voice wasn't as low and subdued, with a hint of clarity added. Anthony pushed open the office door and saw that Lumion had changed into a slightly waist-cinching white shirt bought earlier for the female identity, paired with bluish jeans, accentuating a slender waist and long, straight legs. She also wore deep rose-colored sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. Though these were just cheap street goods, Lumion wore them with a beautiful, radiant, and sharp air. Lumion slightly gathered the glossy black hair falling on both sides, covering most of her cheeks, and said to Anthony, let's go back to the rental apartment first. Anthony carefully grabbed the sleeve of Lumion's shirt, while Franca and Jenna each took hold of an arm. Ludwig, still with a lollipop in his mouth, chose to tug at his godfather's clothes. The group's figures soon faded and disappeared from this long-abandoned office building without cameras, reappearing in the rental apartment where dishes had not yet been washed. Lumion said to Franca, you drive to Mushu Hospital and wait for me outside. We may not have the chance to teleport to escape later. This didn't mean he couldn't teleport, but rather that if he used teleport or mirror traversal in front of a large crowd of citizens, it would inevitably become a trending topic and might be directly locked onto by the celestial worthy. Okay. Franca tossed her lip balm and lipstick to Lumion. Once inside the hospital, if you need to frequently look in the mirror, pretend you're touching up your makeup. In this matter, a female appearance had a natural advantage, making it less likely for people in the dream to notice anything unusual. Lumion caught the lipstick and lip balm, and based on the location he had obtained while monitoring the Oracle's corpse with the mirror earlier, he teleported to the plant-filled edge of Mushu Hospital. He walked out from behind several trees and turned into the crowd. His supermodel-like height and the skin condition, contour details, and lip curve revealed between his black hair and sunglasses made passers-by and patients, even without seeing his exact appearance, look twice. They seemed to want to use their brains to fill in the blanks and reconstruct the possibly world-class beauty hidden behind the sunglasses. Some people accidentally bumped into others, some missed a step and nearly fell. Their only regret was that this tall beauty wearing sunglasses didn't walk gracefully enough, striding fiercely like a man. Lumion gradually slowed his pace, as if trying to recall how Aurora usually walked. After passing through security and entering the outpatient building, he temporarily stopped, took out a makeup mirror and lip balm, and added some shine and moisture to his pale lips. During this process, he found that the mirror that had once been smeared with the Oracle's hair residue could again reflect some scenes. These included Danet's back, the medicine collection window, passing patients, and family members caring for them. Lumion discerned the direction and walked towards the medicine collection window. He didn't walk fast, his gaze seemingly casually surveying the people around him and the layout of the hospital's first floor. Everything seemed normal without any scenes of desire outbursts. Vaguely, Lumion had a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that he had been to a similar place before, but it came from the depths of his soul. Lumion pursed his lips, lost in thought. Is it Aurora's memory? Did she frequent this kind of large hospital before her transmigration? Well, everyone gets sick sometimes. Did her soul fragments become a bit more active after I changed into a female form? It must also be because Mr. Fool's Dream City is very similar to her hometown. Stimulating her soul fragments, Lumion quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart, remembering that he had entered Mushu Hospital to track the whereabouts of the Oracle's corpse and observe the situation here. His gaze swept over faces, some wearing masks, some with hidden worry, feeling that this shouldn't be much different from the situation in a normal hospital. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was the male orderly who had mentally broken down last night due to the female corpse coming back to life. This orderly was wearing a mask, pushing a transfer bed as he passed by, with no fear or worry in his eyes, almost identical to the expressions of his colleagues. He still dares to work at this hospital? Lumion's eyebrows twitched slightly. The orderly seemed to have forgotten about his desecration of the corpse, and had also forgotten the horror of the corpse suddenly waking up. It was as if someone had told him that the female corpse wasn't actually dead, and his misconduct had actually helped her escape from a state of apparent death, avoiding cremation, so she had decided to forgive him. Lumion slowly shook his head, took out the lip balm and makeup mirror, and once again tracked the whereabouts of the Oracle's corpse. The scene presented in the mirror was an area with 8 elevators. The back of Oracle Danet's had just passed through the elevator doors, with the outside button lit up with a downward arrow. Is this going to be one? Is the destination really the morgue? Lumion passed by the front of the medicine collection window and turned towards the nearby stairwell. There were patients and family members waiting here. Lumion looked left and right, thinking that he should prepare some masks for him and the other demonesses. This could more effectively conceal their faces without becoming the focus of others' attention. The elevator came rather slowly. It took Lumion 2 to 3 minutes to wait for an elevator that was continuing downwards. The people inside poured out, leaving only a patient sitting in a wheelchair and an orderly in green clothes pushing the wheelchair. The orderly wore a mask, and the patient was quite elderly, with graying hair and beard. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Lumion, with something unsettling hidden in the depths of their deep brown eyes. Lumion, who was about to step in, suddenly stopped. He felt that the elevator lacked light, as if it had become a giant mouth about to close. The elevator's double doors slowly closed, the interior growing darker, as if falling into an abyss. Lumion watched expressionlessly, abandoning his intention to enter. He sensed intense danger, and his spiritual intuition, coupled with the slight activity of Aurora's soul fragments, made him vaguely aware of what was hidden in the eyes of those 2 people in the elevator just now. It was an intense desire. It was the intense desire to tear off his clothes and vent their inner cravings. The elevator doors finally closed, the downward arrow went out, and the numbers began to change. Going to be 1 to the morgue would be extremely dangerous. Lumion watched for a few more seconds, silently musing to himself. After some consideration, he gave up the impulse to go down the stairs to investigate, and had a new idea. Should I call the police? Just say I saw the missing Danets enter Mushu Hospital and go down to the basement. Just as Lumion had this thought, his phone began to vibrate. He took out his phone and saw it was from Luo Fu. On the ID card given by Madam Justice, Franca's name was Luo Fu. Lumion answered the phone somewhat awkwardly yet habitually. tentatively saying, "Hello." Franca, driving the vehicle and wearing earphones, looked ahead and said, "You'd better not delve deeper into Mushu Hospital now. Wait a bit longer. Wait for the police to investigate." "Why do you say that?" Lumian didn't think Franca had sensed his earlier thoughts. Franca turned the steering wheel and said, "I was shocked by the Oracle's corpse coming back to life earlier and didn't notice some details. It only dawned on me after getting in the car. When the Oracle's corpse got off at Mushu Hospital's entrance, did it use a phone to scan and pay?" "Yes." Lumian had a very deep impression of the scan-to-pay incident, as Franca had been telling them they could do this and had personally demonstrated several times. Wearing earphones and driving the car, Franca showed a slightly proud smile. The Oracle has already been classified as missing by the police, and when a missing person's phone account suddenly makes a payment, don't you think it would attract the police's attention and allow them to track his movements? The police should be arriving at Mushu Hospital soon. If you sneak into places with secrets now, you might run into them. Can it work like that? The efficiency is really high. Lumian muttered softly. Now, he didn't need to find a way to call the police. The police in this dream city were far more efficient than those in Trier, able to grasp key clues without his reminders. Lumian held his phone, pretending to have received an urgent call, and left the stairwell. He made his way back to the medicine collection area and hid among the waiting crowd. Before long, he saw Officer Deng and the dream projection of Mr. Starr leading a team of police rushing towards the previous stairwell. Lumian played the role of a spectator watching the commotion, patiently waiting for nearly 20 minutes until the police team returned. They were carrying a stretcher, with the person on it completely covered by a white cloth, only vaguely revealing yellowish hair. The Oracle's corpse. Lumian made a definitive judgment using the makeup mirror in his hand. He immediately became puzzled. They found the reanimated corpse just like that? Nothing happened? Back in the car driven by Franca, Lumian recounted what had just happened. Franca also had the same confusion. The people at Mushu Hospital didn't resist the police? Theoretically, Mushu Hospital should be a force formed by the infiltration of the Great Existence, Mother Tree of Desire, or at least operated by a Sequence Zero true god subordinate to her. Lumian expressed his thoughts. There are two possibilities. One, Mushu Hospital is not an external projection, but originates from Mr. Fool's impression of the Mother Tree of Desire and her subordinates. Two, this is a symbol, representing an external projection. Even if it originates from great existences, it cannot directly confront the main consciousness of the dream. In this city, the official power, the police department, symbolizes the dream's main consciousness. In other words, individual police officers can be targeted and influenced, but confronting the entire police department is equivalent to confronting the dream itself, confronting Mr. Fool plus that celestial worthy. After stating his two guesses, Lumian added, "I felt earlier that entering the basement of Mushu Hospital would be very dangerous. If the problem there was woven by the dream's subconscious, originating from Mr. Fool's impression of the Mother Tree of Desire and her subordinates, it shouldn't have reached this level." His meaning was that he was more inclined towards the inference that the dream's main consciousness symbol could not directly confront it. Jenna, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the gradually receding Mushu Hospital and said with a slightly furrowed brow, "But the police, represented by Mr. Starr, only found the Oracle's corpse. They don't seem to have discovered any other anomalies existing in Mushu Hospital. This indicates that although the dream's main consciousness cannot confront directly, it has ways to conceal and deceive." Anthony expressed his opinion. "There might also be a mole." Franca, who was driving, had read many novels and watched many movies about undercover agents and traitors, muttered, "Part of the dream's main consciousness must belong to the celestial worthy. He should be quite pleased to see the force infiltrated by the Mother Tree of Desire doing something, so he deliberately ignored some details. This also shows that regardless of whether it's Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy, they are actually in a state of slumber, their true consciousness blurred, only able to react to a certain extent when directly stimulated. Usually, they only occasionally provide some inspiration based on received prayers or spirituality warnings. Otherwise, we would have been discovered and kicked out long ago when interacting with ordinary people in the dream. Lumion concluded based on various events experienced over the past 2 days and many details mentioned in the materials provided by the major Arcana card holders. Franca took the opportunity to warn her teammates. So don't think about live streaming. Don't do anything in public that would become a trending topic. If we do that, as soon as the Celestial Worthy's dream identity scrolls to the corresponding video, he will immediately be stimulated and kick us out of the dream. Well, even if the Celestial Worthy doesn't scroll to it, his subordinates will notice it. After a brief silence, Jenna asked, "What is live streaming?" Anthony was equally confused. Will this be seen by many people? Similar to the front page headlines of a newspaper? You guys really haven't adapted as well as Lumion. Franca sighed, and while driving, she briefly explained, "Open your phones. Click on the app with the black background and white pattern I downloaded for you earlier. The hottest thing recently is true death metal." Jenna and the others all became focused and serious, continuing to receive their internet education. Near midnight, Lumion brought Franca through the mirror world to the Moon Plaza they had visited at noon, arriving behind a mirror in the surveillance room. Hidden in the area behind the mirror, they saw through the mirror surface a large display screen split into multiple scenes, showing various areas of the mall, and 2 security guards sitting in front of the display screen for night duty. At this time, Moon Plaza had long since closed for business, and many of the scenes shown on the surveillance were pitch black, with only parts covered by clear moonlight. In this dream city, the moon was not crimson, but showed a faint silvery white, occasionally tinged with yellow. Franca, both eager and cautious, stretched her right hand out of the mirror surface, grasping a slightly larger makeup mirror. The makeup mirror immediately reflected the large screen, showing different scenes framed in individual squares. Then, the surface of the makeup mirror rippled with illusory light invisible to the naked eye. Mirror maze. The surveillance areas seen by the 2 security guards and the images captured by several cameras in the room were instantly replaced by mirrored illusions. Franca had previously imagined being able to use her Beyonder powers after returning home, and now it felt like a rehearsal of her dream. She walked out openly from behind the mirror object, put down the makeup mirror, adjusted its angle, and came to the surveillance console with Lumion. The 2 security guards had no reaction to their actions, as if they hadn't seen them at all. The scenes in their eyes were still the same as before when no outsiders had entered. Lumion turned his gaze to Franca and said in a low voice, "Make haste." He didn't know how to operate this surveillance system, otherwise he would have done it himself. Franca adjusted the mirrored images to ensure they weren't completely static, while studying the mall surveillance system. Thanks to researching information online and making plans beforehand, it only took her 2 or 3 minutes to bring up the surveillance footage of the supermarket area from noon. Soon, the image froze on the scene where she and Lumion and others were returning from the supermarket entrance. In the distance of this image, where imported goods were stacked, a figure in a white dress was walking out of the frame. This figure had beautiful features, small and delicate ears, a fair and slender neck, and an aura so clean it seemed untouched by dust. Her hair was loosely tied up, giving a somewhat languid feeling. It's indeed that reanimated female corpse. Franca took out the sketch completed with the help of dream divination and carefully compared it. Before Lumion could respond, she added, "This appearance, temperament, and charm are more like a demigod-level demoness, rather than a baby Cupid of the Scrooge pathway. How could a demoness be resurrected in Mushu Hospital?" Lumion nodded slightly, refraining from making conjectures for the moment, and instead asked Franca, "Can you find out the entire activity trajectory of this female corpse in the mall?" "Yes." Franca busily operated the surveillance system. Soon, each scene on the large screen showed the figure of that female corpse, corresponding to different scenarios. While searching for the female corpse's traces based on the timeline and scene conditions, Franca had already browsed through these surveillances once. She glanced at Lumion, who was focusing on observing details, and pondered, "It feels like she's wandering aimlessly, not buying anything, entering a store for a few minutes and then leaving. It doesn't look like she's following anyone or searching for a specific item. Lumion compared all the passers-by in each surveillance image and didn't find anyone else appearing in all of them besides the female corpse. Is she experiencing and touring a city like this for the first time? Lumion thought of himself and his companions. And then, because she has no money, she doesn't dare to buy anything? Franca joked with a smile. Lumion immediately shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. We almost encountered this female corpse at noon, and after lunch, the Oracle's corpse showed anomalies. The resurrected Oracle corpse went to Mushu Hospital, which is where this female corpse was reanimated. If it's not arranged by that individual, not his script, such a coincidence is enough to indicate a close connection between the two. Franca pondered for a moment and said, if this female corpse is really a demoness, then I've had similar situations before. When I first became a witch, I received effective revelations from divination about something, but it was only revelations about time and place. So, I aimlessly wandered back and forth in an arcade street in Trier for a day, and finally encountered the thing I wanted to encounter. Lumion, who had just become a demoness for a short time and hadn't had similar experiences, nodded slowly and said, you mean the reanimated female corpse received revelations through divination and came to wander in this mall? At this point, Lumion's eyes became dark. Her gain was getting closer to us, discovering clues about which mirror the Oracle's corpse was hidden behind. So that's why the Oracle's corpse showed anomalies right after lunch ended? Is she a subordinate of that celestial worthy, searching for the Oracle's corpse? Are the celestial worthy and the mother tree of desire cooperating, using Mushu Hospital to obtain subordinates they can command to harm certain dream characters? Franca concurred succinctly. The fact that she could indirectly come into contact with us, on the surface it's inspiration from divination, but in reality it should be the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence at work. Only high-sequence Beyonders of the demoness and door pathways could possibly influence the mirror world from a distance, causing the Oracle's corpse hidden in the mirror area to show anomalies. That female corpse might fit both situations. Franca meant that the female corpse might be a demigod-level demoness who had received boons from the door pathway. Lumion acknowledged Franca's statement and pondered for a few seconds before saying, but the reanimation of this female corpse was definitely not for finding the Oracle's corpse. From what that orderly confessed, she had already been resurrected before the Oracle was killed. She must have a more important role, carrying out a key task? Franca hissed and said, in the next few days, besides observing the people and events around Mr. Fool, we need to find a way to locate this female corpse. See if we can eliminate her covertly without the celestial worthy noticing. If this were in the real world, Franca definitely wouldn't say this because she wouldn't be sure whether that reanimated female corpse was sequence 4, sequence 3, or even higher. She would only suggest asking the major arcana card holders for help. But in the Dream City, everyone was currently suppressed to the sequence 7 level. A demigod-level demoness would only have some more special abilities than her, with no essential difference in strength. Lumion was also a demigod-level demoness, and their team had the number advantage capable of ganging up. Lumion thought for a moment and said, there should be surveillance on the streets outside too, right? Can we find out where this female corpse ultimately went from the surveillance? We could, but that would require infiltrating government departments. If discovered, it would be equivalent to confronting the dream's main consciousness. Franca didn't agree with taking such a risk now. There was still so much information they hadn't gathered. Lumion suppressed the impulse in his heart and worked with Franca to restore the surveillance footage, erase their own traces, and retreat back into the mirror object. Then Franca ended the mirror maze and took away that makeup mirror. The two security guards only felt that the surveillance screens flickered briefly, but they quickly returned to normal. Franca and Lumion returned to the car parked on the adjacent street, meeting up with Jenna and others who were responsible for backup. As the vehicle drove towards the old town, Lumion and Franca, who was driving, told their teammates about the findings from watching the surveillance and their own conjectures. As they were talking, Lumion suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Jenna asked. Lumion said in a deep voice, we thought of going to the mall to check the surveillance to find that female corpse. Would that female corpse also think of checking the surveillance to see if any women with outstanding appearances had passed by? Those who could hide a corpse behind a mirror were likely to be demonesses too. Franca's expression changed, and she blurted out, "The surveillance room! Moon Plaza!" Inside the surveillance room, Lumion brought Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig back behind that mirror-like object, gazing through the mirror surface at the two security guards and the large screen. Compared to when they left earlier, nothing had changed here. Everything looked normal. Franca pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Has she not come yet? Or has she already been here, ahead of us?" If that female corpse had already checked the surveillance earlier, she would likely have discovered Lumion and the others. After all, the characteristics of demonesses were quite distinctive, and beautiful women plus a handsome man were even more eye-catching. As long as the reanimated female corpse was willing to spend enough time checking segment by segment, frame by frame, with the reminders of spiritual intuition, she shouldn't miss the corresponding footage. In that case, Lumion and the others would have to consider changing identities, modifying appearances, and changing residences. For an already impoverished family, this could truly be an exacerbation. Franca could only pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that the female corpse would come only at midnight. After all, unlike them, she didn't have a specific time and corresponding location, and couldn't purposefully check the surveillance in just a few minutes or even tens of seconds to lock onto the people she wanted to find. She would have to check all the surveillance videos covering the entire mall for 10 to 15 minutes before and after. If unlucky, the time spent could be measured in hours. The spiritual intuition of demonesses was also suppressed to the sequence 7 level. That female corpse obviously couldn't rely on this for very precise screening. Both are possible. Lumion stared outside the mirror. Separated by a layer of mirror surface and in different spaces, he couldn't directly see whether there was a mirror maze in the surveillance room at this moment. And the reanimated female corpse indeed seemed very much like a demigod of the demoness pathway, likely possessing anti-divination abilities. Jenna was also observing the situation in the surveillance room and asked puzzledly, "Does the reanimated female corpse also know about things like surveillance and understand how to operate surveillance systems?" She felt that the reanimated female corpse was a projection of some external force, probably similar to themselves, just with a different method of entry. She and Lumion and the others only learned what surveillance was, what it was used for, and how to avoid it after Franca's reminders and explanations. And except for Franca, none of them knew how to operate a surveillance system. If we can't do it, how can a newly reanimated female corpse? Franca pondered and answered, "Perhaps the reanimated female corpse is also part of the dream, a demoness that one of Mr. Fool's avatars once encountered. And the celestial worthy, using Mushu Hospital, made this demoness go through a process of death and resurrection, turning her into a completely obedient subordinate, or rather, puppet. As part of the dream, except for those set as children, fools, lunatics, or illiterates, everyone innately knew the concept and existence of surveillance. Even if she's part of the dream, she wouldn't naturally master how to manipulate surveillance systems, unless she was previously engaged in this industry, or had studied it in advance like you," Jenna objected. "That's true." Franca suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out her phone, intending to search on apps like Weibo, Zhihu, and various circles to see if there were any similar questions recently. Perhaps the reanimated female corpse was looking at her phone while using currently waiting online rhetoric to urge netizens to answer how to operate a certain company's surveillance system, while trying to bring up the desired video based on the netizens' suggestions. To Franca's disappointment, there was no signal in the mirror world, and she couldn't get online. Lumion then said, "There's another possibility. That female corpse also has a guide like Franca." "Ah!" Franca stuffed her phone back into her pants pocket. She understood what Lumion was saying. A member of April Fools, the not-yet-dead Loki. Wasn't it said that Loki could have been reborn through possession by an angel of the seer pathway? Well, whether it was Loki or that angel of the seer pathway, they were both subordinates of the celestial worthy. When we checked the surveillance earlier, we didn't find anyone like Loki around the reanimated female corpse, Franca recalled. The faceless ability at sequence 7 level, Lumion had already considered this issue. And this is inside a mall, he could change outfits from time to time. Franca nodded slowly and continued to observe the surveillance room outside the mirror, hoping to wait for the reanimated female corpse and the possible existence of Loki. After watching for a few seconds, she suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Does this kind of screen, this kind of surveillance scenario, count as a mirror world?" "From a mystical concept, I don't think so. It's not a reflection or inversion of the current scene," Lumion answered instinctively. Jenna and Anthony were somewhat confused by Franca's question. Mystical concepts also need to keep up with the times to match the social scenarios of the new era, Franca muttered before saying, "Although surveillance is not a reflection or inversion of the current scene, it belongs to the reflection of scenes elsewhere. It has some of the functions and characteristics of mirrors, just with the reflection and display separated in different places." Lumion didn't know how to refute for a moment and could only directly express his view. "I think it's closer to the world within paintings, perhaps even incorporating the informatized characteristics of the mystery prior pathway at high levels. Then it's a hybrid product of the mirror world, the world within paintings, and the information world." Franca's main energy was on observing the situation in the surveillance room, and she was unwilling to delve deeper into issues that couldn't yield accurate answers at the moment, so she quickly made a guess. Lumion half closed his eyes, sensed for a moment and said, "Indeed, it has a bit of the qualities of the mirror world. We can traverse through it." As soon as he finished speaking, Anthony, who had been silent all along, said in a deep voice, "Don't you think those two security guards outside are a bit strange? It's been 2 or 3 minutes, and they haven't moved at all, like they've turned into statues." "Statues?" Franca's heart stirred, and she took out a mirror, carefully extending it beyond the current mirror surface. She quickly adjusted the angle, and using the reflection of light and the most basic function of the mirror, she saw the side profile of one of the security guards. On the slightly dark makeup mirror, only illuminated by the reflection of the screen's light, that half-face had no expression, partly hidden in the dim environment, partly slightly illuminated, the two intertwining and sometimes changing. His eyes were constantly fixed on the surveillance screen, with a hint of cold gray seemingly hidden in the depths of his pupils. He looked alive, still with spirituality, but that was all, just alive, just with spirituality. "Partial petrification of organs?" Franca frowned and whispered. Lumion didn't answer, but looked around. "The reanimated female corpse has indeed been here, after Franca and I finished watching the surveillance and left. I'll go out and search to see if there are any clues left. You guard against unexpected situations." Jenna and the others nodded without objection. Lumion pressed his hand against the mirror surface and walked out as if passing through a layer of water curtain. In his male form, he circled to the front of the two security guards and found that they had both turned into warmth-carrying statues, expressionlessly looking ahead, motionless, which seemed exceptionally eerie in the surveillance room where only the screen's light flickered. Lumion's gaze moved away from the gray-white hidden in the eyes of the two security guards and turned to the large screen displaying dozens or hundreds of scenes simultaneously. There was nothing unusual about that, but the human-machine interface below was frozen on a certain operation. And Lumion remembered that Franca had restored it to its initial state before leaving. Fleeing in a hurry? Did that female corpse sense the disturbance in the mirror world and urgently traverse away through the large screen itself? Will she circle back to see who infiltrated the surveillance room? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion suddenly turned sideways, looking towards the mirror object he had come out from. Almost simultaneously, on the surveillance footage in a dark corner, a pale but alluring hand stretched out, extending beyond the screen. In the area behind the mirror, while Lumion was investigating the surveillance system, Franca suddenly heard Ludwig making smacking sounds. What is he eating now? Franca instinctively turned to look at the little boy. She saw Ludwig opening his mouth, constantly sucking in air, chewing and swallowing. Franca suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Why are you eating air?" she asked. Ludwig answered with a satisfied expression. "Delicious. There are many things with spirituality. Many things with spirituality in the air." Franca was stunned for a moment, then suddenly had a strong sense of danger. The mystical pathogen of demonesses? Mirror substitution, she called out directly, actively triggering her own mirror substitution. After hearing Ludwig's answer, Jenna's spiritual intuition also received a dangerous signal. Without Franca's reminder, she followed and triggered her mirror substitution. Anthony was a second slower than the two of them. At this moment, at the edge of the spider web-like illusory tunnel, a figure was quickly outlined. She wore a white dress, had a loose bun, with beautiful features and a clean aura. Clearly the reanimated female corpse. This female corpse held a mirror in her hand, which had already reflected Franca's figure. Her other hand was burning with quiet black flames, quickly covering the mirror surface. Silently, Franca's figure, which had just degenerated into a mirror, burst into eerie black flames from the inside out, quickly losing spirituality, falling to the ground, and shattering into pieces. Seeing that the assassination attempt had failed and that there were 4 enemies, the reanimated female corpse immediately stepped back and disappeared at the edge of the illusory dark tunnel. This caused the 7 demonous black flames created by Jenna and the frenzy used by Anthony to all miss their target. Inside the surveillance room, Lumion suddenly turned around, with a straight sword already condensed from frost in his hand. He swung this crystal-clear straight sword towards the hand reaching out from inside the surveillance screen. That hand suddenly retracted, and Lumion's frost straight sword consequently fell onto the surface of the screen. It bizarrely dematerialized, bringing Lumion along as it melted into the large screen, diving in. After the reanimated female corpse retreated into the dark tunnel, Franca's first reaction as her figure was just being outlined was to use the ice amulet that Lumion had remade, bringing Jenna and Anthony to chase after the enemy before she completely left this mirror world. She gripped the crystal-clear charm that she had already taken out of the traveler's bag, but her spiritual intuition made her pause. The destination of the reanimated female corpse's mirror traversal was unknown, and there might be her companions waiting. Rashly chasing after her could likely lead them into a trap. Moreover, chasing after her meant separating from Lumion, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. Franca gazed for 2 seconds, then immediately said to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, who was still eating air in big gulps, "Leave here, go to the surveillance room," who knew how long the reanimated female corpse had been hiding at the edge of the tunnel, producing how many mystical pathogens. Staying in this area would lead to increasingly severe infection, until they fell ill. And relying solely on Ludwig eating like this mouthful by mouthful, who knew how long it would take to clear out the mystical pathogens that could continuously reproduce. More importantly, this sealed angel's physical condition had also been lowered to the sequence 7 level. The mystical pathogens he ate wouldn't affect him, but those that invaded his skin, eyes, and respiratory tract could definitely infect him. At that point, it would be a race to see whether Ludwig finished eating the mystical pathogens first, or the mystical pathogens defeated him first. Additionally, Franca and Jenna's demonous black flames were also restricted by the dream, only able to be produced a few at a time, cluster after cluster, unable to burn large areas of surrounding mystical pathogens to create a sufficiently safe environment. However, the dream's restrictions had both disadvantages and advantages. The plague ability of the reanimated female corpse was also suppressed to the sequence 7 level, preventing Franca and the others from becoming infected and falling ill too quickly. Jenna and Anthony didn't question Franca's decision. Only Ludwig was reluctant to leave. He wanted to eat even if he got sick. He wanted to eat even if he died. Jenna grabbed the little boy, forcibly dragging him out of the area behind the mirror, as his physical qualities had been comprehensively reduced to sequence 7. At such an urgent moment, Jenna actually felt another digestion of the affliction potion. "Let me go. Let go." Before Ludwig could finish speaking, he had already passed through the mirror surface and arrived in the surveillance room. But they didn't see Lumion. Was Lumion also attacked? Franca quickly looked around with a solemn expression. Or had he gone chasing after an enemy? Just as Franca finished speaking, she saw that every surveillance scene on the large screen had changed. They once again displayed the scenes from noon when the reanimated female corpse had appeared. In those scenes arranged in a crisscrossing matrix, The reanimated female corpses that originally belonged to the surveillance footage either raised their heads or half-turned their bodies, all staring uniformly towards the outside of the screen. Wearing white dresses and loose buns, they instantly had the same expression change, their fair and delicate hands reaching towards the camera one after another, extending out of the surveillance screen, reaching for Franca, Jenna, and the others outside. They crawled out of the screen one by one, their faces dark with occasional flashes of light. Seeing this scene, Franca, relying only on spiritual intuition and demoness vision, briefly couldn't distinguish which of these many reanimated female corpses were real and which were fake. For a moment, she even doubted whether they were all real or all fake. She took out the cannon gun that had become the inevitable gun, aiming at the surveillance footage, intending to shatter that screen, so that the reanimated female corpses that hadn't fully crawled out would be thrown into the depths of the surveillance world, with the shattering of the area behind the screen, making it difficult to reach reality. Franca's finger was on the trigger, but she didn't pull it. She felt that Lumien's disappearance might be because he had entered the surveillance world, and if she shattered the screen, and the surveillance world truly had some characteristics of the mirror world, Lumien would also be swallowed by the turbulent flow, which would be very dangerous. Although Franca couldn't respond in time, she still had companions. Anthony stepped forward, his eyes vertical, tinged with a pale golden color. He immediately emanated a terrifying aura as if standing at the top of the food chain. Oh! He used a range-type AW targeting that surveillance screen. The reanimated female corpses crawling out of the surveillance footage one after another froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It was as if they hadn't been resurrected. Still corpses, naturally not afraid or panicked due to the awe. Jenna quickly turned her head, pointing at those reanimated female corpses, and asked Ludwig, "Which one tastes the best?" The one that tastes the best should be the real body, and judging whether food tasted good or not was Ludwig's specialty. Ludwig swallowed his saliva and pointed to the surveillance footage in the bottom right corner. "I want that one. That one tastes the best." Before Ludwig could answer, Franca had already concealed her figure. When he pointed out the food he wanted most, Franca's figure, wearing a black t-shirt and women's pantaloons, quickly outlined at the side of the reanimated female corpse in the bottom right corner. She held the inevitable gun in one hand and the nearly invisible wintry blade in the other, stabbing the latter towards the target that hadn't fully crawled out of the screen, towards the temple next to the delicate ear. Crack, that reanimated female corpse shattered like a mirror, along with the figures of other female corpses becoming illusory, disappearing simultaneously in front of the surveillance screen. The next second, beside the mirror decorative item that Franca and the others had crawled out from, the reanimated female corpse with beautiful features, a slender neck, wearing a white dress and a loose bun, silently emerged. She gripped an ice crystal dagger covered in black flames in one hand, suddenly stabbing towards Anthony's chest. After passing through the surveillance screen, Lumien appeared in a dark and silent empty mall. At this time, the escalators had stopped running, and all the shops had pulled down their shutters. Lumien quickly scanned around and saw a figure in a white dress flash past the passage leading to the men's and women's restrooms. The black mark on Lumien's right shoulder lit up, allowing him to directly teleport over. As his figure was just being outlined at the entrance of the passage, his left palm had already taken out his phone. Lumien quickly glanced at the phone screen that had lit up and found no signal. This was exactly what he wanted to confirm. Is this an alternate space formed by surveillance footage, an illusory world? It's very similar to the mirror world, and also very similar to the world within paintings. As thoughts flashed through Lumien's mind, he stuffed the phone into the traveler's bag instead of his pants pocket. He was worried that the upcoming battle might damage the phone. For an already impoverished family, this would be a major loss. In Lumien's blue eyes, that female figure in a white dress had already run to the corner. Seeing was believing. Almost simultaneously, Lumien blinked behind the target, thrusting the ice crystal straight sword. Just as the ice sword touched that female figure, the target suddenly wavered like water ripples and disappeared without a trace. An illusion, just an illusion. An illusion created using the mirror of the sink outside the men's and women's restrooms. At this moment, in the dark corner at the entrance of the men's restroom, a vague figure quickly emerged, holding a medium-sized mirror, reflecting Lumien's male form wearing a shirt and trousers. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Lumien's attention was completely on the illusion, this vague figure pressed its hand covered in demonous black flames towards the mirror surface. Black flames suddenly erupted from Lumien's eyes, nose, mouth, and other places, but his figure began to fade inch by inch, gradually dissipating. This was also an illusion. Behind the vague figure in the dark corner at the entrance of the restroom, Lumien's body outlined, his eyes iron black, his right hand clenched into a fist, in a posture of muscles swelling and enlarging, suddenly striking towards the junction of the enemy's neck and back. Cull plus mighty blow. You can use mirrors to create illusions, so can I. Bang! This punch shattered the vague figure into pieces, scattering around like glass shards. Immediately after, Lumien felt invisible spider silk wrapping around him from all directions, trying to bind his hands, feet, and torso, and intending to interfere with his movements in different ways. Lumien immediately grunted, and bursts of black flames binding madness and danger spontaneously appeared, falling onto several invisible spider silks. The flames of destruction ignited those spider silks instantly, just like real hunter flames, then quickly spread, devouring all the combustibles around, and burning the mystical pathogens permeating the air. In just the blink of an eye, Lumien had rid himself of the influence of the demonous spider web and the hidden plague. And at the entrance of this passage, a female figure clearly appeared in the light of the burning spider web. She wore a white dress, had a loose bun, beautiful features, delicate ears, and a slender neck. It was the reanimated female corpse. Inside the surveillance room, as Franca's strike failed to succeed, the experienced Jenna and Anthony changed their positions. The latter thus avoided the ice crystal dagger assassination of the reanimated female corpse. But this also gathered the three of them in a small area within the not-so-large surveillance room. The reanimated female corpse's gaze then turned to the two security guards sitting motionlessly in their positions. One of the security guards immediately broke free from his statue-like state and suddenly stood up. The next second, his body was like it had been filled with a large amount of gas, rapidly swelling into a ball. During this process, the gray-white in the depths of his eyes was tinged with a yellow-green light. Boom! This security guard exploded like a balloon stretched to its limit. His flesh and internal organs were torn into pieces, carrying yellow-green pus, enveloped in the impact storm, sweeping towards every corner of the surveillance room, covering Franca, Jenna, and the others. A virus bomb? Franca's pupils suddenly dilated. That reanimated female corpse was also within the range of the exploding body, but she was prepared, taking a step back and hiding in the mirror decorative item. The flesh and blood oozing yellow-green pus sprayed like sudden rain towards everyone in the surveillance room, accompanied by the sudden explosion. Franca had no time to use the ice amulet, nor to grab Jenna and the others to bring them into the compact mirror in her hand. She could only face the explosion, which wasn't too powerful, and the obviously dangerous flesh, blood, and viscous fluid. Crack, crack, crack. In this situation, the three of them could only actively trigger their mirror substitutions, first being shattered by the impact wave, then being coated with sticky flesh and still writhing yellow-green pus. Ludwig, who had also been given a mirror substitution by each of the three demonesses, didn't use it himself. Instead, he crouched down, hugging his body tightly to minimize his exposed area. During this process, he opened his mouth. His mouth corners stretched without any restriction, extending all the way to the back of his head. His upper lip pushed his eyes, nose, forehead, and other parts to face the ceiling directly, while his lower lip nearly touched his chest. Splat, splat, splat. The yellow-green flesh mixed in the explosion's blast rushed into Ludwig's enormous mouth, heading straight for his stomach. Unfortunately, Ludwig, enjoying this buffet, only lasted 2 seconds before involuntarily triggering his mirror substitution, shattering into pieces. This abnormally terrifying giant mouth shape seemed to be all appearance without sufficient strength, only at the sequence 7 level. The explosive blast subsided in an instant, and the figures of Franca, Jenna, and the others were re-outlined in the surveillance room, which was now covered everywhere with viscous flesh and yellow-green pus. As demonesses of affliction, Franca and Jenna both instinctively believed that this place was now full of dangerous diseases, rapidly infecting them. Without hesitation, Franca raised her right hand, revealing the ice amulet she was gripping tightly. This crystal-clear charm had been remade by Lumion and could now be used for mirror traversal 4 times. As soon as they saw Franca reveal the ice amulet, Jenna and Anthony immediately moved closer to her, grabbing her arm and sleeve. Ludwig hesitated for a moment but still joined the vile demonesses. The next second, the 4 figures blurred and entered the compact mirror in Franca's other hand. Franca didn't linger at all, bringing her companions to traverse into another metal decorative item with a mirror effect in the surveillance room. Smack! The compact mirror, no longer held by anyone, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, causing the corresponding area behind the mirror to collapse. These shards would take different amounts of time to become mirrors again in the mystical sense. Without considering other factors, the larger the shard and the better the mirror effect, the shorter the time needed to regenerate the area behind the mirror. Conversely, smaller shards would take longer, and if too small, they might risk never becoming mystical mirrors again. After transferring to the interior of the mirrored decorative item, Franca spoke rapidly while remaining vigilant against a sudden attack from the reanimated female corpse. A demoness of despair doesn't have the ability to make people half-dead and turn them into plague bombs. Could it be a demoness of unaging? It could also be with help from the Order of All Extinction or possession of a similar item. Jenna suggested another possibility based on her own feelings. Is Mushu Hospital not just home to the Mother Tree of Desire? Franca suddenly had an inspiration. The hospital as a whole should simultaneously possess the healing abilities related to the Great Mother Pathway, the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway on spirit, desire, corpses, and hospital urban legends, as well as control over diseases and pathogens from the one the Order of All Extinction believes in or the demoness pathway. As Franca spoke without any embellishment, she observed the situation in the surveillance room and attempted to use the ice amulet's ability to transmit information through mirrors to send simple intelligence to a certain mirror on Lumion. As long as Lumion hadn't left the current Huafeng district, he would definitely receive it. Jenna guarded against the direction of the illusory tunnel that resembled a spider web, while Anthony said carefully, "That reanimated female corpse is almost unaffected by awe, making me feel she's more like a dead person than a living one." Franca's thoughts raced, and she immediately had 2 guesses. Is she an awakened zombie, with a Mother Tree of Desire believer hiding nearby controlling her? Or, didn't we guess earlier that she might have a companion, possibly Loki? Is it possible that she's actually a marionette, with the marionettist hiding somewhere nearby controlling her? Franca had confronted Loki before and had contact with spies from the Bureau 8 of Intis, so she was quite familiar with the antics of marionettists. But according to the information provided by the major arcana cardholders, even normal marionettists can only control marionettes within a range of about 100 meters. Now, with their abilities suppressed to sequence 7 level, I believe their maximum distance from the marionettes won't exceed 40 meters. Before we came to the surveillance room, we checked the surroundings and there was no one. Jenna raised an objection. At this point, she suddenly paused. It wasn't that there was no one. In fact, there were 2 people. Franca and Anthony also realized the issue and simultaneously turned their gaze towards the front of the surveillance screen. There were indeed people within a 50-meter range, those 2 security guards. One of the security guards had been turned into a plague bomb and had already disintegrated into disease-spreading flesh, but the other security guard was still sitting in his position, his eyes concealing a gray-white deep inside, staring motionlessly at the large screen. Franca and Anthony's gaze fell on that security guard. The security guard seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his body. His clothes were now tattered, his body pitted and uneven, different areas of his face either missing skin, suffering abrasions, or with flesh split open and festering. These were the aftereffects of being directly hit by the explosion of the other security guard. The security guard, with half his face almost unrecognizable as human, reflected the flickering light from the surveillance screen, curled his lips, and revealed an exaggerated, terrifying, and sinister smile. As his smile bloomed, his body rapidly swelled, becoming a human-shaped balloon like his colleague. Bang! The balloon burst, and countless viscous flesh and yellow-green pus splattered onto the surface of the metal decorative item where Franca and the others were hiding, smearing it into a mess and preventing Franca and Anthony from seeing the outside situation clearly. "Let's change positions," Franca said, turning to Jenna and Ludwig, seizing the opportunity while they still had a few more mirror traversal charges. In the moon plaza formed by the surveillance footage, Lumion bent his back, drew the sword of courage, and sprinted from outside the men's and women's restrooms towards the reanimated female corpse at the entrance of the passage. Behind him, on the wash basin mirror between the two restrooms, a female figure wearing a white dress with a loose bun suddenly appeared. This was a projection created by the demoness of despair using the mirror. Although it only possessed a fraction of the original body's power, it was still capable of assassination. It aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Lumion from behind. Almost simultaneously, another figure emerged behind this female figure. That figure had black hair, beautiful features, and a cold expression. It was Lumion's feminized image. This projection, completed with the help of precision, instantly turned into a ball of black flames brewing extreme destruction in silence, completely enveloping the mirror image projection of the reanimated female corpse, causing her to be thoroughly ignited amid painful wails. Thud! 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 Lumion, wielding the sword of courage, continued without any pause, charging towards the reanimated female corpse without looking back. At this moment, in front of the reanimated female corpse, crystal-clear but sharp frost spears suddenly condensed, like a beautiful and clean hedgehog showing its spines. Such a forest of ice spears couldn't be accomplished by a Sequence 7 witch. Only a Beyonder who had reached the Demoness of Despair level and gained further control over Frost, but was currently restricted to Sequence 7 level, could do this. It was equivalent to the Ice Spear condensation ability evolving into Ice Spear Forest at Sequence 4, but now the Ice Spear Forest was only at the Sequence 7 level. If Lumion didn't stop in time, he would crash into this forest of ice spears, being pierced through and creating multiple bloody holes. At this moment, Lumion's figure suddenly became blurry and distorted, like an image displayed through electromagnetic signals suffering from strong interference. It took only the blink of an eye from becoming blurry and distorted to completely disappearing. Lumion's body quickly outlined behind the reanimated female corpse. He swung the sword of courage diagonally, chopping towards the target's shoulder. With a whoosh, crimson flames ignited on the surface of the sword of courage. Boom! Lumion's single stroke cleaved the reanimated female corpse into two pieces, exploding her into mirror shards. The reanimated female corpse, having used a substitute, didn't appear immediately, seemingly disappearing into the dark, empty fourth floor of the mall. Lumion's expression didn't change at all as he pressed the sword of courage downwards in one smooth motion. Boom! Crimson fireballs flew out from the sword, indiscriminately covering this area, collapsing walls and igniting merchandise. The crimson fire hell quickly engulfed nearly half a floor in continuously rising high temperatures. Under such a wide-range indiscriminate attack, the figure of the reanimated female corpse was affected, forced out of her invisible state, and appeared to Lumion's side and rear. Inside the surveillance room, the reanimated female corpse who had previously fought with Franca and the others left her hiding place in the mirrored object and appeared in the room now covered everywhere with viscous flesh and yellow-green pus. Taking advantage of the opportunity that various pathogens and decay forces were permeating this place, which would quickly infect and affect Franca and the others once they entered, she condensed a long ice spear covered in white frost in her hand and thrust it towards the surveillance screen, which already had multiple dents and was covered with flesh and pus. The power of the two previous disease bombs wasn't strong, mainly focused on spreading pathogens and decay forces, so they couldn't directly destroy the large screen that was at a certain distance from them. Now, the reanimated female corpse wanted to personally destroy the surveillance screen, causing the corresponding alternate space to collapse, making the enemies fighting there and her other self fall into the chaotic flow together, to be torn into pieces. Just as the reanimated female corpse's frost-covered ice crystal spear was about to pierce the surveillance screen, a gunshot rang out. A bright yellow bullet arrived first, striking the middle of the ice crystal spear and causing it to suddenly shatter and break apart piece by piece. After transferring to another mirrored decorative item, Franca immediately understood the opponent's intentions upon seeing the reanimated female corpse's actions. She quickly took out the inevitable gun, extended it through the mirror surface, and pulled the trigger. Having successfully prevented the ice crystal spear's strike, she immediately moved to withdraw her hands, pretending to traverse to other mirrors with Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig in order to lure the reanimated female corpse in to surround this enemy. However, the reanimated female corpse didn't even glance in her direction. Sharp frost spears suddenly condensed in front of her body, all thrusting towards the large screen simultaneously. It was like a huge ice flower carved out of ice was blooming. Franca's pupils dilated instantly. Taking advantage of her hands not yet having returned to the area behind the mirror, she pulled the inevitable gun's trigger once again. Bang! That classically styled brass-colored revolver fired an iron-black bullet, which created a small explosion upon striking one of the frost spears. The explosion covered all the frost spears, tearing them apart and scattering them in all directions. Heavy strike. Splat, splat, splat. Some ice crystal fragments inevitably hit the surveillance screen, creating multiple dead pixels and areas where colors bled together on the large screen. Franca was nearly scared to death. The large screen had almost been completely damaged. She immediately left the mirrored decorative item and returned to the surveillance room, launching an all-out attack against the reanimated female corpse. In this situation, the best strategy was to use offense to suppress the opponent and prevent her from destroying the surveillance screen. Pure defense wouldn't last long, as the item that needed protection was a relatively fragile technological product. One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? There will always be gaps in defenses. Bang! 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 Franca continuously pulled the trigger, firing bullets to force the reanimated female corpse away from the area closer to the large screen. Jenna also left the area behind the mirror, directly guarding in front of the surveillance console to prevent stray bullets from damaging the screen. Almost simultaneously, Jenna felt herself collide with an invisible spider web, with transparent thin threads constricting her body. Some of these threads bound her limbs, while others stirred up her condition, striving to restrict her movements and interfere with her casting of black magic. Fortunately, Jenna now had relatively rich combat experience. As soon as she left the mirrored decorative item, she condensed several bizarre demoness black flames around herself. Now she immediately let them fall, burning the spirituality of the transparent spider silk and spreading out. The intense feeling of constriction instantly lessened somewhat. Jenna quickly sidestepped, shielding the large screen. Crack! She used a mirror substitution to block both the reanimated female corpse's opportunistic attack on the surveillance screen and the stray bullets created by Franca's continuous shooting. During this process, Franca emptied 6 ordinary bullets, hitting the reanimated female corpse once and consuming one of her mirror substitutions. She then retreated to the front of the large screen, using a special loader to reload bullets, while Jenna instinctively lunged forward, replacing Franca using her own gun, frost, and black magic to attack furiously, suppressing the enemy. With everyone currently at the Sequence 7 level, a short-term reckless outburst was still very effective. In this way, Franca and Jenna continuously rotated, one defending, one attacking, one reloading bullets, the other firing rapidly as if unconcerned about running out of ammunition. They temporarily restricted the reanimated female corpse to the area near the door. However, because the opponent had mirror substitutions and strong spiritual intuition, Franca had not yet used bullets like impregnating bullet or triggered effects like sure hit or certain death. She was waiting for an opportunity, because a Sequence 7 demoness shouldn't be able to use many mirror substitutions. Even if the reanimated female corpse had once reached the demigod level and gained the characteristic of reduced mirror substitution consumption, allowing her to use a few more mirror substitutions than Franca and the others who were currently at the same Sequence 7 level. There certainly wouldn't be many more. After fighting intensely for dozens of seconds, both Franca and Jenna felt weakened, their lungs like hot bellows continuously exhaling fiery breaths. At the same time, they felt varying degrees of pain throughout their bodies. They were well aware that this was caused by the diseases and decay spread by the 2 plague bombs earlier. Due to the viscous flesh and yellow-green pus covering every part of the surveillance room, the mystical pathogens and decay forces were continuously strengthening. The infection had finally occurred in the 2 demonesses of affliction who had disease resistance, and it was gradually worsening. Neither Franca nor Jenna were willing to immediately use a mirror substitution to resolve the disease and decay. Their mirror substitutions were now very limited in number, and they wanted to conserve them to protect the large screen. What puzzled Franca was that although her inevitable gun was also continuously spreading disease and decay, the reanimated female corpse didn't seem to be significantly affected, only slightly weaker than before. Could she really be a zombie or a marionette, immune to most mystical pathogens and with strong resistance to decay forces? She only initially affected Jenna with the spider web, then abandoned this strategy. Was it because the spider web was a flammable object with spirituality, which would cause the demoness black flames, which could only be produced one by one or in small clusters, to spread, burning the mystical pathogens and decay forces in the air, slowing down the speed of our onset of illness and the progress of symptom severity? As this thought flashed through Franca's mind, she actively began to create a spider web. The invisible spider silk entangled both the reanimated female corpse and Jenna, forcing the former to use her own demoness black flames to evade, and reminding Jenna that she could produce and consume her own, letting this area fall completely into the burning of demoness black flames, thereby clearing out the mystical pathogens and reducing the intensity of the decay forces. Inside Moon Plaza in the surveillance footage, Lumion was suppressing the reanimated female corpse in all aspects, but due to her mirror substitutions, strong spiritual intuition, and rich combat experience, he couldn't achieve a quick victory. By now, the flames had spread, turning most of the 4th floor of the mall into a crimson sea. Lumion released his accumulated spirituality and once again flashed behind the reanimated female corpse. Instead of directly swinging the sword of courage, he pushed his left palm forward. At some point, his palm had already been gripping a cheap silver and black bracelet, while his eyes showed a silver-black hue, with what seemed like an illusory long river flowing slowly inside. The reanimated female corpse didn't hesitate. Following the prompting of her spiritual intuition, she was about to actively trigger a mirror substitution. At this moment, the toxic thick smoke produced by the burning entered her throat, while the high temperature caused her black hair to start self-igniting. These environmentally induced problems made the reanimated female corpse instinctively shrink her body, slowing her down by a beat. Magnified Fate. Lumion had already used Magnified Fate twice before, without achieving satisfactory results. The weakening pathogen he had secretly spread, which could survive for a longer time in high-temperature flames, also hadn't worked as he had expected, only imperceptibly accelerating the rate of the reanimated female corpse's spirituality consumption. Now, taking advantage of the environmental changes brought by the long-burning fierce flames, he finally grasped the opportunity, successfully turning the corresponding stream of fate into the main trunk. As the reanimated female corpse slightly shrank her body, the crimson flames covering the surface of the sword of courage suddenly extinguished, revealing the iron-black metal blade beneath. Parts of this blade were smooth and flat, reflecting the silhouette of the reanimated female corpse. In the next second, the black flames of destruction that Lumion had condensed in advance fell onto the metal mirror surface and drilled into it. Unable to use a mirror substitution in time, the reanimated female corpse let out a painful sound. Her body shattered with a crack, re-outlining at the edge of the crimson hell. However, the black flames that erupted from inside to outside, hiding ferocity and terror, continued to burn her, only partially extinguished. Once a demoness of despair's curse succeeded, the characteristic that it couldn't be transferred by substitutes when suppressed to Sequence 7 level became a situation where a substitute could only transfer part of the curse damage. Crack, crack, crack. The reanimated female corpse consecutively triggered mirror substitutions, finally escaping Lumien's curse. But at this moment, Lumien directly teleported in front of her and asked with a smile, "How many mirror substitutions do you have left?" As he spoke, he had already swung the sword of courage. The reanimated female corpse was dazzled by that charming smile, only reacting when the sword of courage was near. She quickly lunged to the side. She had no more mirror substitutions left. She was fast, but Lumien was faster. His wrist paused, and the sword of courage cleaved the air, creating an explosive sound. Boom! Crimson flames burst open, directly engulfing the reanimated female corpse. Although this explosion only had Sequence 7 power, it was enough to severely injure a demoness without mirror substitutions. Bang! The reanimated female corpse was slammed heavily against the wall, her bones breaking and blood spurting from her mouth. Water-like waves rippled over her body, stripping away her beautiful appearance and revealing an expressionless, ordinary-looking young man. Lumien frowned slightly and swung his sword down again. With a rolling sound, the young man's head tumbled to the side amid a spray of blood. His body, along with his head and the splattered blood, instantly vanished like an illusion, never to appear again. A deep mirror image of the real female corpse? Lumien had seen similar gender-reversed mirror people in 4th Epic Trier. The special mirror world fragments in Franca and Jenna's possession could also create similar deep mirror images, with strength nearly perfectly replicated and certain special characteristics. Thinking of this, Lumien suddenly raised his head, looking towards the surveillance camera obscured by smoke. He suspected that the reanimated female corpse also had a special mirror world fragment. Inside the surveillance room, the infected Franca and Jenna were growing increasingly weak, their movements inevitably affected to some extent. Just as the reanimated female corpse was about to seize the opportunity to destroy the surveillance screen, she suddenly felt something leap towards her from the side. It was Ludwig crouched like a frog. He had emerged from the mirror world at some unknown time. The reanimated female corpse instinctively thrust an ice crystal spear towards Ludwig. Ludwig suddenly opened his mouth wide, his mouth corners splitting to the back of his head. His 2 rows of sharp teeth then closed, biting the tip of the spear. Immediately after, he quickly sucked in a breath through his mouth. He completed a deprivation through the ice crystal spear connecting him and the reanimated female corpse. What he deprived was the mirror substitution. Currently only at Sequence 7 level, he could only deprive one ability from the enemy, and only for 1 minute, so Anthony had him choose mirror substitution. Attack with full force. Anthony's voice then sounded in Franca and Jenna's ears. Franca didn't ask why, immediately raising the inevitable gun, aiming at the reanimated female corpse, and pulling the trigger. A dark yellow bullet flew out with a bang. Sure hit. The dark yellow bullet flew instantly, striking the reanimated female corpse. However, it passed right through, merely causing the silhouette to waver, become illusory, and disappear. After being deprived of her mirror substitution, the reanimated female corpse's first reaction was to use the mirrored objects in the surveillance room to create a mirror projection, supplemented by mirror illusions, while she quietly changed her position. So, what Franca had locked onto was just the mirror projection, and what Sure Hit would hit was also just the mirror projection, not the real reanimated female corpse. Having evaded the fatal strike, the silhouette of the reanimated female corpse immediately became ethereal, projecting onto the nearest mirrored object. She intended to use the mirror world to temporarily leave the battlefield, wait for her mirror substitution ability to recover, and then decide based on the situation whether to wait for the next opportunity, attack Franca and the others again immediately, or quietly follow them to determine their identities and whereabouts, so they could be directly locked onto and kicked out of the dream. Just as the reanimated female corpse's silhouette became prominent on the surface of that mirrored object, a person suddenly appeared in the void dark area behind the mirror. It was Anthony wearing a black t-shirt. Anthony held a charm similar to the ice amulet in one hand and the winter is coming revolver in the other, aiming at the reanimated female corpse who was about to enter the mirror surface. He had used the mirror traversal ability in time to intercept the reanimated female corpse. Since Lumion could make his own charms to help Beyonders traverse the mirror world, he certainly wouldn't make just one, only for Franca. Besides himself, everyone in the team had one, and each could be used 4 times. They had relied on Franca's ice amulet to transfer positions earlier, partly because since everyone was close together, there was no need to waste the uses of the other charms. After all, in the dream, Lumion was restricted to the Sequence 7 level, and making similar charms again had a high probability of failure. On the other hand, it was also following Lumion's conspirer approach and Franca's occasional mutterings after entering the dream about appearing weak when you were strong, deliberately setting a trap for the enemy. By demonstrating that they could only hide in the mirror world and transfer positions by holding on to Lumion and Franca's clothes, they led the reanimated female corpse to believe that the others couldn't perform mirror traversal. So, after evading Franca's attack, the reanimated female corpse confidently used the mirror world to escape. By demonstrating that they could only hide in the mirror world and transfer positions by holding on to Lumion and Franca's clothes, they led the reanimated female corpse to believe that the others couldn't perform mirror traversal. So, after evading Franca's attack, the reanimated female corpse confidently used the mirror world to escape. This led her right into the gun barrel of Anthony, who had forcibly concealed his presence earlier. Anthony pulled the trigger with a calm expression. Another bullet tinged with a dark yellow glow flew out, heading towards the reanimated female corpse who was about to enter this area behind the mirror. Sure hit. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the reanimated female corpse, who hadn't had time to retract her black flames, frost, and spider silk to protect herself, had blood blossoming on her chest, her flesh and bones splitting. She was truly hit by the bullet, shot out of the mirror surface, and fell back into the surveillance room. Seeing this, Franca aimed at the target once again. Now, she was going to use the certain death bullet. Meanwhile, Jenna still guarded the surveillance screen, having intention to steal credit, to prevent stray bullets from destroying the object that needed protection. She only quietly extended invisible spider silk, intending to touch the blood splattered by the reanimated female corpse, to use it as a medium for curses. At this moment, the reanimated female corpse suddenly raised her head and let out a painful scream. Her hair rose strand by strand, instantly becoming long and thick, like venomous snakes. The tips of this slimy, bizarre black hair were each inlaid with black and white eyeballs and heads that stuck out forked tongues like snakes. Jenna instinctively closed her eyes, but still felt her thoughts becoming chaotic, pain and pleasure arising simultaneously, her body inexplicably stiffening as if turning to stone. In this instant, she suddenly understood what the enemy was doing. The reanimated female corpse seemed to have sensed that she was about to suffer a fatal blow, and with no way to avoid it or protect herself by forming a huge cocoon, she actively indulged in her own madness, displaying an incomplete mythical creature form that only saints should possess. For most saints, displaying an incomplete mythical creature form was extremely dangerous, leading to a loss of control. Unless there were no other options or they intended to drag the enemy down with them, no one would use it. For Beyonders without godhood, directly viewing an incomplete mythical creature form would result in intense corruption and terrible mental shock, likely leading to madness and loss of control. Even if they didn't look directly and closed their eyes, being within range would still cause some corruption. Saints with godhood would still be affected to some degree by the incomplete mythical creature form, and would continue to be affected afterwards while facing the frenzied attacks of the incomplete mythical creature. The incomplete mythical creature form was a saint's most powerful and dangerous state. As the horrifying transformation of the reanimated female corpse reflected in Franca's eyes, she gritted her teeth and resolutely pulled the trigger of the inevitable gun. Bang! A dull green bullet flew from the muzzle, heading straight for the reanimated female corpse's body, hidden by the slimy, thick hair. Franca then let out a painful cry. She instinctively tilted her head back. Her black hair tied in a ponytail and modified by lie broke free from its restraints, becoming wild and distinct, seemingly growing thicker. Her face took on a grayish-white tinge, her chest felt somewhat swollen, and her mind felt as if it had been hit by a storm, all thoughts blown about, becoming mad, twisted, and dark. She felt intense pleasure and also extreme pain. This, combined with her body state already infected by disease and decay forces, caused her to passively trigger a mirror substitution. With a cracking sound, Franca regressed into a mirror and shattered into pieces. But when her silhouette was outlined in the corner, while she no longer felt the effects of disease and decay, her hair still floated in midair, still growing thicker. Her face was extremely pale and twisted to the extreme, yet presenting a strange beauty, her eyes full of madness and malice. Corruption couldn't be transferred by mirror substitution, nor could the tendency towards losing control. At the same time, the certain death bullet fired by Franca hit the mass of slimy, bizarre black hair of the reanimated female corpse. Although the effect of certain death was suppressed to sequence 7 level, only certainly fatal to ordinary people, it was still deadly to the already severely injured reanimated female corpse. Moreover, the reanimated female corpse's incomplete mythical creature form was also limited to sequence 7, only possessing defensive capabilities at this level. The bullet glowing with a dull green light penetrated through layers of thick hair, entering the brain of the reanimated female corpse in her incomplete mythical creature form. Smack! The reanimated female corpse's head split open, blood and white matter splattering outwards. The slimy, bizarre thick hair with black and white eyeballs fell in succession, returning to their original state to varying degrees. Only then did Anthony dare to jump out from the mirror-like object, turning his back to the corpse with its strange charm and mental corruption. From a not-too-distant position, he began to perform psychoanalysis on Franca, which was essentially throwing a placate her way. Franca's painful and mad chaotic thoughts calmed, and the symptoms of losing control in her body began to subside. Seeing this, Anthony quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the reanimated female corpse's incomplete mythical creature form was also only at the sequence 7 level, so the corruption and impact on Franca were at this level. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known if she could be saved. That might have depended on Franca's own willpower. As Anthony began the second placate, Lumion jumped out of the surveillance screen. He instinctively looked towards Franca and Jenna, checking their conditions. Seeing that the problems were all within an acceptable range, Lumion then turned his gaze to the reanimated female corpse on the ground with its split head and bizarre hair. As a fellow saint, he only experienced a slight emotional fluctuation, without any other reaction. Their joint efforts had actually taken down a demoness of despair with mirror substitution. Lumion was surprised and quite gratified. He unconsciously looked towards Ludwig, finding that the little boy was staring at the demoness corpse with blazing eyes, completely unconcerned about possibly being corrupted. Indeed, Ludwig wouldn't be affected by the incomplete mythical creature form. Moreover, the corpse had already left the incomplete mythical creature form, with only some characteristics remaining. While repeatedly creating 7 clusters at a time of deep black flames of destruction to burn the patches of viscous flesh and yellow-green pus in the surveillance room, Lumion took out a mirror, bent down, and put the reanimated female corpse with its burst head inside. They couldn't let this corpse continue to corrupt the surveillance room, affecting Jenna and Franca who were recovering. During this process, a black, irregularly shaped mirror fragment fell from the corpse. As expected, she has a fragment of a special mirror world. Lumion stuffed the black fragment into the traveler's bag, planning to compare it with Franca's and the others later. By this time, about a third of the viscous flesh and yellow-green pus in the surveillance room had caught fire, and the black flames began to spread to the surroundings, seeking other combustible materials. Phew! Franca let out a long breath, her mental state finally stabilizing, the abnormalities on her body having subsided. Anthony moved to Jenna's side, performing psychoanalysis on her, who had not been much corrupted. After putting the inevitable gun back into the traveler's bag, Franca was about to proudly tell Lumion, "We took down a demoness of despair," when her eyes suddenly caught sight of the several cameras in the surveillance room. She immediately changed her words. "I'll check if our fight just now was caught on the cameras. Couldn't we just completely destroy the surveillance equipment with the flames of destruction?" Lumion thought it wasn't necessary to be so troublesome. What if this mall surveillance footage is stored on a cloud server? Franca wasn't too sure, but felt it necessary to guard against this possibility. Lumion didn't stop Franca further, because he didn't understand what a cloud server was. Franca quickly manipulated the surveillance system, and after a while said, "It's fine. The reanimated female corpse probably destroyed the cameras in this room when she came to check the surveillance." As she spoke, she used another mirror substitution, because Lumion couldn't make the entire room be engulfed by the flames of destruction. He could only create clusters of flames and burn areas bit by bit, with mystical pathogens and decay forces still lingering in the air. Lumion nodded and continued, "Check if my battle in the surveillance world has become part of the surveillance footage. If there's no problem, let's hurry back for the spirit channeling." "Can it work like that?" Franca said in surprise. This was equivalent to the actions of a dummy in a painted world changing the painting itself. Following Lumion's suggestion, Franca quickly reviewed the surveillance footage from the 4th floor of the mall in the past 3 minutes. During this process, Jenna and Anthony hid in the area being burned by the flames of destruction, to avoid the remaining mystical pathogens and decay forces. The former also had clusters of quiet black flames flare up in other parts of the surveillance room, assisting Lumion in eliminating necessary traces, though she could only create 6 to 7 clusters at a time. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had an unused mirror substitution, Ludwig took the opportunity to eat some snacks, the flesh and blood carrying mystical pathogens and decay forces. Soon, Franca pulled up the corresponding surveillance footage. The scene, which should have been dark, quiet, and empty, now showed 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle, with red flames quickly igniting the area and dense smoke billowing up. However, the fighting scene and the original background seemed somewhat out of sync, as if forcibly edited in with outdated special effects technology. Both Lumion and his opponent's figures were quite blurred, showing signs of interference. Your battle in the surveillance world did become part of the surveillance footage, but nothing like that actually happened in the real world. The 4th floor of the mall is perfectly fine. Franca pulled up the current camera feed from the 4th floor to make the comparison. She took a deep breath and said, "WH, the surveillance world is clearly not just the mirror world. It has the characteristics of an information world as well. The pathway good at summoning should also have some understanding of parallel spaces and illusory worlds." Franca half-turned her body and said, "This surveillance footage can't be used by the police and celestial immortal subordinates to recreate your image, so we don't need to deliberately destroy the surveillance equipment." Lumion nodded slightly and added, "Our mystical knowledge of parallel spaces and illusory worlds is still quite superficial. The abilities, authorities, and knowledge in this area seem to be scattered across demonesses, mystery priors, apprentices, painters, and other pathways, with apprentices being the main line, and I'm not sure if the painter pathway can match apprentices. The pathway good at summoning should also have some understanding of parallel spaces and illusory worlds." Franca half-turned her body and said, "This surveillance footage can't be used by the police and celestial immortal subordinates to recreate your image, so we don't need to deliberately destroy the surveillance equipment." At this point, with Jenna's assistance, Lumion had already erased the various traces they had left in the surveillance room, and Franca also began to use the demoness black flames to clean up the fingerprints she had left on the equipment. "Let's head back. We need to hurry with the spirit channeling." Lumion withdrew his gaze. "Okay." Franca retracted her hand covered in black flames. Lumion immediately led his teammates back through the mirror world to the rented car, and as soon as Franca fastened her seatbelt, preparing to start the engine, she suddenly shivered. She began to feel cold, as if all the heat in her body had been drained away. Her head became dizzy, her vision occasionally darkening and sparking with golden stars, almost fainting. Franca understood that this was the negative effect of the inevitable gun. If the certain death and sure hit effects were triggered, the user would inevitably fall gravely ill, and without effective treatment could even die. Even if treated, the severe illness would persist for some time. Similarly, every time Anthony used the Winter is Coming revolver, he had to find an apothecary or doctor for treatment, otherwise he would contract an intractable disease that low to mid-sequence Beyonders were powerless against. Seeing Franca's face turn nearly transparent, Lumion reached into the traveler's bag and took out 2 vials of healing agents. These were supply resources provided by the Tarot Club, reportedly extremely rare items not sold publicly, produced by the Fool Pharmaceutical Company. For this mission, the major Arcana card holders had given Lumion's group a total of 25 general-purpose healing agents, with the majority kept with Lumion as the team leader, while Jenna, Franca, and Anthony each carried 2, but Ludwig had none. Children needed supervision, otherwise he would secretly drink them all. Franca's trembling hands opened the cap of the healing agent and gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down her throat and into her stomach. Soon, the chilled feeling rapidly disappeared, and a light sweat broke out on her skin. Much better, Franca exhaled. Just a bit dizzy in the head. My forehead is a bit hot, and my body feels weak. Anthony, who had yet to suffer symptoms, had also finished his healing agent. I'll drive, Lumion said. You can drive? Franca really didn't feel confident in her current state to be driving, but Lumion, who had never learned, made her even more worried. Should we just take a taxi? Lumion chuckled. I carefully observed you driving today. I've basically mastered the basic operations. And now it's late at night, there aren't many cars. And more importantly, I also have the driver's license that Madam Justice gave. All right, Li Ming. Franca weakly unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the door. Li Ming was Lumion's alias in the dream world. As soon as Franca's feet touched the ground, her knees buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Luckily, Lumion was waiting outside the driver's seat and quickly grabbed her arm. So this is what being severely ill feels like. And this is with the negative effects suppressed to sequence 7. Franca leaned on Lumion as she slowly walked to the passenger seat, muttering while preparing to provide guidance later. Lumion chuckled. If this were the real world, I'd probably have to carry you. Franca imagined such a scene and suddenly said, No, let's go with a piggyback ride. Lumion glanced at her but didn't say anything further. Jenna, who had already come out of the passenger side, looked at the two approaching, her gaze slightly dark but also with a hint of relief as she listened to their conversation. After everyone was seated and the doors closed, Franca gave a simple explanation. This is the steering wheel, you turn it in the direction you want to go. This is the accelerator to control the speed. This is the brake to stop the car or decelerate in an emergency. Basically, don't overtake. Change lanes only when there are no other cars. Stop at red lights. Go at green. Turn when you need to. It's very simple with an automatic transmission. Lumion stepped on the brake, released the parking brake, and shifted the lever to the appropriate gear. The gray sedan slowly started moving, gradually picking up speed. After passing 2 traffic light intersections, Lumion already had a very skilled driving technique. Franca looked at him with her mouth slightly open, weakly saying, You've learned it just like that? No need for me to guide you on the side? It's very simple. Lumion chuckled, using Franca's own words to respond. He then released one hand, pointing to his head. You have to trust the spatial awareness and hand-eye coordination of a hunter. Franca suddenly felt that being the one who could drive in the team was no longer something to be proud of. In this way, Lumion successfully drove the car back to the rented old neighborhood, and then, with Jenna's guidance, after spending quite some time, finally parked the car, allowing Franca to feel proud again. They had rented an older model car to save money, without any parking assist systems. Back in the rental unit, Lumion led the team into the mirror containing the reanimated female corpse. Except for Lumion and Ludwig, the others didn't dare to look closely, fearing new corruption. But even with just a brief glance, they all noticed that a faint dark glow was slowly emanating from the decrepit corpse, gradually converging towards the right eye. Evocation of Beyonder characteristics? Jenna blurted out. Franca, being weaker, was a step slower in her reaction, saying in amazement, This dream is too realistic. Beyonders will also evoke their characteristics? Before Lumion and the others could respond, Franca had a sudden idea. If I obtain Beyonder characteristics in this dream, concoct them into a potion, and perform a ritual to drink them, Will I be able to successfully advance in the real world? At this question, the area behind the mirror fell into an unusual silence. I can't answer that for you. Lumion pondered for a few seconds. Maybe you should consult the major arcana card holders, or take these beyonder characteristics and exit the dream to see if it follows you to reality. After arriving in this city, Lumion's group no longer needed Madame Justice's help to exit and re-enter the dream. They could simply take the train and use lucky coins to complete the task directly. Frequent entering and exiting of the dream might also draw the attention of the celestial immortal, Anthony reminded Lumion. Lumion offered a curt acknowledgement. There are other ways. Let's try to avoid exiting as much as possible. We'll contact the major arcana card holders early tomorrow morning. Although the major arcana card holders were subject to various restrictions in the dream, with some unable to even enter this place, there were still ways to communicate through the dream. As they were talking, the dark beyonder characteristics had gathered in the reanimated female corpse's right eye, dyeing it a blackish-blue hue. During this process, Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, the three demonesses, had already created multiple clusters of black flames to incinerate the corpse and the mystical pathogens spread from the characteristics. According to the Demoness of Despair's potion formula, Lumion collected the black eyeball, the corpse's bile, and a strand of the coarse, partially restored gray-white hair, and handed them to Franca to put in the traveler's bag. Having endured all this time, Ludwig finally found an opportunity, pointing at the corpse and asking, "Can I have a few bites?" He had already obtained the mirror substitution ability through deprivation, and by eating a few more pieces of the corpse's flesh and blood, he would have a chance to permanently fix this ability to himself. Of course, limited by the dream and the current sequence 7 level of deprivation, he could only use mirror substitution for 2 to 3 weeks, unable to gain it permanently. "Go ahead." Lumion nodded. Ludwig excitedly ran over, crouching next to the corpse's head, targeting the delicate, small ear. After her death, the demoness charm is concentrated in the ear, to the point that even Ludwig is attracted. Lumion had just had this thought when he saw Ludwig lean down and bite off the ear with a crunch, chewing it noisily, his mouth covered in blood. Franca and the others fell silent, turning their bodies away, no longer looking. After Ludwig finished eating both of the demoness ears, reluctantly returning to Jenna's side, Lumion began to set up the ritual. Due to the lack of a subject to pray to, he could only perform the spirit channeling in the simplest way, carefully guarding against the strong corruption from the celestial immortal on the target. Soon, the vague silhouette of the female corpse appeared. Lumion asked in a deep voice, "What were you trying to do? Waking up in the morgue of Mushu Hospital?"